These monkey fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane.
I love
the family safe version.
Me too.
Well, you're not allowed to swear in the first 30 seconds of a show now.
Yeah.
So, hey, Cool Frog, how you going? From the totally real country of Australia, I bid you all good evening, good morning, or good day, as the case may be, across these many time zones. This is the pre-stream. My name is Thermo, and we're here to talk about the newsy stuff from this week. From Lawtube to Lolcows, from 4chan to Forbes. I feel like I need to work OnlyFans. I feel like I need to work OnlyFans in there somewhere. We'll have a look back at some of the news from past week.
OnlyFans.com/the-pre-stream. Get on it.
And see how long it takes Thermo to update this intro.
Thermo, why aren't we streaming on OnlyFans?
Does Restream do OnlyFans? Does OnlyFans support an RMTP stream?
I know that they've been using what is it?
Does your employer stream on OnlyFans? I don't think they do.
No, they don't.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, missed opportunity.
But he never updates it either.
Well. Hey, Cool Frog. Hey, see, fuck, you're in here. Hey, Costy.
Hey, friend.
Remember, we are live on Rumble as well if you want to avail yourself of that particular platform, which is day by day getting more superior to YouTube just by matter of shit just doesn't magically fucking disappear.
Fair enough.
So
yeah, they actually improved this website instead of
I'm still
doing whatever the YouTube's trying to do.
I am still waiting for the chat integration in either Restream or StreamYard for Rumble.
Probably going to wait a while for that.
Hey, first platform to do it gets my business.
Yeah, fair.
So
Totally.
First platform to do it gets my business. So anyway, let's jump right into it, shall we? Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen dined on psychedelic mushrooms in China, according to a report. It explains a lot. What a trip. Magic mushrooms may have been to blame for Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen's mortifying bow before a Chinese official last week. Yellen, 76, gobbled 4 portions of Zhangshouquin, a type of wild mushroom, when she dropped in is right, at a casual Beijing restaurant soon after she arrived there on 6th of July. Chinese state media reported in an effusive story that took care to praise the secretary's chopstick skills. For God's sakes. Oh, you can't leave, Roy. I was going to ask you about this particular dish. He's already stepped away. You've probably all seen this ridiculous ad.
Do you have a condom?
Yeah. No! Sorry, you can't use those.
What are you talking about? Who are you?
I'm your Republican congressman. Now that we're in charge, we're banning birth control.
This is our decision, not yours. Get out of our bedroom.
I won the last election. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to watch and make sure you don't do anything illegal.
Right.
I see. That's a Democratic kink right there.
It's paid for by PAF or the Progress Action Fund.
He looks like a pedo.
Democrats.
Old man looks like a pedo. I'm just going to say that.
Well,
it's
the typical Democrat position of,
stay out of our bedrooms.
We'll argue a point not being made. We'll
create a point.
Nobody's banning condoms, you freaks.
We're just telling you to buy your own.
Yeah.
That's it.
My God.
That's it. It's just, like literally just
Well, again,
buy your own fucking condoms,
Well, it comes down to look, you don't have to buy your own condoms.
or even
here.
go
They give it
to
away
Planned
here,
Parenthood or whatever. Free clinics, like they give it out like fucking candy.
but-
You don't need to You don't have to government subsidize them for fucking everybody. Like
Show me a Republican who anybody takes seriously who is like, no, we need to ban condoms and birth control, and the birth control pill.
yeah, emphasis on being taken seriously.
Yeah, no GOP candidate taken seriously in any way.
No.
Argues that.
But because there are probably a couple that still believe it, that the hardcore Catholics.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do any of you know what ballot measure this is, or the chat? Does anybody in the chat know what ballot measure they're talking about? Because it's vote no on August 8th. So clearly, it's
no idea.
I really shouldn't be.
It's an effort to get something on the ballot for November.
August 8th.
You don't have to zoom in on that
I'm
disclosure.
gonna.
Oh no, the
assume-
disclosure is just for the pack.
I'm gonna assume
So
great.
it looks like
this.
okay. So I think this is it. When you search for August 8th special election.
I think there's special election a special election in Ohio. So there's special elections, yeah, I guess.
Okay, so the facts on issue 1. Okay, yes. So Ohio special election. Ohio special election 23. Damn you, Bing. You're supposed to give me Ballotpedia straight away instead of 8 things down. So, off to a blistering start here. Ballot measures. Where's the actual ballot measures? Damn it. Ballot measures. More information. Click here.
Yeah,
There's only-
it's an abortion.
There's
thing.
only one thing on the ballot.
The right to make reproductive.
Oh no,
decisions.
vote no one. Yeah, requires 60% vote to approval to a constitutional amendment. No, that's not. These are potential measures.
Yeah. So it's
Provide that each individual has the right to make and carry out one's own reproductive decisions. That the state of Ohio may regulate abortion,
which explains
after fetal viability.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes absolutely no sense. That ad is literally vote no.
On
Like
August 8th.
keep Republicans out of your bedroom. Vote no on August 8th. If the ballot measure.
And what's the ballot measure on August 8th?
If it's the reproductive one, which is a potential measure, which I don't think it is, it's provide that each individual has the right to make and carry out one's own reproductive decisions that the state of Ohio may regulate abortion after fetal viability.
So it's the second half. It's the second half.
It's the second half, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which
After fetal viability, if necessary to protect the life or health of the pregnant patient.
so it's a
So Ohio, this basically says that the state may regulate abortion after viability unless it is necessary to protect. Yeah, so
vote no because we want late-term abortion.
yeah, Cool Frog's right. I think it's this one they want people to vote no on.
Yeah, which has nothing to do with the ad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Requires 60% vote to approve a constitutional amendment, increase the signatory distribution requirement, and eliminate the signature cure period.
Yeah. Democrats lying again.
Fucking. Well, they're arguing a point that's not even being made.
Like I said, lying.
That must be a very fucking local issue. Like local to Ohio. Wait, I mean, we're local to Ohio. I mean,
Yeah, we're underneath it.
they don't let us vote. Anyway, America's first trans lawmaker is charged with stomach-churning child porn offense after daycare worker's girlfriend sent naked photos of toddlers in her care.
Okay.
That fucking pisses me off.
Okay. So, Stacey Marie Lawton, 39, a former Democratic representative, has been charged with aiding and abetting the sexual exploitation of children. Lawton is accused of sharing explicit and sickening fantasies with ex-girlfriend Lindsay Groves. Groves has been charged with taking images of nude 3 to 5-year-old children while working at daycare. Yes. Agreed, Wall.
Agreed.
I'm sure that's an acronym for Wood Chipper Alliance of something something. So yeah, America's first ever transgender lawmaker has been charged with horrific child sex offenders after allegedly getting her daycare worker, what? her daycare worker. I assume that means her I assume the word missing there is girlfriend.
Yeah.
To send her explicit photos of the toddler in her care. Stacey Marie Lawton, 39, a former Democratic representative, could face up to 30 years in jail, not long enough, after being charged with aiding and abetting the sexual exploitation of children. Jesus fucking Christ, man. The former New Hampshire state representative. Well, live free or die. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh my god. That's a pedo
Again,
face.
look at the face. Tell me physiognomy isn't real. Like
get those scalps out.
these hairlines, man. Men, I don't care if you think you're trans or not. Just don't take Ashra man. It just ruins your fucking hairline.
Yeah.
So the former New Hampshire state rep was arrested after daycare worker Lindsay Groves was accused of taking explicit photographs of children aged between 3 to 5 years old in Tynesboro, Massachusetts. Groves was reportedly in a relationship with Lawton, and the two had discussed the sexual photographs of children in more than 10,000 messages. They both need to go on the fucking wood chipper. Like, this is...
Yeah, it's a man. Just
Well, that's a woman, unfortunately.
unfortunately, yeah.
And that's a man.
Yeah.
It's just... No, I can't. No. No.
Just say no.
No. Yeah, I'll go.
Do not the kids, please.
Stop it.
Yeah, there we go.
So,
There we go.
anyway.
Go say go full Nancy Reagan.
Yeah. People in Phoenix are getting third-degree burns from pavement as heat wave fries city.
All right.
Does it? though?
154 C, man. Like, and that was near the beach. What the fuck is wrong with you? No,
How
wait, that's not near
brutal
the
the heat
beach.
waves.
I saw the blue tiles and thought it was a beach.
Getting hosed down in Rome.
Wait, are they taking temperatures off the asphalt?
No, that wasn't the asphalt temperature. That was just the temperature.
Ambient temperature on
That's the
the
ambient temp.
beach.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I don't know that that's a beach. I thought the blue confused me because I thought, oh, maybe that's the beach.
I
Yeah.
don't know about that.
That's
That's
a
getting very
fucking
high
desert.
to the...
That's a fucking
highest.
national
Very
park.
few
That's
front property in Arizona.
yeah. We need California to drop into the ocean for there to be
Yeah, like... Are they just
okay, so
taking...
cool. So that's
just like
Death
temp-
Valley in the desert. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fair
Yes.
enough.
Hence why it's called Death Valley, because it gets fucking hot.
Black asphalt can get
Yeah,
to
it gets
180
180
degrees.
I would
degrees.
cook eggs
Yeah.
out front.
Yeah. I think
Wait,
we made a mistake using black asphalt everywhere. We should just use white. Another win for the Black Lives Matter people. But what's 118 in Celsius?
Jeez.
I don't know.
Getting close to 40.
Minus 32, so
See.
I'm back.
47.7 degrees is the so
Okay.
that's just a hot summer day. Oh, it's hot in Phoenix. Amazing. Who would have thought? Yeah, white roads might be racist. That's all right, Cool Frog.
Yeah, the white roads will eventually turn black with all the cars driving over them anyway.
Maybe that's why they're black in the first place.
Could
Because they
be.
just
So
figured,
those
oh, what's the point?
Pride flags.
So they could paint pride flags on them.
Yeah.
Entitled mum took jewelry CEO's pre-booked window seat on long flight so she could sit next to her kids, then seized when its rightful owner refused to swap it for a middle seat. I need to find that there's an associated TikTok, unfortunately, but there's no link to it. Because why would you do that? But yes, a jewelry CEO told of how an entitled mother took her pre-booked window seat on a plane, then seized when she refused to give it up for a middle seat in another row. Tammy Nelson, CEO of the global jewelry brand Concours Ing, has garnered over 9,000 comments on a TikTok video she posted this month describing the June 19th incident on fucking Delta. Jesus Christ. On a Delta flight from Cincinnati to San Jose, California. She says she arrived to her row to find the unidentified mum in the window seat. On being told the seat was reserved, the mum said she wanted to sit next to her children, who Nelson estimated were 11 and 15. The mum offered to swap seats with Nelson, but Nelson refused on discovering she was being offered a dreaded middle seat in another row. Nelson said the mum had seethed on being refused and muttered angrily about the rejection for the remainder of the flight. Having only had 90 minutes of sleep the night before and knowing I had to give a presentation to 500 people, I desperately needed some sleep, so I did not agree to switch seats. Nelson captioned her video, which has nearly 3 million views. Posing the question to her followers, Nelson asked, "What would you do?" What's wrong with Rumble? Rumble's busted. Well, while I look at that, what would you guys do?
I don't know. I don't have kids, so
Book the flight properly.
There
Yeah.
used to be rules for
Former
traveling with
Baywatch
minors.
glamour girl Brooke Burns, 45.
Dare it.
Ryan's already distracted.
wait. Brooke. Oh shit! I nearly closed restream. Hang on.
There's
Burns, is
a
that-
big. It's all this gray, and then there's a big red fucking rectangle. I'm fucking going-
Exclusive. Like
I got confused with Brooke Burke for a reason for a minute. But
Yeah.
either way, Brooke Burns, yeah, she still got it.
Look, I've never flown Delta, thankfully.
And then I'm flying. I think I'm flying United when I go to Cali in January.
I've heard good.
There's not a lot of options. So
I've heard good things about American Airlines.
yeah, they didn't have any of those available.
But yeah, like I don't know if has anybody flown Delta that knows if you can book your fucking seat. Like obviously the CEO
idea.
could have.
And
Why didn't this fucking mother book the seats together?
She sounds like a
it's
single
cheaper
mother.
not to. So if you book seats and stuff like that, it costs like an extra $20 or $30.
So she's a cheapskate.
Yeah, she's
Pretty
probably
much,
she's just taken the bookings and then decided, oh no,
She just thought
sit.
she'd shove someone else in,
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
middle. Like, yeah, fuck that
See,
bitch.
yeah, I'll just sit here and surely people will let me do it, all right?
Yeah. Oh, nobody would. It's my friend. Like, it's my kids. It's my kids. They'd let me.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll bet you 10 to 1 that would have worked 100% if that was a guy.
It would absolutely
Look at that
work.
fucking ratio.
Yeah. Should Tammy have swap seats?
Only 160
No.
votes, yes. 12,000 votes, no. Yes, fuck that. Don't ever swap seats. If you picked your fucking seat, it's your seat.
Mm-hmm.
So they must have
Totally.
changed that. Well, no, that's for a minors flying by themselves. Never mind.
Oh, mine is flying by themselves. Yeah, the stewardess would just move them wherever they need to be.
Yeah, normally the
Yeah.
kids go
Should
up the
last
front and they
nicely
sit with the attendants. My cousin had to do that because her parents split up very, very young, and she would always travel between Queensland and New South Wales. And she
Yeah.
always had to have the flight attendant sit with her on the trips.
First time I ever flew, I was to Brisbane. And
Poor bastard.
no, I was quite young at the time.
Oh, okay.
I got to go to the cockpit, and it occurred to me the other day that can't happen ever again.
No.
No.
No kids
I-
can ever can ever see a cockpit ever.
No.
Too many buttons. Too many switches.
Well,
No, they've got to
Not-
close.
not-
Too many
They've got to
terrorists.
close.
not
The
while
door's
it's in
locked.
the air.
Even the flight crew can't get in. So
Yeah, they have to close. They have to lock it
Yeah.
before passengers are let on.
that's just sad to me. Just give the pilots guns. I'm kidding.
That used to be a thing.
So yes, as it's revealed that health ingredient aloe vera is as carcinogenic as lead, exhaust fumes, and aspartame, can it really raise the risk of cancer?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I agree,
Aspartame.
Thermo.
Aspartame's not
Yeah.
fucking carcinogenic.
X to doubt that.
Thermo, I
What did you
agree
say?
with Cool Frog.
You agree with
You
Cool
need to
Frog?
keep your cockpit
To yourself? Yes,
Yeah.
agreed. Early this month, aspartame, a sugar substitute found in Diet Coke, was added to the World Health Organization's list of more than 300 substances that possibly cause cancer.
Yeah, it's the WHO, so they're going to lie about it.
I thought we'd have a quick look at the list.
Mm.
So this is how they're classified. In Group 1, carcinogenic to humans, so definitely causes cancer. Group 2A probably causes cancer, but we're not sure.
Mhm.
And 2B is possibly carcinogenic to humans.
We wish it would cause cancer.
Hey, I got a question though. What is California's though? Because everything has, to California's standards, this may cause cancer.
I think they look at the possible stuff and say, oh, okay, it may cause cancer, or maybe they take probably and then say that it may, because possibly and probably.
True.
What does may mean? May could mean either of them.
True.
But it,
Yes.
yeah.
So I just searched for 2B.
Mhm.
So aloe vera, whole leaf extract, carpentry and joinery.
Well, that might be more like wood fibers or dust. I don't know. That would be my first guess, but
Yeah, cool frog. Yes, there's been studies, but the studies I saw all gave it to rats, and all gave it to rats in dosages of the equivalent of drinking 45 liters
yes.
of diet Coke a
To
day.
reach carcinogenic levels of aspartame, you need to drink a fucking lot of it. A can of Diet Coke every day is not going to give you cancer.
Also, we don't use aspartame here. We use
We do.
No, we use phenylalanine.
Sweetener 51 is aspartame, which is in Pepsi Max.
We use phenylalanine.
And aspartame. There are multiple sweet. At least on my bottle of Pepsi Max.
I
So
just
look
happen to have a bottle of Pepsi Max right here.
Yeah, you'll see sweeteners.
What's Pepsi Max?
Wait, you don't have Pepsi Max?
You'll see like sweetener. It says
Wait,
contains
hold on.
phenylalanine.
Hold
Sorry,
up.
You keep going.
Ryu, what the hell?
Americans don't have Pepsi Max. Are you taking the piss?
Yeah. It's literally
Yeah.
Pepsi's
It's like Coke Zero.
alternative to
It's
Coke.
Pepsi Max. Max taste, no sugar. Do you
Yeah.
guys just have no sugar Pepsi?
No, we have Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Oh, okay. So over here,
Hmm.
Pepsi Zero Sugar is called Pepsi Max.
Oh,
Yeah, Max taste no sugar. Yeah.
Yeah, AJ, Pepsi Max is Pepsi no sugar.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We just call it
we
Pepsi
had
Max.
it here for like
Clearly, we had the better branding.
Hang on.
at least 1 year. I shouldn't say 20 years.
I'll show the Americans, right? Just to show the Americans.
10 to 15 years.
Can you put my camera?
It's been
Video.
I agree with
I've lost my
Kofi.
camera. Logitech stream cam. Come on.
Yes, stop bullying Ryu.
Long time ago. Been a long time. All right. Pepsi Max.
Yeah.
Does it look like that? Similar.
yeah.
no
I've
sugar.
I've seen that.
Similar.
Yeah. All right.
What is
Lock
sugar?
that up. I'm gonna lock that up.
AJ, sugar is that thing that comes from corn.
Canes.
I'm not
canes.
going to be able to see that.
It's that thing that comes from corn. That's what
Not gonna
sugar is
focus.
for you guys.
It's not. I'm,
Over here,
fuck-
it's the
fuck
thing
it.
that comes from cane.
What comes from corn is fuel.
But yeah,
Yes, that's, the
I was trying to show the
phenylalanine is the
ingredient.
amino acid that we use in our
Yes.
that's our sweetener.
I was trying to show this. I was trying to show the ingredient list. There is 2 sweeteners in Pepsi Max, 950 and 951. One of those is actually aspartame. We just don't list it by name on the label, but I think it's 950. I'll double check. But aspartame is absolutely in Pepsi Max, just used by the generic number instead of its actual name. Sweetener 951 is
But it's
aspartame.
cut with other stuff.
I don't know how much is in it, but sweetener 951 is aspartame.
Probably not a lot because it's not that sweet.
Oh, for God's sake, doesn't make
But
it
yeah.
fucking... Anyway,
Yeah. If you drink like probably 60 liters of Pepsi Max a day, yeah, you probably get fucking cancer. I don't know. I don't know how much. I don't know how much it would take, but
you'll have bigger problems than that.
Yeah. Way more bigger
all the
problems
other
than
acids
cancer.
and stuff that's in it will probably fuck you up even more.
You guys have Coke no sugar, right? Or is it Coke Max over there?
It's Coke no
Oh,
sugar.
Diet Coke.
It's Coke Zero.
old
is
one.
what
Diet
it's
No,
called.
we have
separate.
Diet Coke as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, Diet Coke and,
Yeah,
Coke, and Coke Zero or Coke No Sugar are different. They both use aspartame, but they are different. They're different flavors and formulations. Otherwise,
Diet Coke is new Coke with
Yep.
sweetener instead of
Yep.
sugar.
Yep.
There's new Coke now.
it was called New Coke.
It was called New Coke at the time. Nobody liked it.
Yeah, I think it was a
Nobody
nice
liked
thing.
the rebrand. Nobody liked the rebrand. When they were in blind testing, people preferred it.
No,
but when-
AJ, this
but when they
stream is
came
being
out-
brought to you by Bud Light.
Thank you, Dylan. Thank you for your service, Dylan.
No. So back in the 90s? No, maybe
80s?
early 90s.
It's
late
Trump's
80s.
favorite drink, anyway.
Yeah.
So before Diet Coke came out,
85.
Coke tried to do a rebrand because their sales were dropping against Pepsi.
Yeah.
And what they did is they came up with a new formulation, and they blind tested it,
It tastes
and
a lot
everybody
like
preferred broadly most people preferred the flavor, like the taste of new Coke. But when they said, oh, we're changing the recipe so that Coke, the original Coke recipe, would no longer exist, and they just have the new Coke recipe. People lost their fucking mind.
Yeah.
Like, there were fucking news story after news story after news story. There were like public letter writing campaigns until finally fucking Coke relented and said, no, we're going back to classic Coke.
Yes.
And then what they did is they took all the research they had from New Coke and the New Coke recipe, and then they added this fancy new sweetener called NutraSweet to Coke to sweeten it, and then advertise that as Diet Coke. So Diet Coke is New Coke with sweetener. Coke no sugar or Coke zero sugar, whatever the bottle says today. Coke zero sugar is a version of the classic Coke. So what they did is they took the classic Coke recipe and they tried to make a new version that tasted the same using sweeteners.
I think it's I'm looking at this as we're going along, and Wikipedia is saying something different. It's saying
Wikipedia is
that
wrong.
You're probably wrong. It's probably wrong.
I was there. Wikipedia is wrong.
Thank you, Chris Williams. You were there.
Wikipedia is fake news.
Apparently, Diet Coke came out in 82. New Coke came out in 85. New Coke is based off Diet Coke with high fructose. Yeah, so it's not the other way around. New Coke was based off Diet Coke, but New Coke is gone. Either way.
Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Irrelevant because Pepsi is the superior soft drink.
100%. Yes.
Yeah. So the bracket fern, carpentry and joinery, diesel marine fuel. I can kind of understand that. Gasoline. Unfortunately, gasoline. I don't know about any of you, but I love the smell of petrol.
No, I don't.
Rolling into a petrol station.
I mean, that's okay. That's one thing. I mean,
no Rama.
Yeah.
No, absolutely Rama. No, don't sniff petrol. Apparently, HPV probably causes cancer. Sorry, no, 2B. Possibly.
Yeah.
So, literally a thing we know causes cancer. The human papillomavirus causes cervical cancer. We know that.
But only
HPV,
certain types.
Only certain types, but I don't know what those types mean.
My fucking Christ.
HPV type.
Magnetic fields, extremely low frequency.
Oh, this is they're getting into
no.
Pickled vegetables. Sorry, Ryu.
Traditional
Asian.
Oh, your kimchi is going to cause you cancer. You're screwed.
Kimchi causes cancer. What else?
I'm surprised emojis is not
Progestogen.
in this list.
Radio frequency electromagnetic field.
Oh, the 5G.
Jesus Christ.
Weapons grade. What was that?
What? Weapons grade plutonium.
Tungsten.
Weapons grade tungsten.
Okay.
So, hang on, I
means-
can explain this.
Yeah.
So, weapons grade tungsten is the grade of tungsten that's used to tip, like armor piercing stuff. So stuff that needs to punch through. Because tungsten is incredibly dense. Like Dave, it's just so incredibly dense.
Damn.
It's incredibly dense. So they put it on the tip because it doesn't compress.
Yeah.
So that when it hits something, it maintains its form and punches through.
But basically, you don't touch it with your bare hands and stuff, so you don't get any.
You might get some tungsten in you.
Like small particles. Or
That's
whatever.
new. That's this year.
Oh,
okay.
I thought, yeah. Oh, because I think I had lead poisoning once, and that fucked me up.
I grew up next to a lead, or not next to, but on the other side of the hill from a lead and zinc smelter.
Oh,
So
shit.
every year, all the kids at school got blood tests.
Fuck. I was doing lead lighting with my grandfather, and yeah, I must not have been wearing gloves and stuff because just holding all the lead flux and all that, and then maybe I didn't wash my hands, and then I was fucking sick for 2 weeks.
Yeah, so Coolfrog says artificial sweeteners are far worse than sugar. Kind of. Proper sugar, absolutely. High fructose corn syrup, no.
Yeah, it's better than
I
HFCS.
think it's
for
on
sure.
par high fructose corn syrup, but I do wonder. I do wonder what the long term effects are of your body consuming this thing that says, this is really sweet, like that tricks your brain into saying, oh no, this is sweet. This thing you're tasting is sweet.
Well, it is sweet, but it just doesn't have all the fucking calories of sugar.
Yeah,
but
it's not something. It's not something we would eat that way naturally.
We wouldn't just.
So
bottle that shit
our
up.
body's responses to flavors and tastes and all that stuff is evolutionary. So I do wonder what the psychological effect to our not like how our bodies adjust our brain chemistry to how it reacts to sweeteners and stuff.
So we do adjust to the sweetness. So like if you're used to like high like volumes of sugar, like an apple won't taste as sweet as it would be if you've like been having like had no sugar for like months
allegedly, but like aspartame as an example, like it actually is sweet. Allegedly, it's 200 times sweeter than sucrose. So if you take a gram of aspartame and a gram of sucrose, aspartame is 200 times sweeter. I don't know how they measure that though, but for that reason you've got to use so much less of it. But it is actually something that does supposedly taste sweet.
AJ, I think every woman does or used to before they started vaccinating for it.
Yeah.
See an example of a good vaccine that actually does a good vaccine where you take it and then you never get that thing.
Exactly.
This is how vaccines were.
Yeah.
The COVID vaccine is not a vaccine.
No, it's not.
It's prophylactic.
They're twisting
best,
the words, which means they're trying to manipulate us.
Exactly.
There we go.
And
aspartame right there.
There it is. Yep, aspartame there is possibly carcinogenic, but again, you'd have to go way over the recommended
Oil
limit.
Orange SS.
So it's oil orange colored Nazis.
Yeah.
Oil orange SS. Snafu. Only the girls are the
men don't take it. No.
Vaccinated for HPV. Caffeic acid. That's not caffeine, is it? Because the world
Google
is
it.
fucked.
Caffeic acid
is
the
potentially
is an antioxidant in vitro and also in vivo. No, nothing to do with coffee.
It's found in I don't know.
I don't care. It's not in coffee.
It's not the coffee stuff. I take it back. Actually, it can. Some of it is in coffee, and red wine, and mint, thyme, sage spearmint, sunflower seeds.
I'm getting the feeling that everything causes cancer.
You know what? No, I know. Ultimately, the cause of cancer is life.
You do know that's California standard. Everything gives you
Everything gives
cancer.
you cancer.
But yeah, caffeic acid is not related to caffeine.
How the fuck does a color give you fucking cancer?
You do know when you buy if you actually look at certain pens, even at Staples or Walmart or anything like that, it'll actually put California standard. This may actually.
I've seen products that have like this product is classified as carcinogenic in California.
I think that's a dye. I
Yeah.
chloroform. Holy shit! I think that's a dye.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a dye.
A dye formulation. Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, it looks like the color itself. Is,
Yes.
But chloroform.
Yeah. And the next page said
oh,
chloroform.
you idiot! Those are color forms. Oh no! All the tanners are fucked.
Oh no.
Well, I guess they're doubly
no.
fucked anyway because the sun causes cancer. Tryptin blue, lead, nickel.
Enough thermal will give you ear cancer too.
Yes.
Lead is cancerous, isn't it? Carcinogenic.
Lead is
No. Lead
Possibly.
isn't. Lead is possibly cancerous. It is not definitely cancerous. Same with
It just
nickel.
messes you up in a different way.
Lead will kill you in a different way.
Yeah, it's just straight up poisoned. Yeah, okay.
Kava extract. What was that? That was ginkgo. That was like ginkgo biloba extract. Jeez.
Oh no. I love how it doesn't actually say how much of this stuff.
No, of course
Like,
not.
You'd have to go to the volume.
You have to.
and-
You have to bathe in it. You have to
Yeah,
live in it.
you have to be
You have to live in a
molded by
factory
it.
of it. Anyway. So yes, that's another thing that'll give you cancer. Aloe vera. So remember that next time you're rubbing it into yourself.
Emojis will give you cancer as well.
So
Yeah.
let's watch this.
What'd you say? I don't know what, you know what? The thing about that story, it's just a mystery to me. No one was more shocked than I was. Are you serious? In the Biden White House, somebody left an 8-ball of cocaine in a public. I was like, I said to my wife, that just doesn't, it's just not in character. You know? I just don't believe it. It's clearly a setup. I went right back to Marion Barry and I was like, somebody set you up. I'm serious. It was, you know what I mean? It was like, it was so, I'll stop with it. That was my favorite story of all time. Because it just explains all the behavior. It really does. I mean, I worked in the media business for my whole life, so I know what the behavior looks like. But it's like crazed and grandiose. I've got a plan. You're not going to believe it. It's unbelievable. It's going to totally work. What we're going to do is we're going to totally rearrange everything, okay? We've been doing things a certain way for a long time, okay? And it's worked, but I've got a better plan.
That reminds me. Cocaine will give you cancer.
Co-
Being a
does-
politician will give you cancer.
Cocaine is carcinogenic.
Well, actually gives everyone else cancer. really.
Somebody tell Hunter. Now play. So Cool Fox has now played Roger Stone's speech from TVUSA.
Was it the
have it?
first one? Oh, wait, there it is.
No.
No.
Oh, yeah. Okay. How long is
When
this?
it opens in a new tab, I have to switch to the tab.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
850.
Pardon me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We watched this whole thing.
Thank
guess.
you. I stand before you as living proof that Jesus Christ can do anything. You may recognize me from CNN. You know, the morning that 29 heavily armed, fully SWAT-clad FBI agents swarmed my home, stormed my home. They were fully kitted out in SWAT gear, brandishing fully automatic M4 assault weapons to arrest me for the non-existent fabricated crime of lying to Congress in my voluntary testimony regarding Russian collusion, which never actually happened. The whole purpose of charging me was to pressure me to testify falsely against my friend of 45 years, the greatest president since Abraham Lincoln, Donald J. Trump.
Wasn't he arrested in 2019?
Maybe. I don't really recall.
I can't remember who was president then.
They presented a list of 26 phone calls between candidate Trump and myself in 2016, and they said all you have to do is testify that these phone calls had to do with Russian collusion or WikiLeaks collaboration. And they said, if you don't cooperate, we're going to hit you with superseding charges. You'll die in prison. And I said, you can go to hell. Now, I am a veteran of 13 national presidential campaigns. But politics has changed dramatically in America. There was a time in America when both parties were patriotic. There was a time in America when both parties believed in capitalism, believed in free enterprise. Yeah, the Republican Party wanted to tax a little less and spend a little less. The Democratic Party wanted to tax a little more and spend a little more. But the Democratic Party of John F. Kennedy, the Democratic Party of Harry Truman, who broke the backs of the communists in Greece, that Democratic Party no longer exists. It has been captured. It has been hijacked by a group of Marxist, socialist lunatics. What we have today is not a fight between Republicans and Democrats. It is not a fight between liberals and conservatives. What we have today is a fight between good and evil. A fight between dark and light. A fight between the godly and the godless. And if we fail, America will step off into 1,000 years of darkness. Last week in Media Matters for America, they criticized me for saying that our opponents were demonic, that our opponents were satanic. I only said it because they are. Our problem today really are not the screwball socialist Marxist Democrats. Our real problem are the feckless, gutless, weak-kneed.
I appreciate that he's using the rhetoric of Christianity, but does anybody think he actually practices what he preaches?
Of course not.
Does any?
No.
Yeah. I mean, Roger Stone always struck me as just a flim-flam man.
A
very good flim-flam man. But
yeah. Okay. I'm godless. Okay. I'm apparently godless. That means I'm evil. Right. Fuck off, Roger.
No, but I mean, the irony is that I don't think he actually believes.
I don't think he believes it either.
I mean, it's like Trump. Trump wraps himself in Christian, in Christian words, but he doesn't believe it.
Christian, so
does Romney and all that nice shit in religion. Yeah. They're all fucking hypocrites.
Very few people do.
Christianity doesn't actually mean anything. There's so many denominations who have so many differences. Like you can't even agree on whether there's the Holy Trinity is actually a thing or not.
Well, that's a Catholic Protestant thing, but
that's what I mean. What does it mean to be Christian? Many people, there's a whole lot of disagreement about that.
Us lapsed Catholics don't care, but actual Catholics just think you guys don't believe in Christ anyway. So
yeah.
But yes. So AJ says AJ doesn't cough. AJ says only correct interpretations. Both Democrats and Republicans aren't fighting for citizens, but for lobbyists and corporate interests. Yes.
That's right.
Exactly.
Get the money.
Fucking spot on, Cool Frog. It's all bullshit. Cool Frog is just like Biden, who says he's a devout Catholic but believes in abortion. Yes, his support for abortion would look, as someone who grew up Catholic, his support for abortion would leave him like
he's a heretic.
Abortion's a mortal sin.
Yeah,
He's
excommunicated.
encouraging a mortal, like, yeah.
But
it's
yeah,
just-
Roger Stone's been around for a long time. You can, I think there's pictures of him.
He's the consummate
meeting
political
with
operative.
Nixon. So yeah, he's been around the circuit. He knows how to present himself. So of course, we're not gonna. He's gonna present himself in a way that is more palpable for the Trump voters.
I think Roger Stone could walk into any room and know how to talk to every audience, like Trump.
Yeah.
Lily-livered, white wine swilling, country club belonging, establishment Republicans, and it is time to show them the door.
Trump?
What's wrong with country clubs, Roger? Mar-a-Lago is basically a country club.
Here is my message for Speaker Kevin McCarthy. It is very simple. It is time to impeach Joe Biden, or let's vacate the chair and make Matt Gaetz Speaker of the House.
See, I do think that Republicans that aren't pushing for, like, especially with all the current revelations, that aren't pushing to impeach Joe Biden, they're just cowards. Like, it's meaningless. Like, impeachment is meaningless now. So just fucking do it. They did it twice to Trump. They were happy to do it after he was fucking out of office. That's how meaningless it is now. So just fucking go hog wild.
It's not like you'll actually get.
Instead, they're all floating. Oh, we're going to reverse it. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Just fucking impeach
Decorum's
Joe.
already been broken.
Like,
The precedent
fucking
is
hell.
set.
Yes.
Just fucking do it.
Joe Biden will be in 3 states today: the state of unconsciousness, the state of semi-consciousness, and the state of confusion.
Blood.
That's a good
Chris
line.
Christie needs to run, not for president, he just needs to run.
True.
Lazy. I've made that joke.
Now, as a veteran of many years in American politics, I'm going to tell you something somewhat shocking. Joe Biden will not be the nominee of the Democratic Party in 2024. Kamala Harris will briefly become president, but the only way in their party they can replace a woman of color is with another woman of color. And yes, you heard it here first. The Democratic nominee for president will be Michelle Obama. They have already rigged their primaries. The reason that they have canceled the Iowa caucuses and the New Hampshire primary.
I very much, if he believes that, I very much want some of what he is smoking.
Well,
is to
I
put
can
South
see it.
Carolina, a state where a majority of the Democratic primaries are primary voters are African Americans, and they will allow Gavin Newsom to purchase the vice presidential nomination, but the Obamas will hold him up for $600 or $800 million to do so.
Yeah.
You heard it here first. When Steve Bannon says it in 3 weeks, remember I said it first.
Burn. Excuse me.
Politics has always been a contact sport. I've been very forthright about the fact that when I hit rock bottom, when it was clear that I was about to be lynched in a Soviet-style show trial in which all my constitutional rights would be ignored, and that I would be lynched after being gagged. And I realized that my mentor, Richard Nixon, I have a tattoo of him on my back. It's about the size of a grapefruit between my shoulders. It's a daily reminder that in life, when you get knocked down, when you suffer defeats, when you are disappointed, when you reach for something and you fall short and you're ready to quit, that is the time to get up off the mat and get back in the game. You see, the story of Richard Nixon is the story of persistence. It's the story of resilience. It's an American story.
That's a nice story, but as a general rule, when I want something to remind me every day, I don't tattoo it on my back.
No, especially don't tattoo another man on my back.
I don't tattoo it on my back where I would have to stand between 2 mirrors to see it.
And I especially don't get a tattoo of Richard fucking Nixon.
Tricky dick.
Yep.
But in the truth, I'm also the only man you know with a dick on the front and the back.
Hey.
Yet.
Okay, so he did that to set up that joke, lame.
Yes.
But whatever.
It was my mentor, Richard Nixon, who said, "The greatness comes not when things go always good for you. The greatness comes when you are really tested, when you take some knocks, some disappointments, when sadness comes. Because only when you have been in the deepest valley can you understand the majesty of the highest mountaintop. He also said a man is not finished when he is defeated. He is only finished when he quits. When it comes to the fight for America, both Donald J. Trump and I will never quit. God bless you.
Imagine trying to emulate Nixon.
I think that's all right. Like,
it's Nixon, not exactly held in a high regard.
Nixon was a decent president for
I wasn't around, obviously, but I'm growing up with the world's impressions of Nixon after he left, I guess. So
The liberal version of Nixon.
probably, I've probably just been indoctrinated with
Well,
last
the
40
problem
years
with
of media.
Nixon is the only thing anybody remembers is Watergate.
Okay.
So, but everybody not many people point out that the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, like Nixon did a lot for the US. Like, granted, the EPA is retarded now, but yes.
Well, Watergate's now kind of a useless thing because of the recent stuff that's happened with Trump. Like, the impeachment process is now a joke. So now I'm looking at
Gamergate,
everything's a gate.
I'm just looking back and like, was Watergate really that big of a deal?
At the time.
At the
Well,
time,
look,
yes.
So in today's context, it would be huge. Because, look, make no mistake, Nixon sent people to break into the DNC's offices in the Watergate Hotel. So, yeah. And yes,
But is that worse than rigging an election?
Well, no. They weren't arrested by the police mid-rigging the election.
How about hacking into the DNC?
You'd have to talk to Russia about that. You have to know that wasn't Russia. That was Seth Rich, obviously. AJ says Nixon's will always hold the massive L of the war on drugs. Yes, and that's because he didn't like the beatniks. He hated those goddamn hippies. And the hippies smoked weed and did other drugs. So the easiest way to target them.
And then Roger Stone's on that drug.
The easiest way to target them was the war on drugs. Anyway, I thought this was funny from Clifton Duncan. The worst thing about the Hollywood shutdown is that now the only entertainment we have is podcasts, YouTube, video games, books, music, friends, family, and 100 years of superior TV and film.
I don't know how we're going to survive this.
I don't know how we'd survive.
It's almost like nothing of value was lost.
Yes, I have a great deal of television on my NAS, and I've always justified it by saying, well, look, one day I'll retire, and then what'll I do? And I guess I'll watch TV, like I'll watch old TV, like TV that I've seen before, or TV that I hadn't watched yet. So yeah.
So he's retiring. Got it.
Dr. Jordan Peterson. Comparison: number of black people killed by police, 2023, 225. Number of double mastectomies on minors. So there's the number of people killed by police in 2023 so far. Well, black people is the blue, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's just as many. And yet, one is treated like a horrible tragedy, and the other is just it doesn't happen apparently.
Now, in fairness, 2023 is only half over.
Yeah,
but points still
look, even if you take 2022.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like it's almost 400. So.
Yeah, exactly. So it's borderline comparable.
Disney's live-action Snow White under fire for replacing 7 dwarves with magical creatures of all sizes and genders.
Do we still call them dwarfs?
Well, obviously it's not. The movie is just going to be called Snow
They're
White.
thermo size.
But do they
I think the guy at the back
identify
might
as
be
dwarfs?
thermo size, but not the guy at the front.
That's a non-binary.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah, it is just called Snow White. Yes.
So, Ryu, you can just say that guy has a mental illness,
True.
and you'll have said the same thing. Yeah. So Disney's forthcoming live-action Snow White is not just you could have done a shot for fucking shot remake.
No, you can't do that.
Can't do that.
If you gave it the Lion King treatment, it would be the huge. It would fucking sell huge numbers. But instead, you have to fucking push this ridiculous fucking politics.
Well, they
can't even hire 7 small people.
Well,
that's discrimination.
If they're magical creatures, they can be fucking digital.
Well, let's ask Hornswoggle about it.
And what are their names going to be?
I don't know. Probably not. They're probably not changing.
No, because you can't have any of one of these can't be Sleepy and the other one Dopey.
Sure, they can.
It's going to
call
be
the white man Dopey.
No, the black person will be Sleepy.
And which one's going to be Donna and which one's going to be Blitzen?
That's a reindeer names.
Yeah, I
know. You were just making sure we knew. But they can't even get the casting for Snow White correct. Like they casted a Hispanic woman as Snow White. Like no.
And
look, I honestly, at first look, I was like,
she's not bad looking, but
look, she's very attractive. Rachel Zegler
first look, I was like,
girl.
is that Red Riding Hood?
Yeah, that's not Snow White. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because it's not Snow White.
She is too tanned to be Snow White. I'm sorry.
It's not tan. It's Hispanic.
Well, I mean, you can get some really light-skinned Hispanic ladies. Don't get me wrong. But, she is too dark for a better term. Lack of a better term, she is too dark to be Snow White. She's light-skinned, but she's not skin as white as snow, as the story says.
I can even look past that bit.
Oh yeah, like this is.
But it is literally Snow White and the 7
It would be
dwarves.
I could see a movie with this. This is the least important thing.
Parker
I'm
says no.
still curious on how they're going to do
Yeah, she's just Sicilian Basil. Yeah,
no brown.
How are they going to do the ending?
That's exactly the point.
Well, they can't. In the era of Me Too, they can't.
Yeah, you can't because you can't kiss an unconscious.
Well, hopefully the magical creatures just what's it called? Cremate Snow White when they think she's dead, and the movie ends there. Instead of no, look, we can't bear to bury her, so we'll put her in a glass coffin for a year.
Mm. This ties into the whole argument when characters get race swapped. It's like, well, what does being white have to do with their character? Why does it matter? Because she's fucking Snow White. One of the very few characters who actually is explicitly fucking white.
Yeah, it's based off of a story where
she
the mother.
Need no man. She needs 7 of them.
Well, 3.5.
No, she needs like
3.5 because they're dwarfs.
Depending on how many of these are NBs or fucking whatever, agender or whatever ridiculous fucking.
Yeah, then let's be real. These are all women. They're all women. They're all women.
They're all F words.
F slurs.
F slurs. It's not quite time to bring it the full down.
Yeah, Boomer.
Did you see Piers Morgan's interview with the dwarf regarding this?
Hornswoggle from WWE. Hornswoggle came out and was very angry about this because, well, people with dwarfism are being passed up for the roles.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's.
There was another dwarf related story, I think. Let me find it. Where was it? Bear with me. There it is here.
All the good dwarf actors are dead, though, as far as I know. Vern Troyer.
I'm glad you said good. All the good ones are dead.
Tattoo from Fantasy Island. I can't actually name any more. Oh no, Peter Dinklage is still tiny.
Yeah, he's a decent actor.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. Yeah.
Oh, what's that other one?
I like the biopic that
Warwick Davis.
Yeah, that's
Warwick Davis.
Yeah, Dylan posted Hornswoggle.
Yeah. Says Hugh Grant's Wonka role hurts actors of my stature.
So it's not
he didn't get cast as an Oompa Loompa.
Progression at all to me. My issue with it is exactly what you said. There are actors, dwarf actors, that that dream to be in a major motion picture such as this Disney remake. And now, because Peter Dinklage said what he said last year, now it's taken away. And it's taken away because of quote unquote progression and all that. And it's not right, because these are roles made for actors of my stature. Roles that aren't.
I just love that's the best double entendre
ever really given. I can't go out for the Harrison Ford or the George Clooney roles because that's not for me.
Why not?
These dwarf roles.
No, these guys need to fucking show up. Like if you have dwarfism, if you are a height vertically challenged, you fucking go for these roles and just say, what are you like? What's this shit? Just because I'm vertically challenged, I can't play 007. This is bullshit.
Well, hey, if John Rhys Davies can play
Twitter
Gimli,
is going to find out about this.
The Lord of the Rings solved
You can only
shit
play
easily,
it.
though.
That's 007.
Yeah, the Lord of the Rings solved this shit easily with camera tricks.
Yeah,
when they were John Rhys Davies and Gimli.
Yeah, but then the casting director may laugh them out of the audition, but then they'd be cancelled.
Yeah. Which doesn't really
Roles
matter
are
now
for
because they're already on strike.
people of my stature.
Right.
And now it's taken away. I don't feel that's right. And not only that, but now think about the additional stunt actors or body doubles or that. Now you're talking multiple actors of my stature that don't get these major roles. And why? What's the reasoning? Because we're supposed to be progressive and we're supposed to just not view them as that.
Well, you know the
these
irony.
were heroes.
The
all
irony-
of these dwarves, all of these dwarves took care of Snow White.
cutting the little
They
nails.
all had characteristics, separate characteristics. They weren't these cave-dwelling monsters that people speak of. They all had 7 different characteristics for 7 different actors that from my community, and I don't feel it's right that got taken away
completely
from us.
and utterly agree with you.
Why does Dylan always have that guy on the right on? Why is he? You go, Rhea. Sorry, didn't
I
hear.
was just reading what it popped up saying.
Piers Morgan always has the dude on the right.
I have
there.
short attendance spans sometimes.
No, you're right. No, I didn't hear you.
Sometimes. But yes, this is apparently because Hugh Grant has been cast as the Oompa Loompa in the new Wonka film.
Yeah.
So
wait, what?
Yes,
there's a new Wonka film, and apparently Hugh Grant is the Oompa Loompas.
Another one?
Yeah.
But it's not called Willy Wonka in the anything. It's just called Wonka.
Yeah.
In
And
the,
then,
you
yeah.
know, like Oppenheimer.
Yeah. Yes.
Barbie.
Yes, Gavon, that blonde dude is such an insufferable gay. There was a very, very famous episode of that where Douglas Murray was on the other side, and those two went at it like slapping fairies. Holy shit.
Piers Morgan.
Oh yeah, Piers Morgan was hosting
the
episode of
next
Piers
to
Morgan. But
Piers Morgan.
But there was an episode where Piers was interviewing Douglas Murray and the gay guy on the right at the end there. I can't remember his name. I don't care to.
At the end there, are we looking at something?
Yeah, like literally the last second.
Yeah, like right at the last second, there's the guy, there's him. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's always on Piers Morgan. I can't stand him. I can't remember his name, but he's always on Piers Morgan. I don't get it. I don't know why he's there. I don't know why Piers keeps bringing him on.
Look, I think it's terrible.
Yeah.
That that Peter Dinklage went ahead and got all these fancy roles, and then as soon as he made it big, he pulled up the step stool behind him.
Yep. Well, CGI has erased the need for dwarf actors, basically. That's exactly.
You just missed the joke.
I didn't.
You just ignored it.
No, he pulled up the ladder so the little people can't reach it. I get it.
The ladder, the step stool.
Yeah, the step stool, the ladder. I thought you said ladder.
No,
sorry.
not a ladder, because you put the ladder behind him.
I heard
it's out of reach of the
Never
little
mind.
people. I get it.
Never mind.
You screwed up the joke.
It's gone. It's gone. Houston woman detained in Dubai, charged with screaming in public.
Inshallah.
What a fucking great law. No, what a fucking terrible law. 2 months are just the last 2 months are described as terrifying for a Houston.
Ryu, what the hell's going on, man?
Ryu doesn't understand how microphones work.
Oh.
Sorry, I was laughing.
I can't even do that. Like, if I it doesn't make any fucking noise. Like the
Yes,
microphone
blow
cancels it
into
out.
the microphone, everyone.
If I blow all over.
Sorry, I was laughing.
I can't even.
Fucking laughing.
This is why I need side tone to be turned back on. I can't actually hear what that sounds like.
The crime Tierra Young Allen is charged with may surprise you. Dubai is increasingly a vacation destination for a number of Houston women. One is now trying to get back to the Bayou City. We're told her passport has been confiscated because her mum says she's been charged with the crime of screaming in public. It could also result in prison time. It's very scary, explains Allen's mum, Tina Baxton, who says the trip turned terrifying for her daughter, Tierra Young Allen, when she was a passenger at a friend's rental car and they got into an accident there in Dubai. Baxter says when her daughter went to the rental car company to retrieve her ID, credit card, and other items left in the rental, it didn't go well. She found out she could only receive those items if she paid an undisclosed amount of money. She dealt with a very aggressive individual, a young man there who was screaming at her. Baxter adds, she says her 29-year-old daughter ultimately yelled back, resulting in her daughter being charged for screaming there in Dubai. Does anybody believe this fucking this account of events?
Yes, I absolutely. Well, because it's as the next sentence. She's in jail for one reason and one reason alone. She raised her voice. In that country, a female is not even allowed to raise her voice.
It explains community activist Kwan LX.
It depends what she was yelling about, though. Was she?
We all know why she went there anyway.
To be a porta potty of some description?
Why would you go to Dubai, the UAE, the people where they fucking lynch gay people?
To be a porta potty?
Exactly. We all know the stories.
Yes.
And that's her job.
No, not everyone here is an Aussie. Ryu is not an Aussie.
Not yet.
And nor is Dave, but I think Dave fell off his chair.
Dave's Mexican.
Yeah, we can't help Dave.
So yes, the every town who wants every town to not have any guns has decided that it is a great idea to be able to to host an index of every single person with a federal firearm license. So you could search for every licensed gun dealer in the United States.
Isn't that already public info?
No. So, because the ATF's not allowed to make lists of this shit.
Oh, sorry. I see what you're saying. Sorry, I thought it was just like a list of gun dealers, like licensed.
No, this is it is. It's any licensed gun dealer, but plenty of people are licensed gun dealers. They have an FFL, so they can own.
Yeah, they don't have a business. Sorry, I got those
specific weapons.
Yep, gotcha.
Own specific weapons and also do modifications.
Yeah, and do modifications to weapons. That's why a whole bunch of FFLs are actually in residential properties.
Yeah.
It's because people who just happen to have an FFL,
but they don't run a business,
because they want to do stuff. So
yep, I gotcha.
And also maybe fix up their friends' guns.
Yeah,
because you can't do that without FFL license.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, thanks every town. I'm sure that won't ever be abused.
No, it's supposed to be abused.
Well, that's exactly right. The idea is you'll be able to raise a fucking call. The calling guy says over on Rumble says, "Is this one of those stupid conspiracy shows? Geez, this is boring." No, this is not one of those stupid conspiracy shows. We just go through the news from the past week.
Yep, it's just
honestly, it's mostly mostly the Daily Mail and random weirdo shit from the New York Post.
He probably just came in when we were doing this Roger Stone bit.
Yeah, bad time to jump in.
Are there timestamps over on Rumble?
Not really.
No, there's no timestamps, so I can't see when it. Whatever. Rumble, why do you suck? Italy erases the names of gay mothers from their child's birth certificates in heartbreaking crackdown against same-sex parents, and surrogacy led by its ultra-conservative woman PM.
There's a reason why they did it.
Is it a good reason? Because it feels like a shitty thing to do.
Because it's a birth certificate. One of these women did not give birth to the child. Like, that's all this is.
And yeah, on your birth certificate, your dad's name is there. He didn't give birth to the child.
No, but he contributed the sperm. One of these women is not a biological parent of the child.
Yeah,
right?
but are they
Yeah.
both
my
listed
father
under
my
mother?
birth certificate.
According to these, the going by what the article says, like I don't know how you put two mothers on a birth certificate. That doesn't make any sense to me in the first place.
Yeah,
No,
because
I
birth
know how you
certificate
could
doesn't
do
tell
it.
you who
You
has
could put
guardianship.
birthing person
That's right.
and other parent.
Fuck you, right?
I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get how you would.
Parent 1, parent 2.
Well, think mine actually says father and mother.
Yeah, mine says father.
Well, yeah, because mine's in the 90s.
Yeah, but like it's a birth certificate. It's not a document of guardianship.
Yeah.
One of these women did not biologically contribute to the child, so they are not a biological mother. But the problem arises in like the next paragraph there, because in Italy, only the biological mother has parenting rights. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
But like it's a birth certificate. Surely the father should be there or listed as unknown. Like if you're not a biological parent, you shouldn't be on a birth certificate.
Yeah, I feel like the process should be the other mother adopts the child.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's a certificate
There's
of
other ways
adoption
for
to go
guardianship
along.
and yeah, all that.
Like-
That's fine. But it's a birth certificate.
But yeah. Yeah.
So Italy doing the right thing.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's
It's
really
still-
how my birth certificate is.
Doing it retroactively feels kind of shitty.
Yeah,
They need
kind
to
of.
clean. It is clean up the nation.
But again, it's just
Like
Maloney
it-
just being
Doing it to me, doing it retroactively seems punitive.
I
can
can-
understand
yeah,
saying
yeah.
from this time forward, blah blah blah.
Yeah. I
and-
think they could have been just like a provision in there saying, "Hey, we're going to change the certificate,
Yeah.
but everyone before this date gets an exemption or something like that."
Yeah, or yeah, just yeah.
Yeah. But either way, like Maloney's just going back to common sense. Hey, one of you is not actually a mother, so you can't be on the document. Like,
Yeah.
just bring this. I don't know how it got that far in the first place, but whatever.
I blame Silvio. Fucking Silvio. It's all his fault. Anyway, let's watch this
Yeah.
rocket explode.
Sweet. Take that, wind farms. Where was this?
This was in Japan. It was a Japanese rocket engine.
Ryu, you've shamed your family.
4 of the scientists just committed seppuku. That sucks even harder because you just destroyed the test building as well.
Yeah.
So were these space rockets or military rockets?
shame under your family. Summon.
So yeah. And what rockets were those for? Was that for space
For their
exploration?
space program.
I thought they were like military, like artillery rockets or whatever.
We're not allowed
No,
to
that's
have
just more
those.
North Korea stuff.
No, it's just a
That's
rocket
fair.
engine. You know, the thing
Fair
that
enough.
to a rocket.
Yep.
California man paralyzed from run-in with police gets $20 million settlement. I had the video for this, but the guy who posted it said his account to private.
Yeah, I can't remember how this actually happened in the first place. Did they drop him on his head or something?
Yeah, they put him fucking
Yeah.
face down into the ground, yeah.
Yeah.
A Northern California man who's left paralyzed after he was slammed to the ground during a traffic stop won a $20 million settlement, one of the largest in the state's history. Gregory Gross, an Army veteran who lives in Yuba City, sued the police department in 2022 after police officers used a pain compliance technique and expressed disbelief when he repeatedly cried out, "I can't feel my legs." Police officers also dismissed Gross when he said, "I can't breathe," while being held face down on the lawn outside a hospital. Video released by Gross Live shows. Gross was accused of drunk driving and causing a slow speed collision in April 2020. Yeah, won't have any more run-ins now. Yeah.
But
God.
we're going to hell.
Stop it.
Gross was left with a broken neck, and he underwent 2 surgeries to fuse his spine. He said officers' use of force left him unable to walk or care for himself, and he now needs round-the-clock nursing for the rest of his life. We're not against the police, said attorney Mosley Collins, who represents Gross. We are for the police, but we are not against police brutality when it occurs. The settlement is among the largest police misconduct settlements in California in history. The state agreed to pay $24 million. In May, the state agreed to pay $24 million to the family of a man who died in police custody after screaming, "I can't breathe," as multiple officers restrained him while trying to take a blood sample. As part of the settlement, Yuba City will start randomly auditing officers' body cam footage and review use of force incidents, Police Chief Brian Baker said. He apologized to Gross at the news conference Tuesday. This is the problem. Like, to me, my issue is the cops who do this get off scot-free.
Yeah.
The state, the people of the
Taxpayer.
state, the taxpayer picks up the fucking bill, and that shouldn't happen. What should happen is the police union or the police retirement fund or the police pension fund or whatever the state or county does, like the police department should have to fucking pony up this cash. Like, if your police fuck up and this shit happens, your police should pay the fucking price.
Oh,
because they're not gonna get punished by the legal system. The legal system, like the criminal justice system, will not punish them. Full stop. It just won't. So fuck the police. Take their goddamn money. The entire department should have their fucking wages garnished, or their retirement accounts raided to pay for this fucking settlement. Now, granted, it's California, and the taxpayers of California should have risen up in anger long ago. But yeah, like, this is some bullshit. Taxpayers shouldn't have to foot this fucking bill. The police themselves should have to foot this fucking bill. And if this makes them not want to be police, or I don't know, not want to fucking, because the video was fucked, man. The way they treated this guy, they even said, like, they just picked him up and threw him around like a piece of meat after he's like, I can't feel my legs. Like, I can't feel my legs.
They were picking him up off the ground and dragging him around, weren't they?
Yeah. And then they threw him on the bed and like rolled him over violently to
Caused him even more
uncuff him.
injury.
And it's like, and then afterwards, they sort of pull the nurse aside and say, "Oh this is what he did. We put him on his face, and like he complained about this and this." So they fucking knew they'd actually fucking injured him, but they just couldn't fucking admit it. They couldn't go, "Oh fuck, we fucked up." Fucking piece of shit. I fucking hate police.
Yeah. Defund them.
No, don't defund the police. Just abolish them. Just get rid of them. Replace them, like, replace the parts you have to have with something else, and just give everybody a fucking handgun and 2 magazines.
Replace them with the Terminators.
No, Costy, don't back the blue.
Yes, RoboCops.
No, don't back the blue. Fuck the blue.
Yeah.
Honestly, I welcome our new robot police overlords.
The Terminators.
Because they're not going to fuck. Look, the robot police aren't going to get fucking scared.
No, they'll just shoot you.
When the robot police get scared, they don't have to fucking shoot a dog.
No, they'll do it just for.
No, they'll just fuck. They will overwhelm you. It's like, oh, stop. They don't have to pretend to. They won't get their feelings hurt and have to play the stop resisting. Stop resisting. Replace the cops with pit bulls and release them in the neighborhood.
An awful lot of dead pit bulls.
But yeah, fuck the police. Anyway, this is Trump's solution to end the war in Ukraine. God, it's from Ian Miles Chung.
Sorry.
You said you could end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours.
Yes, I could.
How would you do that?
Totally could.
I know Zelensky very well. I felt he was very honorable because when they asked him about the perfect phone call that I made, he said it was indeed perfect. He said it was, he didn't even know what they were talking about. He could have grandstanded, oh, I felt threatened.
Well, that's not going to be enough for Putin to stop bombing
No,
Ukraine.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that I know Zelensky very well and I know Putin very well, even better. And I had a good relationship, very good with both of them. I would tell Zelensky, no more. You got to make a deal. I would tell Putin, if you don't make a deal, we're going to give them a lot. We're going to give them more than they ever got if we have to. I will have the deal done in one day. One day.
You said you could.
No, you won't.
No, he won't. Mainly because other countries will tank it.
Well,
Trump
mainly
is not
because
a serious candidate.
why the fuck would Putin actually accept it? Putin's not going to come to the fucking table. Full stop.
Yeah.
Unless he gets what he wants, which was that section on
all of it
of Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
Yes, because the I2 do not like this arc.
No, it's like Trump is sorry. Trump is not a serious candidate. Done. Stop it. Maria pushed him on something so simple as how would you stop this, and he completely flubbed it.
Yeah. But yes, Trump prosecutions are consuming campaign funds and messaging as charges mount because he's of course there's the story last Sunday was that he'd been handed a letter from the special counsel Jack Smith. Yes, that's almost the plainest name in the world. Yes, that's his name.
Yeah.
And yes, so on Tuesday morning, Donald Trump announced on social media that he was the target of a federal investigation into overturning the 2020 election, which I think is an even dumber case than his tax case in New York. I think this case is even dumber because there's no such thing as overturning an election. My contention was his strategy and the entire purpose for the January 6th attack, and the reason it was let happen and encouraged to happen was to prevent a contingent election, which is why there were confused slates of electors. Which is look, he was organizing governors to send different slates of electors like it's never fucking happened before. Like America's had contingent elections before. Essentially what happens is, no president, like no candidate has gotten the right number of votes, or something's weird about these electors, or there's no one's gotten to 270 or whatever the number was at the time of the
I think a couple of states just do not agree to
don't send electors. They just fuck, we're not taking part. And then you have a contingent election, in which case the state delegations have one vote each. So all of the states pick the president. So at that point, it just becomes like the Westminster system. The parliament picks the fucking prime minister, but here it's the Congress picks the president. Mm-hmm. Like this was Trump's only pathway to victory. And I genuinely thought that's what they were doing. And then January 6th happened and they rushed through everything. All debate was suspended because they had to evacuate, and then they came back and then quickly confirmed it, and that was it. They were done. So the idea that is a crime is fucking retarded. Like more retarded than.
Well, I think
like I said, that's not a crime. That's not a crime. That's how the fucking
that's part of the process.
Yeah, I think they understand that.
But my point
that's
is
what he was trying to do. But
the lying on business forms is actually a crime. It's a misdemeanor,
of course.
Whereas this isn't a crime. That's why I'm saying this is dumber than the fucking New York thing, which is the height of idiocy.
That's the thing. I think they agree with you that that's all he was doing, was trying to stop a contingent election.
In Trump voice, just give Putin the Donbass region and call it good. If he wins, I win. He wins, I win. We all win bigly.
Yeah. Well, that's if you want to end it now. That's how you end it.
I think the problem is Putin's not going to accept that. Putin's going to say, no, I want Donbass, I want Luhansk, I want Zaporizhia, I want the area I own, I control now, and I want it forever. And also, I want to guarantee that Ukraine will never join NATO.
I think you're putting a lot of words in Putin's mouth. Because as far as I'm aware, his war is for the Donbass region.
As far as I'm aware, there is no war, according to the words in his mouth.
That is true.
It's a special military operation to denazify Ukraine and to remove their ability to fight. So, if he actually came out and said, "This is war. We are at war," okay, then yeah, we want this territory. Then yeah, that makes sense. But all those regions that you think he doesn't actually want, they're already part of Russia. The second they all they took them over, he had a presto changeo fucking quick vote, and they all voted to join Russia. And he said, "Yep, okay, you're all part of Russia now. So it's all Russian territory." And it was because he had to do that. Because there's not full mobilization, he can't use conscripts outside of Russia. So all those places are technically Russia, because he has to he can't use troops there otherwise. So yeah. Anyway, I don't like to get into Ukraine stuff.
I do not like it as well.
So Tem's not here, but still, I don't like to.
Yeah.
So blah 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 blah. So on Tuesday morning, so then he returned to New Jersey, spending the flight reading printouts, calling confidants, complaining about prosecutors, and DJing. What? He was DJing? According to people with knowledge of the trip. All the while, he posted all caps exclamations on socials, attacking the charges against him. Yeah, no, that's right, Cool Frog. He wants what he's taken, and that would be the deal that would be the only deal he would accept. It would be everything I've got now I keep, everything you've got now you keep. Ukraine never comes into NATO, and Ukraine turns the tap back on for water. So.
Mm-hmm. There's a deal that could be made, but not in this current climate.
No.
US,
I don't
UK,
think there's a deal to be made.
I think even the EU want to push the NATO border up to...
Everybody wants it over. Full stop. Everybody wants it over. I don't think Putin wants it to fucking keep going either.
No. There have been conversations like trying to garner peace, but it's been third parties who've been tanking those talks.
Thermo, there is one party that does not want it to be over with.
Who?
The military-industrial complex.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, they get to demonstrate all their latest equipment over there. I mean, how many HIMARS a country's going, yeah, give me some of those. I'll take some HIMARS and 100. I'll take 10 HIMARS and 100,000 Gimlers rounds, please.
And a good way to dump all the old stock, so countries order new stock from them.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the hilarious part about some of the stuff that's getting sent to Ukraine from the U.S. arsenal. It's stuff that was never going to get used. It was stuff that it's actually cheaper to send it to Ukraine than it is to dispose of it. So the Ukraine just becomes the dumping ground for stuff that would have been decommissioned anyway, or has already been decommissioned, and it's just sitting in a fucking yard.
Yeah, just reactivated and sent to Ukraine.
Yeah. Give it a spray down with some WD-40 and ship it away. Ship it off to Ukraine.
Yeah, survive a week or so.
Yes. So where was it? So to illustrate how Trump's criminal defense is swallowing his campaign, just over half the money he raised last quarter went not to the campaign itself, but to an affiliated PAC that is footing the legal bills. Of the more than 35 million raised between March and June, the campaign received 17.7, according to the latest report to the Federal Election Commission. The rest went to the Save America PAC, which will report its latest finances on July 31st, but has been spending millions on lawyers representing Trump and allies in the multiple ongoing cases, according to FEC disclosures. A lot of money is going to legal and people who don't do much, and a lot is left over to do marketing and advertising. And not a lot is left over to do marketing and advertising, said one Trump advisor who, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity. I never trust those things. Campaign spokesman Steve Chung, this guy's hilarious, and not in a good way, said the political and legal efforts are blended together because Trump and his supporters view the prosecutions as President Biden's effort to stop him. They see another political indictment or target letter, and they just know this is the weaponized Biden Justice Department going after President Trump, he said. It solidifies in their mind that what the president has been saying for all these months, so much of the legal messaging is political messaging, and some of the political messaging is legal messaging. So This is the campaign spokesperson basically confirming exactly what this says. That yes, we're spending half the money on Trump's legal fees. So yeah, it's all perfectly legal. Like, make no mistake, this is not a crime. He's perfectly within his rights to do this.
Yeah,
and I don't blame him. Lawyers are expensive. Sorry, good lawyers are expensive. But yeah.
Yeah, and all this is just.
But yeah, if you're donating to Trump, I just hope you are okay with that. I mean, I'm sure. Look, I am certain as possible that people who are giving Trump money know exactly this is the case. So
yeah, they know that they're supporting the legal cases against Trump.
Yep.
And
they're supporting Trump in his fight against the legal cases against Trump.
That is true.
You're thinking Democrat donors. Anyway, moving right along to very important OnlyFans news. So OnlyFans model Daniela Hemsley flashes crowd to celebrate boxing win in wardrobe mishap.
Can you scroll down?
Is it a mishap?
Not a mishap.
If you do this, like, is that a mishap? Whoops!
Oh,
I accidentally ripped up my bra and showed off my titties.
There's another article that I posted with it too.
I probably didn't get that one.
It says
posted it in the one link.
I'll get it for you. She says it's a self expression.
Look, I approve of all female sportsmen.
It's not accidental, Costy.
I support this victory.
I support this type of victory celebration for all women.
I watched the uncensored.
Yes, I too have seen the uncensored one.
Very happy with what I saw. Yes. That was some nice titties.
So her OnlyFans is quite mid.
I haven't looked at it.
I very boring. Don't even bother.
I liked what I saw in the boxing ring, so I didn't feel inclined to even look at the OnlyFans. So.
Yeah, so the plan went off the rails when Hemsley ripped off her bra where there was supposed to be tassels attached to her nipples.
Bullshit. Tassels?
Bullshit.
Leading to fully flashing the live audience after defeating Alexandra Danielka in an exhibition bout at the Kingpin boxing event at the 3A Arena in Dublin, Ireland on Saturday. Look, Cool Frog, if you believe there were actually tassels there to begin with, I got a bridge to sell you.
I'd imagine I can see that I can see pasties being on there to prevent chafing, but tassels, I don't believe that for a second.
I don't believe any.
Oh, it's common.
No, they don't fit under shirts like that.
No, pasties.
That's a sports bra. It's designed for that.
Some women still put pasties on just to prevent chafing of the nipples. But either way, I'm happy with how it all turned out.
Yes, like I said, this should be the standard for all females celebrating victories. It's like female sportswomen. Yes, thank you, Costi. Female sportswomen should all celebrate this way. They should all celebrate their victories this way, unless they're trans. In which case, they're not women, so they shouldn't celebrate that way anyway. Yeah. But yes, this was the other one. Glamorous OnlyFans star flashes her breast after winning the boxing ring and explains she only wanted to express herself after the shocking moment sent fans wild.
I don't know why you'd wear tassels under that anyway. Because
that's what I mean. You wouldn't.
No, exactly. It's cope.
You wouldn't. It's. Oh no! Whoops! I was sure I had tassels there. Not everyone was impressed by the unusual celebration. Well, those people are a bunch of wowzers. It's going to be an interesting night as parents having to explain to their kids just what happened. See those things that you sucked on for about 18 months? Yeah, those are tits.
These things pointing out, they're called nipples. We all have them.
Aussie boxing champ Ebane Bridges didn't think the celebration was bad for women's boxing, insisting influencer boxing is different. Wrote on Twitter, she had great boobs, to be fair. Anyone who's going on about how bad it is for women's boxing, firstly, it's influencer boxing, and secondly, it's really not going to affect it. Let's be real.
Yeah.
But true.
Yeah.
So yes.
Lift it up. Lift it up. We've already seen them. You may as well stop hiding them.
You know she can't.
Tim,
hear you,
that's
right,
just
Tim?
the image.
That's just a picture.
I know. I'm just saying. It's like don't put that. Like that
Whatever you do, Tim, don't turn on your camera.
I mean, don't stand up.
Good news for Cenk Uygur. Canada's Supreme Court rules that most bestiality is legal.
Okay. Most, eh? So there's a line.
Yeah, I don't know what the line is, but there's a line apparently. Most, but most don't cross. What will life be like on the UK's first migrant barge? So,
oh no,
the UK is having quite the migrant crisis.
Oh no! You know what this
they
is?
built a fucking barge.
Yeah, they've done this before. Remember?
What? They've done this before.
Yeah, they put prisoners. Well, yeah,
no, they're not sending them anywhere.
No, they put them
not going to
in
make
boats.
it to Australia.
Gonna fucking ship them somewhere.
You can't you can't send a barge like that to Australia. It wouldn't make it. It wouldn't fit through the sewers.
They go the round
Titanic.
trip.
3 stories high and the length of a football pitch. That's 100 meters, gentlemen, for those Americans here. 100 meters is less than 100 yards. Its densely packed rooms have previously housed asylum seekers, homeless people, and construction teams working off the Scottish coast. Wait, they have asylum seekers and homeless people working off the Scottish coast? It's incredible.
Huh.
Now believed to be en route to Portland in Dorset, the first vessel secured under Home Secretary Suella Braverman's plan to reduce the cost of asylum accommodation, providing a temporary home for about 500 male asylum seekers. The company fact sheet for the vessel reads like a cruise ship brochure, listing flat screen TVs, a gym, games room, and a well-stocked bar among its amenities. Something tells me these men don't drink or shouldn't drink based on their religion.
And also, I thought they were families that were coming here.
No, they're all young. They're all young men.
Yeah, it depends on where they're housing. That they'll change it from either male asylums or families.
But how many of those facilities have survived its latest refit is still an open question. Critics have likened the Bibi Stockholm to a floating prison. They say 500 men packed into what were originally 222 cabins will suffer extreme trauma while they wait for their asylum claims to be processed. You are if you are on this barge, presumably in a waterway, on a waterway in the UK, guess what? You're safe. You are safer than you were. I mean, if you are actually an asylum seeker, you are safer than you were.
Look, let's just
when you left the place you left.
That's true.
Until they leave port.
Let's just
rogue wave.
Let's just consider this early training for naval service. Like you're all locking 500 men together on a barge with no women.
That's a lot of semen.
Indeed, that is a lot of semen.
Just okay. We'll grant you citizenship if you join the military.
So
the Navy specifically.
It's going to be sited where a prison ship used to be. So Portland Port, a scenic peninsula in South Dorset, is a destination for cruise and cargo ships. The Bilby Stockholm's berth is beneath a steep hillside dominated by Verne Prison and the Royal Navy Cemetery. So, yeah. The barge is expected to be centrally located in the same spot a prison ship was moored until 2006. The Her Majesty's Prison Ware was used by the government to temporarily ease prison overcrowding. It ended up staying for just over 9 years. Jesus fuck. This does not bode well for these guys.
What is with UK and prison ships?
Prison ships, yeah. At least these guys aren't going to be like our ancestors and bound down by iron chains. The Bibi Stockholm is set to be there for an initial trial of 18 months. An 18-month tour. An 18-month tour. Okay, nobody gets that reference. Cool.
Nope.
Gilligan's Island, yes,
Jesus, yes. The vessel's owner, Liverpool-based Bibby Marine, lists 222 spacious cabins with natural light in its brochure. A typical bedroom includes a single bed, not anymore, a TV and Wi-Fi. Oh, ensuite shower, TV and Wi-Fi. So all you do is you turn these into like bunk cabins with two beds, and that's it.
That's probably what
it's now has a capacity of 506 people.
Yeah.
And they're not locked in their fucking room.
Yeah, it sounds like they converted a couple of rooms into bunks.
It sounds like they converted most of the rooms into bunks.
Unlike the
222
prison barge
cabins into 506.
Yeah, that's more than double. So they're most likely.
Yeah. There's some triples. So
yeah, or they're just taking some rooms and convert them into actual cabins.
Alcohol to be sold aboard.
Yep. In previous deployments, the Bibby Stockton facilities have included a bar. However, the Home Office has ruled out migrants being allowed to purchase alcohol on board. Purchase with what? With what? With what money?
That the government gives them.
No, they should just be given food. Like if it's detention, if it's asylum, look, it should be asylum detention. Treat them humanely. You've given them a room.
Woman to lead U.S. Navy. Fuck.
Give them 3 hots and a fucking cot, and that's it. They are safe now. You are safe now. We will process your asylum claim, and if you don't qualify, we will ship you back. Like you can't. Not to sound like a typical fucking look. As an Australian, we are.
Don't sound like Tim Pool. Got it.
Look, we decide the manner. We decide who and the manner in which people come to our shores.
Thank you, John Howard.
Yeah, it's by plane, not by boat.
So that's fine. if you want to come to this country illegally, you buy a fucking ticket like everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hop in a dinghy and fucking swim like.
And just make sure you have a temporary visa.
Float across the fucking.
And don't worry about renewing it. You'll just stay in the country after that.
So, those on board will be single adult males aged 18 to 65. Imagine my shock.
Yep.
BBC understands they will be a long way into the asylum claims process. Decisions on their applications should take no more than 6 more months to complete. The government says the first 50 men will arrive a few weeks after suitability screenings. That will include physical and mental health assessments, security checks such as identity checks against the UK immigration and police databases. Honestly, this process of asylum claim processing should not ever take as long as it does. Where are you from? Okay. Can you prove that? What, you burned your passport so that you couldn't be sent back? No asylum for you. Come to us with your documents proving you are who you say you are the age you say you are, and you are from the country you say you are from, and we determined that country isn't safe for you.
What
then
if
yes,
the country
you can have
their
asylum.
passports.
Well, then you will have some other way of proving you are who you say you are, or at the very least you have come from where you said you've come from. So this is the same argument that black people can't get an ID, so voter ID laws are racist. Like what? Like no.
It's slightly more complicated than that.
Black people have to walk to the DMV. It's too hard to get a license.
You think brown people? You think Arabs can't get ID? You think ID doesn't exist in Arab countries?
If they're seeking asylum,
North Africa,
that's because that their government's hostile to them.
What if it's a
that's
woman?
how it should be.
Yeah.
See, that's not how it is. These people aren't fleeing oppression. They're fleeing poverty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Economic migrants.
Asylum is
not. That is exactly it. They are economic migrants. The asylum system was never intended for.
So they're illegal immigrants.
Because if you went back in time and you told all these countries that were signatories to the Convention on the Treatment of Refugees or asylum seekers and refugees that this is how it would be, no one in the West would have signed the fucking thing. So, because
Yeah, I hear they're just ignoring
if you
that.
went back in time and said, well, look, what's going to happen is if you're a Western country and you've signed, everybody's going to go through, like everybody's going to leave from their country, go through multiple other signatory countries that they haven't, that they're not really happy staying in, and they're going to eventually might find their way to your shores, then you're not going to have a fucking choice. No one would, no one in the West would sign. So, fucking ridiculous. I do find it funny though that this is being used to solve the asylum seeker issue instead of like homelessness.
Instead of just turning the boats around.
Yeah. It's time to talk about Vito, everyone's favorite possible pedo.
Possible?
Well, I'm in Australia.
The cum hunter himself.
This is going to be a weird.
Is this going to get us
It's gonna be
nuked for playing what?
Oh, I'm not going to play it.
Oh, okay.
thank
Okay.
God.
Okay.
I'm just going to
It might even
out
get us
that-
nuked from Rumble. That's the concern.
No, I'm just going to point out that Vito posted this clip. It's not sourced
Of
from
course.
anyone else,
Yeah.
but for some reason, it has these things that weren't on the original video. The original video did not have this at the top where it says Nick Fuentes, founder of America First Movement. It didn't have the subtitling, and it didn't have the Rumble logo in the side.
What does community note say?
The proposed community note as this video has been altered to add the Rumble logo to the top right. I think I said... Yes, that's my note.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
I don't know that anybody's actually...
Oh, yeah, it needs more ratings. That's,
yeah, it needs
that's
more
why.
rating. Go and fucking rate my note, bastards.
I haven't seen it.
This is a perfectly good note. The video has been... Because it has been altered to add the Rumble logo on the top right. The video was originally streamed on Nick Fuentes' own video streaming platform, Cozy. And the poster of this video, or the place the video was sourced, has added the Rumble logo. Here's the original footage. And you will see here... original footage, look! There's...
I don't see it.
What do you notice?
I don't see anything.
You haven't changed this. You haven't changed
Change
it.
tab.
God damn it. Look, what do you notice? There's the Rumble logo. Oh. I wonder how that Rumble logo got there. I wonder why Vito might have a problem with Rumble.
Is he banned?
Because he's a pedo?
No, because he's a fucking communist.
The other day on
He's a leftist
what is it?
communist. Look,
Pedo, communist, same thing.
I have no idea. Look, one of these days, fucking God, how have I forgotten his name? One of these days, Dick Masterson is going to get absolutely destroyed by his undying devotion to Vito. I'm surprised it hasn't happened already. Like his absolute fucking unyielding support of Vito, no matter how fucking shit his takes are, reflects incredibly poorly on Dick Masterson. Because Dick's been cancelled so many fucking times and so hard that this is inviting cancellation. This is Vito full up saying, "Hey, Apple, look at the people who are on Rumble. You need to get rid of that app. Oh, they need to be cancelled."
And if
that's
they
exactly
take
what he's
actions-
doing. He
and if they-
pretends it's not, and this is the fucking shit I hate. And Vito is particularly fucking good at doing it all the fucking time. I'm not calling for censorship. I'm just pointing stuff out. No, you're absolutely, this is the fucking point. You are instigating a mob. Like, fuck Nick Fuentes. I hate him. He's either the biggest idiot in the fucking world or a Fed plant or both. Nobody should ever take a threat from Nick Fuentes or his little band of cat boys seriously, because he's an absolute faggot whose entire fucking gang is terrified of women, and these people think Jews should be afraid of them. Are you fucking kidding me?
No one should be afraid of them.
Vito could take these fucking guys in a fight. Like, are you fucking kidding me? For the record, I'm not interested in cancelling or deplatforming either of these men, but I do think it's important that people are aware of their violent rhetoric, as they seem to be trying to push their audiences towards committing actual acts of violence.
Yeah, that's the fun thing. It's like
here's just some of the violent imagery. This is the very epitome of won't someone get rid of this meddlesome priest? Oh, won't someone just rid me of this meddlesome priest? I'm not asking you to go and kill that priest. I just said I wished someone would get rid of them for me, and that it magically happened. Like, this is fucking disingenuous. This is calling for fucking cancellation. And from someone who works every fucking day with one of the inexplicably most cancelled people on the internet, Dick Masterson, the fact that Dick fucking just accepts this shit is out of fucking mind blowing to me. Sorry, I'll let you guys talk now.
I saw Viva Fry talking about the Fuentes footage, saying that, well, he's arguing that actually no, that it was definitely he said it wasn't a violation of the First Amendment, but it was definitely against YouTube chapter service because it was basically was calling for violence.
Yeah,
what Fuentes was saying was basically calling for violence. Like we will make sure these people die, or things like that. So yeah, I mean, I haven't watched the Fuentes footage. I don't need
to. I don't care.
I've already fucking hurt my brain enough by learning more about the world and learning more about this kind of bullshit. But from what the impression I'm getting is that Nick Fuentes actually was basically calling for violence. At least there's a strong argument you could make for it. So
Snuggle Struggle says, how you doing, man? Notice how Vito didn't think adding Rumble was an issue, yet Vito only began responding to me after I started using @Vito Comedy, Vito Blatant Hypocrite. Yeah.
All I know is Vito is a pedo, and I don't know anything about Dick Masterson other than he hangs out with Nick. And that like legit. I watched. I watched one episode of the Dick Show. I think where Nick and Vito and Dick were on it.
Dick's all right. I think Dick has some shit takes sometimes because he's a Lolbitarian.
Is he? I don't know anything about
it. He's very much a Lolbitarian.
Okay.
Very interesting that he's still in California.
If he is, I fucking disown him. But I watched the thing where he was going after Eric July.
Right.
The interview with Eric, or was it the FNT episode? I think it was. Where he was on FNT or whatever and going after Eric July, and like I don't understand Dick Masterson at all. From the little I've watched of him though, I don't really understand or get these people other than Vito's a fucking pedo. And he says he's not. But says
Vito's post did show that Rumble wasn't very free speech. Yeah,
I would disagree with that.
The problem is Rumble's very explicit about what you aren't allowed to say. Like they're clear as glass.
Yeah.
As to what you aren't allowed to say, and you aren't like. I hate to say it. Vito is correct in that this is not like if you are calling for violence, that's a violation of Rumble's T&Cs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Or you shouldn't. Like if you do that, you risk getting your video taken down.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what happened.
So, unfortunately, there isn't you have to have these rules. Like you can't just have these.
Calling for violence is not calling for violence. At least legally in America, calling for violence is not free speech. Sorry, it's not protected speech. I gotta make sure I get that right.
Yeah,
gotta make sure I get that right. It's not protected speech.
Poker says Dick is a contrarian, acting like a contrarian.
That's kind of the impression I get.
So you can say he's a libertarian. Probably.
So he's a dick.
That's probably he's a liberal acting like a contrarian. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I definitely get a contrarian vibe.
I can see that. I can.
I don't know.
See that.
I don't follow him.
With Rumble, it's a hard thing with Rumble because they can go free speech, but the government's always going to smack them down. Private companies going to smack them down.
They also have to.
Please look into the story of Jewish video essayist Max Carson, Mr. Girl Returns, who was unfairly banned from YouTube after Fuentes and his followers falsely reported Carson's channel for sexual content. Jesus fucking Christ. Of course, Vito is standing for fucking Mr. Girl.
Who's that?
Oh, sorry, hang on.
Yeah. This is the appropriate.
The following story contains people Tim does not know. Tim's discretion is advised.
I feel this is a time that warning actually legit applies to me.
So Mr. Girl has like a YouTube channel where he discussed stuff. He is I'm not across every fucking thing he did, but he debated Destiny and Mr. Girl used to go on the Kill stream as well. Not the old Kill stream. Eric. He's another weirdo, another fucking weirdo of the vein of
like
Vito, but a little bit worse, I reckon.
Vito, Coach Red Pill kind of weirdos.
No, not
the Manosphere
Coach
weirdos.
Red Pill. Kufra says it's not freedom of speech unless you're a Democrat. We could tell them to take it to the streets and push back. Yeah, exactly. This is their rules for them, but not for me.
Yeah, and that's why Rumble has to be careful.
Yeah, Dick and Vito probably definitely watched Cuties, and
Vito has watched Cuties.
That's right. That's why Vito.
That's the
defended
issue.
Cuties.
He supports that movie.
He thought it was great.
He wanted the rights to the second one. Remember?
He wanted to make Cuties too.
Do you not remember when they were at
I try to block Vito out of my mind.
Yeah. I know of Vito. I don't follow him. I know of Dick. I don't follow him. But we've played. I now know who Mr. Girl is. Mr. Girl Returns is. You've explained him to me.
Yes.
Somewhat. So.
A weirdo.
Pedophile.
A weirdo that I don't care about.
Like he was defending pedophiles and defending pedophilia. So yeah.
Sounds like an act of aggression to me.
Yeah. But that's the thing. That's the thing. Of course, Vito is like, oh, Mr. Girl, oh, that's why. So, Eric says Vito has admitted to being a map, and no, he wasn't joking.
Probably. He looks like one. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Vito just makes me irrationally mad. So Vito makes me rationally mad.
Yeah, nothing irrational about that.
Alex Murdoch's present selfies. Murder is seen shirtless in leaked pictures from his South Carolina jail-issued tablet, which he can use to play games and FaceTime.
What is this luxury?
What is this shit? The fuck is this?
Now,
what the fuck is going on?
I remember the name. What was he?
He's the murder guy. He murdered his wife and
son and mother. Son and wife, I mean.
Son and wife, yeah.
Son and wife.
These are for his Tinder profile.
Fucking ridiculous.
Okay. Why are prisoners getting... It probably is a Ryu article, Costy.
It probably is.
Yeah.
It probably is, yes. But you know what I don't understand? They're allowed fucking FaceTime. They're allowed tablets. I remember shit like this.
And
the secret
Bumble.
world of tiny phones that go inside your butt.
Yep. Prison wallet, motherfucker.
Like there were companies that literally made cell phones that were the shape like a butt plug.
Yep.
That were easier to shove up your butt so that you could smuggle them to prison. They were purposely made. Like, God, why don't any fucking...
But now they just have a fucking tablet.
Yeah, I have the feeling
fucking
that
Vice News web page is shit.
Just don't take them in an MRI machine.
Oh, please do.
I have a feeling that this is the prison's way of controlling this technology because clearly it's been smuggled in.
Yeah,
so
and I do.
The better way is to make it approved with their restrictions.
Like, how have we gone from this? Yeah. How have we gone from prisoner caught with a phone up his bum said it wasn't his?
Possible deniability.
How did we go from that to this motherfucker's just got FaceTime on his prison issued tablets?
Let's
$5,000 tablet now.
Let's talk about
it'd be expensive.
level of the criminal. The guy is basically Matlock in his area. He was like known. He was a legacy lawyer. I think he was a prosecutor. But he had millions of dollars. So basically all this is because he was royalty as far as the community he was in. So that's how he can do it, is he's got basically like a white collar prison cell.
It's prison issued though. That means the prison is fine with it. It's not like he's getting a special treatment.
Yeah, that's why Dave say it's white collar when he's a murderer.
It's not. There's no white. It's a state prison. There's no white collar state prisons. That's a federal thing.
South Carolina jail issued tablet that he gets to play games. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't trying to distinguish between jail and prison. I was just reading the article. But like I do appreciate though that these are government issued tablets, and because of that, you can FOIA what's on it.
Mm-hmm.
So at least that's traceable.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how we have this information, is through FOIA.
There's a phone calls from prison YouTube channel.
Apparently, I haven't looked it up, but
oh my god,
doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, so it's unclear whether Murder. Yeah. Apparently, they don't have general internet access, but they can FaceTime. So they can't go on YouTube and shit.
Prison
but they
updates,
can specifically do
prison phone calls,
FaceTime.
body cam footage. News.
Phone calls.
All footage is acquired through FOIA.
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh.
So you get your body
Sounds
cam
like a
footage, you get your
good
prison
idea,
tablet
actually.
footage.
Wow.
I think this is probably just the equivalent of having the prison phone, the prison phone rooms where you go and do that shit.
She's like 800 views, 500 views, 500 views. The Alex Murdaugh one, 9,500 views. This guy's probably like, Alex, you need to fucking make more calls. Like, just insane. Like, seriously.
Holy hell. Okay. So it has changed quite a bit.
Yeah, that's what I feel. It's just changed.
Poker says pull up Anders Breivik because he looks like Spectre. I think I know what you mean. Yes. Images.
I thought Breivik was a bit more clean shaven and that, a bit.
There's Anders Breivik.
He's got the same kind of forehead.
I can see it.
Unfortunately, this is the only picture of Spectre I have.
Oh God.
Uh-oh. This isn't gonna look good.
This is the only picture of Spectre I have is this one. So it doesn't it doesn't really work.
I agree with Eric. Needs more acne scars.
Definitely, yeah. I definitely see the resemblance. So,
do you actually want a photo?
No, I have a photo. It would be funnier to use that.
Oh, because we have.
I have a cutout. Like I have a cutout in my memes folder of Spectre's head.
I have him saying he plays squad with Sean all the time.
Oh, you got Alb's quick clip?
Yeah. It's always
Nice.
posted whenever Sean's. Or, sorry, Tim, if you don't know, Sean's when he's playing squad.
I missed all of that, so
never mind. It just means Tim's not going to be mad. Good news, everyone. Unconfirmed, so don't get your hopes up. But yes, Kill Peter says it's been reported that James Augustine, aka Mr. Medica, is in remission for his cancer. Prognosis is extremely good. Check back for updates. I don't know if this is true or it's just Philip Peters is taking the piss. I hope it's true.
I hope it's true.
If it is, that would be amazing.
That'd be a bloody miracle if it is actually true.
And all it took was the gun to just self-destructing even more. Total A-log victory. Anyway, millennials want woke pronoun censorship, but it would backfire. So a new poll shows just how far support for free speech has fallen, especially among young people. A plurality of millennials think misgendering, not using someone's preferred pronouns, should be criminalized, according to a survey Newsweek published Saturday.
Sweet. I
The
can send
Redfield
people to prison.
Well, it's just UK laws.
Oh crap! God damn it! God damn it!
Costi says, "Is it just me, or does anyone else think Spectre looks like Harvey Weinstein?" Oh.
Oh.
No, yeah, I see it. I see it. I do see it. Spectre, if you're out there, just message me. I'll send you the link. The Redfield and Wilderness Strategy poll finds that 44% of those aged 25 to 34 think referring to someone by the wrong gender pronoun should be a criminal offence. So 34-year-olds, what's their year of birth? 90...
34 would be
87, 86, 88, 89 nowadays.
89, okay, yeah. So someone was saying to me, like, everybody older than 95, like everyone born after 95 is just fucking insane.
Yeah,
there's like a cutoff.
I disagree. Disinfection goes much, much higher. It's just the more older, the less likely that that people infected with this bullshit.
RC's like, is this
personal attack or something? Or...
Yeah. Just 31% of this demographic disagree, while 25% were undecided. So 25% were too stupid to understand the fucking question. This radical position is more popular than you'd think among those aged 35 to 44. Two, with more of these respondents supporting the criminalization of misgendering than opposing it.
What the fuck? That encompasses basically everybody on this stream.
Almost.
Basically, like yourself and Dave. Oh, sorry, 3 out of 5.
Yeah.
3 out of 5.
I am myself in the age 25 to 34 group.
In a somewhat surprising twist, Gen Z respondents were significantly less likely than millennials to support pronoun censorship.
This doesn't make sense.
Among those aged 18 to 24, only 33% support making misgendering a criminal offence. 48% disagree. All of these groups of young people were much more likely than Americans overall to support the suggested censorship. The poll found just 19% of the public overall agrees with making misgendering illegal. This survey and the many like it suggest that young Americans are turning their backs on freedom of speech in pursuit of inclusivity and tolerance. Fucking retarded.
Yeah, I would
Fuck off,
say yes
you
to this
assholes.
poll because fuck it.
You fucking
We're gonna be fucked in 10 years.
Oh yeah.
No, I think there's Zoomers out there that are so the insane Zoomers won't get anywhere. Like the Zoomers who believe this shit, they're not going to get far because they're too afraid to leave their fucking house. So the motivated Zoomers are already fucking conservatives. They're already like, this is retarded. You're stupid. It's like the I don't know if I said it last week, but it's like the trans people who are like, yeah, motherfucker, if you don't use, like, your pronouns are going to be was and were. And it's like, motherfucker, you're too scared to leave your fucking house. Like, what are you going to do? Like,
I got blocked for not blocked. I got a 24-hour came up post on Twitter after doing that joke on trans persons.
I've like the only block I've ever got from Twitter was I posted my my meme from the Woman King. I posted that on Twitter and got an immediate block. Like, what the fuck is this? And I just appealed it and they let me go. And now I've never had any problem since. Granted, I'm not super spicy, so I'm rather milquetoast. But yeah.
I think I got banned on my old account. Well, temporary banned. Once Musk bought the company and we thought it was like all free speech. And everyone was saying the N-word or nigger and all that stuff. Yeah. Saying nigger to yourself is fine. But when you say...
Call someone an N-word? Yeah.
Call Michael Malice a nigger... you get banned.
You're allowed to call Michael Malice a nigger.
I don't think other people were too happy with that. I don't think Michael Malice actually reported it. I think it was other people.
Yes.
But yeah, those were good times. Those were really fun times.
So yes, fuck these people. in particular.
We don't fuck those. They like that.
This is
We
one we
would chip
needed
at
for
them.
Tim.
Yes, this is one we needed for Tim.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Costy, that does look like. Do I still have it open? I do.
Colsty,
Nice.
this is to another review article too.
I thought I posted this one.
I posted one too.
Possibly. I think we both might have done. Oh, God, it's Spectre. Oh, God.
Oh God.
Oh God, Spectre. What have you done?
All those women.
Joe's loss.
Is Harvey Weinstein Spectre's dad?
It's his real dad.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yes, Sofia Vergara and Joe Manganiello.
Manganiello
have split up after 7 years of marriage.
You just mean to call him Mr. Sophie.
Mr. Vergara.
Sophie.
Mr. Sophia. Yeah, Mr. Sophia.
Mr. Vergara.
Yeah. His loss.
Yeah.
His loss.
But yeah, he's the one who filed papers. So
Yeah.
Shit.
I think they both agreed to call quits because I saw an article saying that she was not that she wasn't happy, that she was feeling frustrated.
Yeah, because he spends all his time playing D&D.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Oh, like literally, he's a.
Yes, cool.
Yeah, he's one of those.
Yes, she's back on the market.
He's one of those. But yes, the important part is she's on the market, boys.
So, the Massachusetts Air National Guardsman, who's accused of posting a trove of classified documents to social media, has asked his judge to reconsider his detention, pointing out that he is charged with the same federal counts as former President Donald Trump. Which I think is fucking hilarious.
That's interesting.
That's an interesting defense.
Yeah. Well, it's not a defense. It's like, hey, I'm on remand. Meanwhile, this guy did exactly the same thing, and he's out walking around campaigning for president. How's that fair? I should be allowed to go out there and campaign for president.
One wasn't an actual president, so
see, he just needs to announce his candidacy for the GOP nomination.
There you go.
He's too young to qualify, though.
Yeah, true.
Yes, and apparently an iPhone viewfinder can see through tinted windows. So if an officer uses his iPhone to see through a suspect's window, it is a valid search.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a very interesting thing because now you can use technology to peer through the property to look at anything.
Well, yeah. Like, what about infrared? Like, what about infrared cameras? Like, what about thermal cameras?
Are they in general public use, I guess?
Yeah, which is the standard. The standard is general public use.
Oh, I just have an iPhone. And I'm just looking around and I just saw this bag of weed in the car. Oh.
Use to the high degree, but you can have portable.
Yeah. You'd have to make the argument for general. But
I mean, I can.
People have them.
I've considered buying like a thermal camera.
Like high expensive one, you got to go get documentation from certain deals. Like there's different grades in the thermal cameras.
Okay. The ones I look at are just on Amazon. So
every camera you have thermo is a thermal camera.
Well, I'm guessing the Amazon one would be considered general public use.
Yeah.
Well, technically, Cool Frog, they've both just been accused because he's still innocent until proven guilty. Same as Trump. So. Yeah,
the difference is the courts.
Granted, the evidence against this guy is irrefutable. Well, actually, I don't know that it's irrefutable.
So,
all we have is it's the same. Actually, it is the same. All we have is the government saying, "Oh, this was leaked on this. This guy did it, and it was on this Discord. Like it was on Discord."
So chances are it didn't even happen.
So maybe
it's the government saying it.
If the government's saying it, it's every bit as strong as the Trump one.
So where was this? Because Clown World is notorious for not giving any sources.
Yes, Clown World is notorious for not giving dates or sources.
I called him out on one. So I think on the AU account for.
I think this is actually recent because I've seen other footage that was recent for.
Called him out on one.
It's Just Stop Oil, so it's the UK.
So it is Just Stop Oil. Okay.
Yeah. Plus, I think the double red lines mean something in the UK.
Yeah, it looks like Britain. Yeah, I just can't tell when. Or
actually, where?
Yeah.
Watch out! Watch out!
Also the British accents.
Yes.
Watch out! Let him through! Let him through! Out the way! Out the way! Out the way, Pat! Out the way, Pat!
Meet, motherfucker. Well, I was hoping someone got run over.
No. There's this one too.
This was great.
Run him down. Run him down. A couple of good Samaritans just do what the Germans do, or whatever, whoever it was.
Oh, it was the Australians that were clearing the road.
Ah, there you go.
Call Mr. Plow. That's my name. My name again is Mr. Plow.
Call the Plow King. It should be. I would love to see just a market established for clearing protesters, though.
You know what I hate about these protests?
There was one where
I
guys came out was just dragging them out of the way.
Yeah, that was the Australian one.
Yep.
Yeah.
What I absolutely fucking hate about these kind of protests is they encourage the public to support authoritarians.
Yeah.
They 100%.
Yes.
This is how you get authoritarians. It's not Hitler was just a fine orator or some bullshit. No, this is how. No, this is a thermo video, Roy. This is how you get shitty laws. Like, this is how you get terrible fucking laws, because they bring in a law that says, "Oh, you can't do this anymore," but they make it so fucking broad that they can break all protest. And boom, that's it. Game over, fellas.
Yeah, because the tactic is good, but the actual execution of it
The
is
tactic is not good.
poor.
Protest can work. Protest like this does
it's a
not
type
get,
of protest, and
the
like you said, it
protest-
does work.
protest
It's the
like this-
execution
no.
of the protest.
No, it doesn't.
What they're
work.
doing
because the
for-
point. No, RC. It depends on what the point of protest is, and if the point of protest is to raise awareness and get support for your cause from the public, this does the opposite. This
And
does
that's
the
why I said
absolute
the
opposite.
execution is poor.
I mean, look, no protest is going to get me supporting this movement.
Look, I've said before, if you guys have any balls, go blow up a fucking oil refinery.
Mm-hmm.
If it's that fucking desperate, walk into a fucking oil refinery and set it on fire. If you're that desperate, if it's that critical, why are you just blocking off roads? Why are you blocking off normal people's roads? Why aren't you a human wall in front of an oil refinery so the truck can't leave? Why aren't you swimming in the harbor with like fucking life jackets on, treading water in a human chain in front of the oil tanker? You're not, because it's not about that. This is entirely performative. And this is the thing. Just Stop Oil is literally funded by petrochemical companies. Like, one of their biggest donors is the granddaughter of like someone who owned like one of the richest owners of an oil, like a multi-billionaire oil company owner. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, it's fucked. Yeah, exactly, Costi. Costi says, why are they blocking traffic, causing engines to run longer, which is damaging the environment more? Yeah. Let's waste oil to stop oil. Yes, Poker. Exactly. Storm a government building like the first month of the year on the 6th day. Yes. That's a proper protest. Peacefully do it. Queer surgeon in Portland reveals lifelong complications that can come with genital surgeries. No shit. In an now deleted video from last year, Dr. Blair Peters with Oregon Health and Science University described to Dr. Brianna Durand, and his Dr. Brianna and his, like, fucking Christ, this is so fucking... Which one's which? Can someone tell me from the context cues which one is which? Which one's Brianna? And which one's Blair? Like, the fuck?
Flip a coin.
And his use, his use of robotic procedures in genital surgery to be experimental, as they are still learning and figuring out what works.
Well, they both look like dudes.
Yeah. No, this looks like a woman.
Yeah, but it's
I
got
still
the
wouldn't go
dangerous
anywhere near it,
colors,
though.
so it suggests that they might be a man acting like a woman.
Dr. Peters notes that the children who are placed on puberty blockers present unique challenges, especially for males, because there's not enough tissue to create a neo-vagina, and the surgeon has to graft skin from elsewhere.
There's the video.
So yeah, this whole thing's fucking terrible. Of them doing it, no. Actually, you know what I might do? I might stop those ones there, because I've got a heap of bits and pieces left. But let's talk about country fucking music. Yes, the dude's got a beard. What does that even matter anymore, Cool Frog? Like,
what are you saying? Women can't grow beards?
That's incredibly bigoted of you, Cool Frog. So, yes, this is Jason Aldean. So he says, when you grow up in a small town, it's that unspoken rule of we all have each other's back and we look out for each other. It feels like somewhere along the way, that sense of community and respect has gotten lost. Deep down, we're all ready to get back to that. I hope my new music video helps you all know that you are not alone in feeling that way. Check it out. There's obviously, yes, Thermo has a beard, yes. So does Cool Frog. Yes, I won't be playing the music video, but if you want to go and watch it for yourself.
Yes, I do know who Jason Aldean is because I posted the article.
Yes.
Or at least one of them. It's been posted.
One of them, yes. It's been posted.
Yeah.
Many bits and pieces have been posted.
Yes.
So let me just say at the start of this.
Sure.
At the start of this, I just want to say the greatest crime is that this song isn't very good.
Yeah, it's not a very good song.
It's as country songs go, it's mid. Yeah. It's mid, and now it's number one, which is kind of like it's like I sent it to my wife the other day. It was a thing from the Babylon Bee, and it was conservative dismayed to wake up and find out he has to defend Jason Aldean's music. And I sent it to my missus, and I said, this is my feeling.
It's a basic bitch 4-chord country song.
Yes,
you have heard this song before.
Like, there are so many fucking good country songs. Like, I discovered one the other day called "Sand in My Boots." That's actually really good country song. But yeah, this is not a good country song. But yes,
I have no issue with country.
So
music,
this absolute cuckold, who I mean, look at this fucking guy. That is someone who, if he has a wife, which I don't think he does.
Look at his cheeks. Look at the hairline.
This is someone who has watched his wife get banged by someone else.
Mm-hmm. Now you high five the guy doing it.
He's a dog dad, so he doesn't have a child. So, but yeah. But anyway, yeah. So this is Ashton Pittman. I'm not going to do a voice, but imagine that this is a quite effeminate voice, like I do. Think Dylan, yes. Okay. Jason Aldean shot this at the site where a white lynch mob strung Henry Choate up at the Maury County Courthouse in Columbia, Tennessee, after dragging his body through the streets with a car in 1927. That's where Aldean chose to sing about murdering people who don't respect police. Don't let Jason Aldean define country for you. Garth Brooks wrote a pro-gay anthem. That's because Garth Brooks will pander to anybody. Reba McEntire sang about a poor girl who turned to sex work to care for her family. Loretta Lynn sang about women's freedom and the pill. Mickey Guyton, who sang about being black like me. I've never heard of him.
We need a thermo warning.
What?
You don't know this person.
What should the thermo warning be?
You don't know this person too.
Why would? Yeah, but I don't
It's
get
a
upset that
joke.
I don't. Why do I don't get upset that I don't know this person?
I know.
But yes, this guy, this man, works for the Mississippi Free Press, which this is their Twitter account. A women-run non-profit, non-partisan newsroom reporting causes, solutions, context.
So it's like the Republica.
It's absolutely as shit as you would imagine.
Yeah.
But yes, so iHypocrite. Shout out to iHypocrite. I fucking love this guy. So he retweeted and said, "What was he lynched for, though? Spoiler: he was a rapist." So you won't read any of this on the Wikipedia page for Henry Choate, but he was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So Negro lynched in Colombia for attack on girl. So Choate was tracked by bloodhounds who had his scent because his victim bit his finger during the attack. They found the gun he used to clobber her over the head and the bloody clothes that he changed out of. His finger had an injury consistent with the victim's story. People love the movie A Time to Kill, in which a black father murders the two white men that raped his daughter. Grisham based the story on a real case, but he reversed the races. In real life, the rapist, Willie James Harris, was black, and his victims were two young white girls. Henry Choate's rape victim was a 16-year-old white girl.
No, tomorrow there was no trial. So he didn't actually get convicted. They lynched him.
He just happened to be lynched in front of the courthouse. The problem is these people ascribe meaning where, like, Jason Aldean shot this video in front of a courthouse.
Yeah.
In a small town in Tennessee. And because someone in a small town in Tennessee in 1927 was lynched there, it's a racist song now.
Now, that brings up another point about the whole small town thing. What does everyone consider to be a small town?
About no more
to me,
than, like,
if you've got 2,500 people.
Yeah. Jason Aldean didn't grow up in Jason Aldean did not grow up.
He didn't grow up in a small town. No,
he didn't. It's right. So he grew up in a place like 150,000 people, and one of his parents lived in a place that's like 80,000 people. So that's a criticism that's been raised at him by trying to preach small town, small town ideals and all that stuff when he's not actually from a small town.
Okay. But then that's the criticism.
Yeah, that's one of them.
That's,
and then of course
this is a valid criticism.
Yeah,
this is just fucking ridiculous woke baiting.
Yeah.
So, and it fucking worked. This idiot has fucking 8 million views on this tweet.
Yeah.
And fucking can you see replies? You can't count replies, but fucking countless replies and quote tweets from people who this guy just rage baited.
Yeah.
So mercifully, I know he's not making one fucking dollar from it because he's not fucking YouTube Blue, like Twitter Blue. So suffering your jocks, you fucking cuck. But yes, Jason Aldean responded. Yes. Country Music Television, of course, pulled the video because that's what these companies do. They fold up fucking cheap suits.
Racism that doesn't actually exist.
Yes. Of course, there's that. So here's the.
I got a dumb question.
Aldean is called "Try That in a Small Town." It's a music video and a song, clearly, as you can see there, which Country Music Television pulled from its rotation amid accusations that it is racist and pro-lynching. Now, Aldean has taken to social media with a long statement about it, defending it from critics.
So let's So this is his statement. In the past 24 hours, I've been accused of releasing a pro-lynching song, a song that has been out since May, and was subject to the comparison that I, direct quote, was not too pleased with the nationwide BLM protests. These references are not only meritless, but dangerous. There's not a single lyric in this song that references race or points to it. And there isn't a single video clip that isn't real news footage. And while I can try to respect others to have their own interpretation of a song with music, this one goes too far. As so many pointed out, I was present at Route 91, where so many lost their lives, and our community recently suffered another heartbreaking tragedy. No one, including me, wants to continue to see this senseless headlines or families ripped apart. Route 91 is the Mandalay Bay shooting. So that was the event that was taking place across the road from the Mandalay Bay. That the unsolved the crime, the Vegas shooting, the Vegas shooter, who the FBI has absolutely no idea why he did what he did, and nobody can figure out how he got so many goddamn guns up to his room, and how so many people can fire so many guns so fast. Or so few people can fire so many guns so fast. But yes, we won't talk about that. Try that in a small town for me refers to the feeling of a community that I had growing up, where we took care of our neighbors regardless of differences or background or beliefs, because they were our neighbors, and that was above any differences. My political views have never been something I've hidden from, and I know that a lot of us in this country don't agree on how we get back to a sense of normalcy, where we go at least a day without a headline that keeps us up at night. But the desire for it too, that is what this song is about. Yes, Vegas, another hidden manifesto, correct. So what? No, we didn't find a manifesto. We have absolutely no idea why he did it. He just felt like doing it.
Oh, that reminds me. Can I? I'm gonna head to Vegas in a couple of weeks. Should I live stream from down there?
You can do whatever you want, man. And of course, Keith Oberman, who's like king of cucks now. You, the racist MAGA kissing wimp who couldn't stand the heat in Connecticut. Fuck off, fascist.
Keith Olbermann deserves a bullet.
Look, Keith Olbermann used to be good. I don't know what. Like again, Keith Olbermann's one of those people who fucking Trump broke.
He's before my time, I think.
He used to do great monologues on MSNBC back when MSNBC wasn't shit. But
I think that is before my time too.
Did his wife break him too?
No, you know what happened?
I broke their ass, okay?
That's what happened.
He sure did.
So, but yes, gun control activist claims she got country star Jason Aldean's song "Try That in a Small Town" pulled from CMTV for being racist and violent. So this is Shannon Watts, the founder of Mums Demand Action, has taken credit for it. And
don't you mean Karen's take action?
Karen's taking credit for it, yeah. And Sheryl Crow, of course, weighed in. But yes, like I alluded to before, it is now number one. Because, of course, look, it doesn't deserve to be number one. It's not that good a fucking song. But let's have a look at the lyrics, shall we? Oh, actually, and of course, some fucking weirdo, like Variety is terrible. I swear to God. Country Music's Adeem the artist satirizes Jason Aldean's Small Town with a biting parody song, Sundown Down. I have no idea who the fuck this person is. Apparently, they're an artist, a country music singer. Never fucking heard of them. And then I scrolled down to personal life under, sometimes known as Adeem Maria. I scrolled down to personal life. Adeem, the artist, is non-binary and uses they, them pronouns. They are also a pansexual and married to their wife, Hannah. So this person has multiple mental illnesses. So, and looks exactly like you fucking would imagine them.
Looks like a girl.
Jesus fucking Christ.
No, actually, no.
I see
thought
them
women
every
didn't
day
have
here
beard.
in Melbourne.
Girl with a beard.
But yes, so these are the lyrics. So let's go through them, shall we? Try That in a Small Town by Jason Aldean. Sucker punch someone on a sidewalk, carjack an old lady at a red light, pull a gun on the owner of a liquor store. You'll think it's cool. We'll act a fool if you like. cuss out a cop, spit in his face, stomp on the flag, and light it up. Yeah, you think you're tough. We'll try that in a small town, see how far you make it down the road. Round here, we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't try that in a small town. Got a gun that my granddad gave me. They say one day they're going to round up. Well, that shit might fly in the city. Good luck. Try that in a small town. Repeat the chorus. Try a small town full of good old boys raised upright. If you're looking for a fight, try that in a small town. Refrain. Around here, we take your own. Yet another. And that's the song. That's the fucking song. It's literally 2 verses.
And a refrain and a chorus.
2 choruses and a refrain.
Thermo, you want to try that again with more heart into it?
From the top. From the top.
Sidewalk. Carjack an old lady at a red light. What's this got to do with race? And you know what the problem is? Carjack an old lady at a red light. Oh, they're talking about black people. Pull a gun on the owner at a liquor store. Talking about black people.
That's a black person.
Like, you
Stop pulling the flag and light up.
Statistically speaking,
the LGBT
you
community.
are the racists.
Statistically speaking,
does this
no.
have to do with black people? This has nothing to do with black people.
No, it doesn't.
It has
Nothing.
to do with it's a racist song because you see racism everywhere, and it's racist because in your mind, carjack an old lady at a red light. Oh, that's a black person doing that. He's talking about black people.
Statistically speaking.
Pull a gun on the owner of a liquor store. He's talking about black people.
Yes.
Sucker punch someone on a side. He's talking about black people. Cuss out a cop, spit in his face. He's talking about black people.
That's specifically a white woman thing.
Stomp on the flag and light it up. He's talking about black. Wait, what?
Yeah.
What the fuck? 80% of these, save for the fucking pull a gun on an owner of a liquor store or carjack an old lady, these are white people crimes.
Yep.
These
Yeah,
are
there's no
overwhelmingly
murder-
white
there's no
people
murder
crimes.
or-
Sucker punches.
Seeing
Fucking
dead people
cussing at a cop,
not
stomping
a
on the
bit
flag.
realist
Sucker
anymore
punching,
compared
though.
to this.
These are communist crimes.
Sucker punching, like the knockout game.
The
Is
commies do this more than anybody else.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, because they're cowards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of overlap with this and just left wing protests, basically.
Like, and the violent rhetoric. This is such violent rhetoric. Violent rhetoric? Are you fucking high? Are you fucking high? Let me introduce you to like Bonnie and Clyde by Eminem.
Like, do we really just have to go like the entirety of gangster rap?
Like, yes,
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
The entirety of gangster rap, a genre which was created by career criminals. The godfather of gangster rap is fucking Ice-T, not Ice Cube. Ice-T, the guy from Law and Order, is the godfather of gangster
This
rap.
is probably so. This is the 12 most controversial songs in country music history.
Yeah.
This is probably as bad as it gets in country.
Yeah.
Like Red Rag Top by Tim McGraw. This is about like a young love that ends with an unexpected pregnancy and abortion.
Yeah, but it's country music. So no one
Yeah,
cares.
cool frog. I was born in a small town. Out here in a small town. Yeah, The Pill by Loretta Lynn, which is no surprise about the fucking pill.
It's in the name.
Like smoke a little smoke. It's your funeral. That's what like Church had listened to his label up to this point, putting out a radio-friendly signals that was get his music on the charts, and the label assured him help advance his career. Both the first 2 singles reached top 10 in the charts, and that's about it. So Church wanted to try something different. He'd been playing Smoke a Little Smoke during his live shows and had been watching the crowd's reaction. They were tearing the walls down, but the label wasn't keen on releasing a stoner anthem to radio. So Church stuck to his guns. In fact, more than that, he threatened to walk from the label if Smoke a Little Smoke wasn't released as his next single. Accidental Racist. Brad Paisley and LL Cool J. One of those people is black. What more can you say about this one? But yikes. I mean, what the hell were they thinking? I get that the song was supposed to address racial tensions and serve as some sort of common ground for a white Southerner who was proud of his heritage and a black man who still has to face the ugly realities of racism. But man, this one completely missed the mark. Like Indian Outlaw. Oh, it's about Indians. It wasn't God who made honky tonk angels. Folly. These are all fucking milquetoast, man. Like, and then you go fucking like, oh, the most 25 most like. I'm pretty sure this last article is 12 because that's all they could find.
Pretty much.
Whereas I'm pretty sure they had too many for this one. Fucking 25. Like, and I love rap. Like, I will listen. I'll listen to NWA. Like,
Wu-Tang.
It's in my general rotation. Is plenty of rap music.
I don't listen to mumble rap.
Don't like that. I don't think rap encourage. Like, I don't think this country, like, country music is not violent. Like, yeah, there's murder ballads, but compared to rap, it's fucking nothing. And to pretend that this is violent. Like, you fucking kidding me?
It's white supremacy because he's talking about them good old boys raised up right.
Like, absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Because them good old boys are going to round up those Black Lives Matter protesters and lynch them from a tree.
I saw some ham beast.
Yeah.
Post a video on. It got posted on Twitter, but it was from TikTok, of course. And it was some ham beast being like, "Oh, well, Jason Aldean said that in his statement said that it was all from what did he say? He said it was all real news footage from BLM riots." Well, he didn't say that. He said there isn't a single video clip that isn't real news footage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's true. But this woman, this fucking ham beast, tries to debunk it by saying, "Oh, this isn't American news footage."
Yes, it is.
So what? That's not what he fucking said. And do you think that, like, even if he did say, "I only used footage from the BLM protests," did you think there were no fucking BLM protests overseas? Yeah, Taylor Swift is country. No, Thermo's not a Cardi B lover. Fucking hell. God damn it.
He likes
he's a Lizzo lover.
I no
100% facts.
Costy, he loves WAP by Cardi B.
No, I don't think I've even heard it. No, actually, no, I have heard it. Yeah. You know what? To my shame, you know what I like? Fucking shanties.
What?
There once was a ship that put to sea.
Yeah, the name of the ship was the Billy of Tea.
Mm-hmm. Soon may the
Hard
Teddy
bow
Band
it
come
down, blow when bully boys blow.
I mean, that's just one of the shanties.
That's one of the chant. I've got to like, as someone who's closer to South Australia than me, you should appreciate South Australia.
Everyone learned how to play. What do we do with
Bound for South Australia? Yeah.
Okay.
No, the Longest Johns are fucking great.
Like
I know.
Costy, I've listened to it.
Like, go and listen to the Longest Johns. They're a shanty team, I guess. A shanty band group, whatever the fuck you call that particular thing. They are fucking great. So absolutely fantastic. But yeah, like, this ham beast is debunking something that isn't even real and getting like applause for it. I'm like, are you fucking retarded? Like, this whole thing is so fucking stupid.
It's like,
and again, I want to reiterate, this song is fucking mid.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't deserve to be number one. It doesn't even deserve to chart.
A lot of songs don't deserve to be charted.
Yeah, exactly.
Hang on.
Like most modern music.
Exactly.
Excuse me. But again, it's remember, this is Jason Aldean. This is the guy who was on stage at the Las Vegas shooting. He literally watched his entire concert get shot up. Does people think he doesn't understand, like, violence?
Yeah.
Like, yes, I remember after the massacre, he and his band came out and said our guns were useless. I remember that happening. I remember them coming out and just,
what the fuck have you sent me?
Oh my god.
What the hell?
What the fuck is
dog?
this?
Is this a clan dog or is it Halloween?
No, it's clearly some sort of ghost dog.
Who sent you
Ghost
that?
Dog, Way of the Samurai.
It's in the Tema fan server.
Ghost dog, but he has a broomstick.
Stand up and be counted. Show the world that you're a man. Stand up and be counted. Go with the Ku Klux Klan. We always can be counted on when there's a job to do. We serve our land and keep it always free. And proudly wear our robes of white, protecting liberty.
So this comment says everyone keeps. So this is from Wad Audio 5298. Everyone keeps asking if the original links to the original keeps getting taken down fast, but the song is "Stand Up and Be Counted" by Johnny Rebel. You can find his music online. Jesus.
Oh God.
Oh yeah. Oh boy.
I see we're going to the comparative music. Good stuff.
Johnny
Good stuff.
Rebel. Now I need to know who this guy was. Oh my God.
Oh Jesus.
Clifford Joseph Trahan was better known by the stage names Johnny Rebel and Pee
I'll be
Wee
right back.
Trahan. Was an American singer, songwriter, musician who performed songs that were supportive of white supremacy.
Like actual white
my
supremacy
boy.
or the current white
Actual,
supremacy?
Like, as we saw in the lyrics, like he's talking explicitly about the KKK. And because he was big in the 60s, I think it was his main career by the looks of it. So actual Klan, KKK. Yeah.
Yeah. Costi, I just sobbed. To be fair, that was a dope bass line that they added.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not much talk about fucking.
I don't know how this came into it, but
yeah,
I guess,
don't know why Thermo dropped us here.
They're accusing him of what? They're accusing Aldine of white supremacy. So I guess this is tangential or adjacent.
Yeah, but the white supremacy that they see is not the same.
It's not this. It's not actual white supremacy.
Yeah, it's not actual white supremacy.
No. God no. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah. The song is mid. It's basic. As I said, basic bitch 4-chord country song that you could replace the lyrics with, and you would have already heard it before.
Yeah, totally.
It's an absolute Streisand effect.
Yep.
Yeah,
the controversy is what pushed out the charts. If the left would have shut their mouth on this candidate. Yeah, they never learn. No.
Of course not.
And that's the thing. If someone comes out and says, "Have you heard this horrible racist song?" What do? You go fucking listen to it.
No,
music's
you start
everywhere.
bawling about it.
Yeah. Start crying about it on TikTok.
I buy the album just to make sure.
Of course, the K-letter group is an anti-Republican group. I do not get the mistake. Yeah. So yes, I'm sure he'll win I'm sure his pockets have been filled to the brim now for a arguably mid song that just pissed off one weirdo on Twitter that then turned into a whole fucking thing. Like, that's the thing. All these things get fucking triggered by just one weirdo.
Well,
they are a collective, so
something did come out of it because it's now the campaign song for Vivek.
Oh, for God's sake!
I'm actually not joking.
Like, I'm not surprised.
The day after he gave a speech, and it was a nice speech and presentation. He laid out kind of his policies or his plan to get rid of the IRS and stuff. But his entry and closing.
Why is he copying Ron DeSantis? Sorry, I'm just doing exactly what Vivek and Trump supporters do. Anytime there's any sort of campaign release that's slightly like anything Trump does. But yes, this is my opinion of Vivek. So he's literally the monorail guy from fucking The Simpsons.
Oh, well, I used to know the whole monorail song.
Name's Langley. Langley.
Thank you. Yeah.
But yes, I don't trust that man at all.
I don't trust any of them.
He is a flim-flam man who is here to who will not be elected as to anything. He may end up an Ohio senator, but that's it.
So what? Third, fourth place? In the end?
Well, there was a poll this week that it was done by one of the least reputable polling companies in America that showed he was. Yes, that's right. I don't trust him because he's a street shitter, Costi. Because I'm a horrible racist.
They won't vote for him based on his
No,
name.
I don't trust him because he's a billionaire farmer exec.
Yeah,
and nobody should trust him because he's a billionaire farmer exec who, despite his protestations to the contrary, only decided that he shouldn't be listed on the World Economic Forum website after he started to run. And then was like, I threatened to sue them because it was false. Yeah, it was false until you said, I'm not one of them. What was my point? I've lost it.
You're just lost in conspiracy theories. Because apparently this is a conspiracy theory stream.
Yeah, that's right. This is a conspiracy theory stream. No, there was a poll that showed Vivek was tied for second place with Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, doubt that.
And it's like, okay, that's good, because if Vivek becomes number 2, then I can expect Trump to attack him, but that ain't gonna happen. Like the entirety of the MAGA influence space on Twitter was pushing this ridiculous poll, like, look, Meatball's in third place. But Trump didn't say shit. Like, there's no way in hell Trump would say anything nice about anybody who is actually a competitor. Like, the only people anybody who threatens him in the slightest is like, oh, well, I hate them. They're the worst. They're basically Hitler. Like, Trump will fucking come at you with every barrel. But I guarantee you, if Vivek is slides into second place for real, you won't hear fucking peep from Trump about it. So, and it won't be because Vivek's a good guy. No, it'll be because Vivek's there for Trump.
Yeah, Vivek will drop out and support Trump.
I guarantee you, Vivek has made it 100% clear that, look, Mr. Trump, I'm not after the presidency. I'm not after the vice presidency either. I'm just in it to, raise my national profile, get some exposure, and then my plan is to run for Senate in Ohio, and I specifically want your endorsement, sir. Because I don't think he said a single bad word about Trump.
Not insultingly. He has given probably approved criticism is what I'll say. Approved criticism.
What criticism has Vivek had towards Trump?
More so, he's obviously pointed out that, okay, Trump said a lot of things about draining the swamp, but I know how to do it, is kind of what he was saying. Trump, the way he summed it up was, Trump knows who to fire. I know how to fire them. That's kind of that soft criticism that he was giving. Like he's very clear that he respects what Trump was trying to do, but there were some failings, and that's kind of the extent of the criticism. It's not a bitch fight like Trump and DeSantis are having.
Anyway, so how AI matchmakers, virtual pickup lines, and other ChatGPT-like tools are taking over online dating.
Bots have already.
Tom Bolo says Vivek is just backing up Trump in case the legal prosecutions work. Yeah. Look.
Yeah.
Tom Bolo, I think the legal persecutions are working. I think the entire point was to make sure that the Republican Party rallies around Trump. It's to solidify his nomination.
Yeah.
And that's the whole purpose. Like, yes, absolutely, the Justice Department is being weaponized, but not in the way everyone thinks. Like, yeah, they want to get Trump, but they're happy to get Trump after they've beaten him in the election. They make no mistake. Biden wants a round 2. Biden wants to beat him again. Because let's not forget, Biden beat him. Fucking midnight ballot drops and all that, but Trump came out and told everybody not to vote. Told everybody, don't vote by mail. It's rigged. It's a disaster. Well, you were the president. You're telling me you didn't have power to do stuff?
But
And
the president
and
doesn't
then-
have power
and
on
then-
state
no.
elections.
The president has a lot of power to do a lot of stuff. And Trump
Not
didn't.
how
Trump didn't know.
states conduct their elections.
Trump didn't know how to wield said power.
Well, like I'm kind of with Costy on this. No, RC. Sorry, I keep getting you two fucking confused. Yeah.
You're basically
my-
the same person. You're both
Yeah,
from Victoria.
basically the
That's
same person. You live in the same place, don't
Here,
you?
you're both from Victoria.
Yeah, that's why I
basically-
get
Yeah,
confused.
own property and all that stuff.
Yeah, all that shit. Yeah, no, like, what could have Trump actually done? Because again, he doesn't have the FEC aren't good. He can't do shit. Like, you can't tell states how to run their elections.
No, but there's other thing. Well, look, he can actually, if you think something illegal is going on, you run the Justice Department answers to you.
Yeah,
Well,
then there's the thing.
The
about
FBI
latching-
director,
latchings and
the
all that
FBI
stuff.
director answers to you. Look, if the Justice Department doesn't answer to you, that's why you're allowed to fire secretaries and appoint acting secretaries. Like if you can't find someone to execute your agenda, why the fuck would I ever trust you to be president again?
Yeah, and this was
Like if you think that this is the difference between winning the election and not winning the election, then why didn't you pull out all the fucking stops? Were you afraid of what the Washington Post would say? Would Maggie Haberman stop taking your fucking calls?
And this is
Like-
this is
This
why
is fundamentally the problem with Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
And has always been the problem with Trump, and he hasn't fucking learned anything. Where did the audio recording come from of him saying, I could have declassified it, but I didn't? It came from him talking to a fucking reporter.
Why is he even saying it?
Someone writing a book that I'm sure flattered him greatly. Well, how the fuck did that end up at the fucking Justice Department? I'll give you two fucking guesses. They gave it to them. Because they don't give a fuck about Trump. They would happily have the end of the book being Trump going to jail. But he's too fucking blind to see this shit. Well, they were very nice to me. They said some very nice things. I was very flattered. What? Are you fucking stupid? How the fuck have you lasted this goddamn long?
He says he's had loyal people.
Anyway, my blood pressure's up.
Yeah, no, it's not good for you. This is what DeSantis and Vivek are kind of pointing out, saying, "Hey, he says all this shit."
No,
but
this
we've
is
actually
what Vivek is pointing out.
Sorry, yeah, right.
Vivek is saying, I'm gonna do this. This is Vivek's out the front of the courthouse.
Yeah.
Going, we need to support I honestly thought I was not going to be surprised if he'd stood in front of that courthouse and said everybody running should immediately drop out and endorse President Trump because this is a travesty and he needs to be the candidate. Like it and instead it was some like, oh, everybody needs to take a pledge to pardon Donald Trump. Like, what the
fuck that shit.
fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. I will say I did like his plans for how he's basically getting rid of the IRS and folding in.
What do you mean a wing
things.
moment?
Yeah.
A winch, maybe.
Winch. Oh, there's an E at the end of winch. Yeah.
No, wings. Wings of redemption.
Oh, wings are ready.
With the keyboard.
Oh, yes.
Gotcha.
I'm tired of it.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired of the Republican clown car. Just pick a person, or just go. Either you just pick one now, or you just go full clown car.
Yeah,
we watch the meltdown.
This isn't for you, Tim. This is for Ryu.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
There we go. Either way, this has nothing to do with the Vivek. What are we looking at?
Anyway, how matchmakers, virtual pickup lines, and other ChatGPT-like tools are taking over online dating. Artificial intelligence is quickly changing the landscape of many businesses, but can technology really help someone find true love? Several entrepreneurial matchmakers are betting it can. This is literally the Black Mirror episode. What episode was that? The one where they're in the fucking... Like the entire episode plays out and you find out at the end it was just a simulation that the matchmaking engine was running to determine which two people worked best together. Does nobody remember that? Just
I
me?
never watched
Fever Dream?
it.
Never watched it.
You should. Black Mirror is good. It's very good. One Snapchat influencer, Karen Marjorie, recently created an AI clone of herself using ChatGPT that engages prospective boyfriends in conversations ranging from basic chit-chat to more advanced discussions about exploring each other's bodies all night long for a $1 per minute fee. Prospective boyfriends and $1 per minute fee? No.
I don't get why people are surprised.
Amaranth does have
these
one
are
too.
these are prospective simps.
Yes.
Yeah.
These are just
they're not prospective boyfriends.
This is just the evolution of bots because bots have always been involved in dating apps. Always have been.
Look, I'm 80 to 90% sure that 80% of the people you interact with on fucking Twitter are bots.
Yeah.
They're not real.
Oh, I've interacted with women on dating sites and they just turned out to be bots. Because at the end of the nice conversation,
Sign up for Adult Friend Finder.
Yeah, what's your
No, there are OnlyFans.
Similar things. They ask you for like credit card verification. Yeah.
Yeah,
Send you a link. They send you a link for.
Started signing up for OnlyFans is through that.
What? Oh no! What happens? What happens on the day? At least for me, what happened was, you start talking to this woman, like it looks like a legit profile and all that. You start chatting. Oh, hey, can we meet up? Yeah, but I'll need you to go to this site first to verify your credit card.
Or two messages in. It's I have an OnlyFans. You want to sign up?
Yeah, no, that's obviously a bot. Yeah, that's the other tell nowadays. If they just send you the OnlyFans link like immediately or really early, like it's all bots.
It's all was it the
Barbie and Ken
dead internet theory?
Maybe that's just an Australian thing, but like, so I've heard other places around the world, dating apps are a hell of a lot more useful, but I've never had any luck with them in Australia.
Americans suck.
They do, but like over in Asia, even over in Asia and Europe, like dating apps seem to have a lot more success. Or maybe it's because Australia's only got 26 million people, but like there's not a lot of people in like if I did a search for like 15 kilometers around my house, maybe even 30. Well, maybe because I'm on the outskirts, but 30 kilometers would take me into the middle of Brisbane, right? It's not that many people on these dating apps. So
well, a lot of it is there's so many different fucking dating apps.
Yeah, but even the big ones like Tinder or Adult Friend Finder, there's actually not a lot of people in my area, and I'm in a big city. So I'm thinking maybe it's just an Australian thing that I have such a bad experience.
He isn't on Grindr trying to look for that?
That's the problem.
I haven't tried Grindr. I've stuck to Tinder and Adult Friend Finder. Sometimes Bumble, but
just buy a.
What about Hinge?
Just buy a Ukrainian bride, for God's sake.
I'm really tempted.
You know what you could do? You could join Mao.
Or a
masseuse,
like
Thailand. I'm probably going to Thailand for my birthday because it's cheap. So
I used to work with.
I guess see Mao.
Okay. Mao.
I used to work with.
I don't know what Mao looks like. I know who Mao is. I don't know what he looks like.
I used to work with a guy.
I don't think I want to go into the red light areas and do the party bullshit. I'm not a party person.
Oh, he's picking up girls at 7-Eleven.
He probably is. I mean,
I have a mail order grandmother.
What?
I have a mail order grandmother. So my grandfather, my Italian grandfather. So my grandmother obviously passed away years ago. And my Italian grandfather at my father's funeral, which granted was about 10 years ago, at my father's funeral, we went to the cemetery, and I was introduced to my
grandmother,
my grandfather's new wife, who was younger than me.
Wow.
She was a lovely Filipino girl, and also there was her mother, which I guess technically was
your step-great-grandmother.
Step-great-grandmother.
It was your age.
It's starting to sound like a Tom Arnold skit.
I know how that.
And on the flip side, I used to work with a guy who we were convinced had like a mail order bride. Like his wife was from Russia, but not Russia.
Ukrainian.
No, not Ukrainian. From the other side. She was from Kamchatka.
Ah.
So she was from the Pacific Ocean side of
Kamchatka.
Kamchatka. So she was from the city of Kamchatka. So she was. It's like the ladies there, they're like a mix of if you took a Ukrainian woman and mixed it with a little bit of Mongolian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And a little bit of Asian and threw it all together. That's what like she was gorgeous, like absolutely gorgeous. It was incredible looking woman.
Oh, so she's a half breed like Ryu. Okay.
Last time I dated a Ukrainian chick, I almost got my ass stabbed. So
Last time you dated a Ukrainian chick, you almost ended up fighting Russians.
No, I almost got stabbed.
Yeah, that's a Ukrainian side kicking in. It's a,
but yeah. So if you can get a mail order bride, by all means, you should do it.
Yeah. My grandma,
If you can get them from all over. There's plenty of women who want to come to Australia. And who
So
would
I got
like
a
it.
question. I don't want to go into personal, but your grandfather didn't have you an uncle that's younger than you too, right?
Sorry.
If
My
you're-
grandfather.
I know
didn't-
where you're going with this, Ryu. Don't you bring JoJo into this?
I don't understand.
Don't worry about it. Oh,
Right, you're just being a weirdo.
Is this some weeb shit?
No, I was actually curious if
maybe I'm steering it.
I
in
have
that
no
direction.
uncles. I have no
Okay.
uncles that are younger than me. No.
Okay.
No, if
all good.
his younger bride, his mellower bride, he could have knocked up and had an uncle. You an uncle.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Al
possible.
Pacino
I guess he could have, but I
possibly-
don't think he did.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't
But
seen
that's
him
like-
in
but
years.
that's basically that.
Last
Yeah.
I heard, he'd moved to Townsville. So,
Oh, shit.
up Townsville way.
Now,
My great, yeah. My
now,
great,
now,
yeah.
now, if your grandfather dies and you somehow become single again, and then marry your
Oh God!
your
step
grandfather's
grandmother.
family, yeah, your grandmother, your step grandmother, you could be your own grandpa.
Jeez, that's not how that works, Dave.
It's close though. If you married her, no, because she's no longer just yet.
If she had a child, and
Yeah.
and then I married her, I could be my own. I could be my own. I could be the father to my own uncle. I could be my uncle's father, which would just be weird. Anyway, this is weird.
This is a weird conversation.
This is very weird. Yes, moving along.
Okay.
We couldn't decide the gender of our firstborn, so we let our dog do it.
This could have been taken.
I
the
feel like
whole
this is a
the wrong
Ryu
way.
article, but maybe not.
Probably. It's the
It's
New
a
York Post, so
Ryu.
it's probably weird.
Oh God!
Are we
So they
sure
put.
it's not a Coastal article since it has a
So
dog.
this isn't as weird as you think. We couldn't decide on the gender of our firstborn, so we let our dog do it. What does everybody think this is? This isn't some weird non-binary thing. It's embryos. So Jacob and Serena
Oh, God.
Kujati had their dog choose which embryo, girl or boy, to transfer first. So they were doing IVF. And during IVF, obviously, you can pick which embryos to implant first. So they got the dog to pick because it was harder. So it's not a weird story. So it's not a weird Ryu story. Ryu might have just thought it was.
Oh, Costy.
Instructions unclear. Litter of puppies delivered. This is what OnlyFans girls really want to do to their subscribers when they don't unlock their pay-per-view messages.
And everyone here, you give consent to everyone to kick you in the nuts?
I don't know if I'm gonna get that far.
All right, do you consent to me?
Yes.
All right. How's that?
Burning.
Hold it, hold it, hold it. All right. You want to go round two? You got it. You got it.
This one, yeah, it is me.
So, sorry, what was the reward for this car or something?
I think the reward for it was getting kicked in the nuts. I think that's the problem.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I thought he said he was getting
This is
something for
totally a fetish thing.
it. Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
This is a couple.
Oh, no, not the...
No, I don't think this is cuckoldry. I think this is
Oh.
another.
Yeah, this is not cuckoldry.
This is like a shame fetish.
This is shit.
Humiliation.
Isn't this is what Nick has done to him at conventions?
Oh, yeah, that's disgusting.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah, this is definitely a
God.
shame fetish. Like this
Ah,
is, yeah.
Nah, that's nasty.
Yeah,
That's nasty.
You don't know where they've been. I mean, you got a pretty good idea where they've been, but
I'm pretty sure I know where they work. By the looks of it.
disgusting. Disgusting. Oh, mama! Inside the very turbulent lives of teen mom stars who have quit the hit series, from lucrative HGTV hosting gigs to X-rated adult entertainment and abuse allegations. So this is Teen Mom 2's Caitlin Lowry. She's the latest cast member to depart from the sprawling teen pregnancy MTV franchise. She announced in May that season 11 was her last. Elsewhere, Teen Mom OG Farrah Abraham quit the show in a huff in 2018 after she was accused of poor treatment towards the crew, as well as an ultimatum to give up her career as an adult entertainer if she wanted to continue on the series. Newsflash, she didn't. Another Teen Mom 2 alum, Jenna Evans, was fired after multiple alleged domestic violence incidents. Meanwhile, Bristol Palin, yes, that Palin, also of Teen Mom OG, left after a year with the show, saying at the time, "Money doesn't impress me. I don't entertain." Bullshit. Following Kaylin's bombshell, Female takes a look at the young women who've peeled off from the Teen Mom franchise over the years. So yes, Farrah Abraham, the original Teen Mom cast member, went on to pursue a career in the adult entertainment industry. Don't look up her stuff.
No, I looked it up years ago.
Don't look up her stuff. She does not pick the best co-stars, for want of a better term. I mean, if that's your kink,
She
okay.
looks like she filled out a little bit though. She was
a
super
a
thin.
lot of
She was super
plastic.
thin.
A lot of plastic, a lot of work done.
Mm-hmm.
Bristol Palin, daughter of ex-vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin, quit Teen Mom after it took away her peace. Oh, there's Tig. Was it Tig with a name?
Tigger, I think.
Trig.
Trig or Trip?
Trig, I think it was. The kid. Down syndrome baby that she had.
Oh.
So, I don't care about all this. Who cares?
Yeah, it's a whole bunch of who cares.
Yep. Texas troopers were told to push children into the Rio Grande and deny water to migrants, records say. So officers working for Governor Greg Abbott's border security initiative have been ordered to push small children and nursing babies back into the Rio Grande and have been told not to give water to asylum seekers even in extreme heat, according to an email from a Department of Public Safety trooper who described the actions as inhumane.
Yeah, I posted this one.
The July 3 account, reviewed by the Hearst newspapers, disclosed several previously unreported incidents the troopers witnessed in Eagle Pass, where the state of Texas has strung miles of razor wire and deployed a wall of buoys in the Rio Grande. According to the email, a pregnant woman having a miscarriage was found late last month, caught in the wire, doubled over in pain. Oh, a 4-year-old girl passed out from heat exhaustion after she tried to go through it and was pushed back by the Texas National Guard soldiers. A teenager broke his leg trying to navigate the water around the wire and had to be carried by his father. The email, which the troopers sent to a superior, suggests that Texas has set traps of razor wire wrapped barrels in parts of the river with high water and low visibility, and said the wire has increased the risk of drowning by forcing migrants into deeper stretches of the river. Trooper called for a series of rigorous policy changes to improve safety for migrants, including removing the barrels and revoking the directive on withholding water. Due to extreme heat, the orders not to give people water need to be immediately reversed as well. I believe we've stepped over a line in the inhumane. Department of Public Safety spokesperson Travis Considine did not comment on the contents of the troopers' email and said there was no policy against giving water to migrants. Considine also provided an email from the DPS Director Stephen McGraw on Saturday calling for an audit to determine if more can be done to minimize the risk to migrants. McCraw wrote, troopers should warn migrants not to cross the wires, redirect them to ports of entry, and closely watch anyone who needs medical attention. Another email. Like, this is just terrible, man. Like, fuck. And look, like, what do you fucking do?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you do all this stuff so that they don't come, and they still fucking come.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the federal government's doing nothing.
Like, and the federal government's like, hey, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, so the state government's trying to do something.
Mm.
To be fair, it's probably a poor way to do it, but they have
what
to do
else is
something.
there to do? Yeah.
Look, and I mean, if you're a mic, don't fucking crawl through razor wire. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like,
and I'm pretty sure they were trying to use the razor wire as a deterrent. But
yeah, the point is you're supposed to
going
look and
through
go,
it,
how am I going to
so-
get through that? Well, yeah, fuck.
Well, just go. They literally just go, no, just throw your kids over it.
I know. Denver doctor who recommended assisted suicide to at least 2 anorexia patients. Fucking hell. Now that it's a Denver doctor, not a fucking Canadian doctor.
I was going to say.
Defends her decision and claims people with starved brains still have mental capacity to make their own decisions. Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking horrifying. Meanwhile, anorexic woman 47 who weighs just 92 pounds.
Jesus Christ.
Candidly lays bare her plans to die under Canada's new assisted death laws. Every day is hell. I'm done. God. After being hospitalized twice, she wants to end her life. Canada will expand its criteria for medically assisted death in 2024. Canada's basically just going to fucking depopulate itself.
Just as
Oh, Costy, no. That's wrong. I don't make good decisions when I'm hangry. Oh God. Damn. Jesus Christ. Yes, Lisa Pauley, 47, shares that she has a warped relationship with her body since she was 8 years old and has been struggling with an eating disorder for nearly 40 years. Have you considered maybe you're trans? She now weighs 92 pounds and may go days without eating solid food. She explained she's too weak to carry groceries home without stopping for breaks. She describes her life as a living hell. Every day is hell, she told Reuters. I'm so tired. I'm done. I tried everything. I feel like I've lived my life.
Have you tried eating food?
Jesus. Yeah.
And
she cannot
more
legally
important
get help
thing,
to die.
Keep it down.
Why does... Okay. Like,
there's a reason why you're tired, because you're not giving yourself enough calories and vitamin and minerals.
Stop thinking logically. This is a psychological condition.
Of course, they can't. Even if they eat it, they will throw it straight back up.
Well, no, that's
weird.
bulimia, but these people just won't eat it. They can't.
Oh, sorry, I get the two conflated.
In their head, they're like, if I eat this, I'll get fat.
Yeah.
So their body image issues are so pronounced that they just cannot. They just can't.
It's like the Twitch chick.
Yeah. What's her name? Oh, fuck.
Cooney.
Yeah, Eugenia Cooney.
Mm.
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, and that stuff's gonna. It's probably worse now. I mean, the trans stuff probably
totally
overtakes
worse.
it, just because social media like exists and girls see this stuff and they go, "Oh yeah, look, I'm too fat. Like I didn't know I could do that." Because what was it? I was watching an interview. I guess it's not really so. Jordan Peterson does these videos. They're not really interviews with other people. They're more just discussions. Like Jordan Peterson's issue is he tends to talk just as much as the person who's being interviewed. Which, look, I understand. That's fair. Like that's fine. It's your show. You do you. But yeah, he was discussing how. So he was talking to Helen Joyce, whose thing is pretty much lined up with mine, that there's no such thing as trans people.
It's a culture.
The whole thing is cultural.
Yep.
And it's a social. It's 100% a social contagion.
Specifically an American.
Specifically American social.
Yeah, I watched that discussion with Peter
is
Boghossian.
spreading to everywhere
Yeah, the one with Peter Boghossian is very good.
Explain Lady Boys.
That's a
cultural
Thai.
thing there. That's a Thai
cultural thing in Thai.
Yeah,
Thailand.
cultural thing.
But yeah, the discussion there, but it goes into, he starts explaining how girls are more susceptible on the balance, with more susceptible to negative emotions, and that's why women tend to obsess over body image, because those negative emotions, like the guilt, the negative emotional reactions, are more pronounced in women. So yeah, what is this fucking? This alligator waiting for a victim. It just got posted in the Rumble chat. I'm pretty sure that was the same as like a couple of weeks ago. I've seen that video. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, Dr. Peterson points to an incident, or maybe it was Helen Joyce, pointing to a complete lack of, or a very low rate of anorexia nervosa in Hong Kong, up until the point where a particular girl who was anorexic, very anorexic, died in public. And it became like a whole big media thing. And what happened immediately, like in the preceding time, like in the following period, is there was an explosion in girls coming and saying, look, I'm like being diagnosed as anorexic, like just having this response. So it is in some cases a social contagion, but it's as well. But it's just it's just horrible. Like, it's just fucking horrible. Like, we need to find, like, really need to work on. We really need to fix mental illness. Like, we really need to find the root causes. And maybe it's fucking Jesus Christ, Costy. Maybe they should have a Snickers before they sign off. God.
Come down and have a Snickers bar.
God. No, you're not you when you're hungry. Yeah, like look, I think if you found a way to treat mental illness, a lot of this stuff would just go away. Like a lot of stuff that you wouldn't think is a mental illness, you'd be like, wait, how is that? That doesn't make sense. Like, if you dosed everyone, like if there was a magic pill or a magic chemical you could put in the water, and everybody drank the water, but it's not fluoride. But if you could, like, spray the population with this drug, that immediately magically fixed all mental illness, just made the brain operate normally, I think you would see a lot of things that you were like, wait a minute, I thought that was just normal for people to be like that. I think you'd see a lot of that shit just disappear.
Thermo's promoting drugging drugging everyone.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the freaking frogs gay, but I'm perfectly fine with them putting chemicals in the air that make all the crazy people sane.
We could always go back to the dichotomy of lobotomy.
Well, yeah. Look, I think there should be some people who should be lobotomed. There's an episode of Babylon 5. Just to go off on a tangent here. There's an episode, not really a tangent, but I guess. So there's an episode of Babylon 5. It's actually very good. And it's about a monk on the station no, he's not a monk. He's a cleaner on the station. And he begins having flashbacks, and he thinks he's going crazy. Like, he keeps having visions of himself, like, murdering people and blah, blah, blah. And it ends up being that what they do in this universe is they take prisoners and they mind wipe them, and they reprogram them with false thought, like false memories. And for this particular person, he just didn't take. Like, it just didn't take. He had to be wiped again. So they wipe him again and make him a monk in, like, a monastery or whatever, like a space monastery, I guess. But yeah, like thinking about that, and Dave, you mentioning lobotomy, I'm like, why bother with life sentences where you'll die in prison? Just lobotomize them. Lobotomize, done. Don't even need to put them in prison.
Yeah, they say it's inhumane.
So's locking someone up with no, like, only giving them light for 1 hour a day. So
Solitary
cheap,
confinement,
lobotomy's
yes.
cheaper too.
Oh, it's totally-
Yeah, over time, yeah, I guess it is cheaper.
Yeah, because you can kind of release them. Kinda. I'm not too sure how much damage that actually does.
Tom Bolo says if the majority of the entire world is mentally ill and sane people were just a few, yeah. So smart drugs finally bring everyone up to 170, the current standard, and stabilize them. I don't know that. I don't know that 170 IQ is the standard.
I thought.
I think you should be able to take like drugs that, like nootropic drugs and stuff that makes you like. Look, I think you should be able to take Adderall.
Like stimulants.
I think you should be able to take stimulants. Yeah, I think if you're an adult, you should be able to choose to take a stimulant to increase your performance. Like if you've got a cram for a test, yeah, absolutely, you should be allowed to. It should be perfectly legal. Why should we not be able to avail ourselves of the advances in pharmaceuticals?
I remember when I was in school and all the ads on TV were coming up with Brahmi. Take Brahmi because it improves your ability to study.
The fuck is Brahmi?
What's that?
Is it Brahmi?
I mean, it probably is, but I've never heard of it.
I mean, it won't be a drug because drugs don't get advertised.
And drugs are bad.
It's like an Ayurvedic herb. It wasn't a drug,
okay.
but it's like a natural. It's like a natural remedy, and you take Brahmi because it improves your ability, improves your brain activity, and helps you study, helps your memory, concentration.
In the States back in like the 80s and 90s, we had it basically looked like a Mentos bottle, but what it was like a candy that was like caffeinated. It was basically speed. Is what it came down to.
I know in the 80s and 90s they had diet drugs in the US that were essentially methamphetamine. Yeah.
Yeah. So why not?
Yes, kids, take the drugs.
Yeah.
Yes, 100% take the drugs.
That would explain why the freezer has locks on it.
Yes,
Because
all
the
the
monkey-
weed. But yes, look, this is the Walgreens at 16th and Geary in San Francisco, and they've chained up their freezer section. Workers said normally shoplifters clean out all the pizza and ice cream. Clean out all the pizza and ice cream every night. They usually hit 20 times a day.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow, those munchies.
So staff have to come and get everything out of the freezer for you?
Uh-huh.
This is absolutely baffling. Like, what?
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
I thought it was bad in my store where it's just
I can understand the
condoms and
Jesus Christ. What
Wait,
was that
go
stuff?
back. What
What was the
wasn't
thing that
locked
they
up?
don't care about you stealing? What's it,
Hair
like socks
products?
and stuff?
It's like
hair bands and stuff?
maybe?
Well, see, those actually look
Yeah,
like
that's a
they're
brush.
kinda
That's hair
locked.
stuff.
Yeah.
What? Shoplifters don't brush their hair?
No, they just replace it because they all have weaves.
Tim, that's profiling.
Yes.
Air fresheners.
Yeah. I'll get high on that.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's aerosol.
well, toilet paper.
Not that it matters, but I mean, you easily buy aerosol. I know. Normally, it's just insane. Because thank you, San Francisco.
Insane.
Oh, but it's all the Republicans' fault, probably. Although
It's always the Republicans'
It's always the Republicans' fault. The Republicans think that black people are just thieves, and they don't want they want to put people in jail for just stealing to put food on the table. You're not stealing bread to put food on the fucking table. You're stealing literally everything because
you're not going to eat those pair of Nikes.
No, exactly.
You going to eat those? No. In an effort to create a smoke-free city, Hong Kong urges citizens to stare at smokers disapprovingly.
Shame, shame, shame.
So yes, Hong Kong has urged to stare at smokers in a disapproving way to help create a tobacco-free city. Oh, that's great. Yeah, just the staring at my.
Just stare at them. And smokers, please blow your smoke at those people.
I put this in its own section called Cuckoldry News. But I think I need to fix the order because yeah, I need to fix the order. So I think we covered this video last week.
Yeah, we covered.
Yeah, we covered
the
this last
Lamborghini.
week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So he bought her obviously bought her the Lamborghini, and then yeah, he's banned porn star Jason Love from ever having sex with his wife again. After he boasted about being better in bed, as the desperate couple invite in controversial influencer Andrew Tate for a threesome. So he's banned I forbid you to sleep with my wife again.
And hey, Top G, come on over, buddy.
Top G, come on and round my wife.
Costy, what do you think?
Of course, this is a fucking Ryu article. But yes. But yes, YouTuber Adam22 makes a very below the belt comment about porn star Jason Love's skills in the bedroom after he slept with his wife Lena the Plug as pair continue bitter online feud over controversial sex scene.
Yeah, he's not jealous at all.
Adam22 has made multiple negative comments about porn star Jason Love. The podcast host 39 blasted Jason 38 for his bedroom abilities. It comes after Jason said that he fucked Lena 32 better than Adam. It's absolutely fucking hilarious that these two are in like a fucking I fucked it better. No, I fucked it better. It's like, dude, this one is a professional who knows what he's doing. The other one is an amateur who doesn't know what he's doing. And bro, your wife literally said, no, he was better. So
just remind me, where does Adam22 come from? Like, how did he get popular?
Didn't you have, like, Tim? Didn't you say he had a basketball YouTube channel?
Yeah, I don't. Yes, the No Jumper podcast.
That group of fans is starting to get front row seats of what cuckoldry looks like. No, it looks.
Yeah, that's exactly how it looks. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, he has a daily podcast.
Speaking of fucking people, Biden's new student loan forgiveness plan is treating the Supreme Court with contempt. No, this is not an old article. He's going to try it again. He's decided that it doesn't matter. I do it wow. Donald Trump. So this is from the editorial board of the New York Post. Donald Trump promises a post-democratic second term. The Washington Post blared Monday, arguing that Trump already showed contempt for the rules when in office and acted as though they didn't exist. Boy, if you think that's a story, have we got a scoop for you? In complete defiance of the Supreme Court and ignoring the rules that govern the separations of powers, President Biden has decided by dictatorial fiat to nevertheless forgive hundreds of billions in student loans. This is contempt of Congress, of the courts, of our entire system of government. Yet the liberal media can't be bothered to care, because spending $475 billion on a project Democrats believe in and will help them buy votes is what matters most. In fact, the press has decided the Supreme Court is not legitimate and therefore its decisions don't matter. Don't you know judicial rulings only apply to Republicans? Do Democrats believe in norms or not? Congress is in charge of spending. The courts decide what moves are constitutional. One branch of government is not allowed to run roughshod over the others. Biden and his media handmaidens know that. Any kid who watched Schoolhouse Rock knows that. Biden is already running a post-democratic presidency, making up policy on the border and student loans, and acting as though he can do whatever he wants with no oversight. If you truly believe in the rules, then stand up for them, no matter who is president. So yes, fucking Biden, man. So yes, he's just going to go ahead and forgive the student debt anyway, Because once it's done, what are you going to do? Take the money back?
Where is he getting the money from, though?
Well, he just forgives the debt. He just waves his hands and it's gone. And the government's on the hook for it. So.
Yet Congress controls spending, so yeah, it's going to be very interesting.
That's a good point, Baldo. Baldo says, she said that you must respect Adam 22 to be able to nail her. Does that mean Adam can no longer rail his wife because he doesn't respect himself? Yes. What was the other thing? Oh, yes. I didn't have the story here, but the House, the Senate, or just Congress generally, put forward a ethics bill for the Supreme Court, which A, is going nowhere, and B, is unconstitutional because, like Congress determines the rules that apply to Congress, the court determines the rules that apply to the court.
Yeah. And the court, if the court has a dispute, it goes to them, and they're going to say,
well, the irony is they'll pass this law and the court will just rule it unconstitutional, and that's it.
Yeah. So fucking stupid.
But they won't pass it anyway, so it's absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
Do any of you happen to have a first-gen iPhone lying around in mint condition? Because one just sold for $190,000. So,
okay,
cha fucking ching. I actually had 2 of these. So, because we bought them at we bought them at work for.
All right, calm down, Mr. Moneybags.
They weren't mine. So I had to trial them out at the time.
What he means is he has one that's his that he just sold.
Yes, that's right. I have $190,000 now to do what I like with. So yes,
all that going to your mortgage.
US influencer works as emotional support stripper in Ukraine. Social media influencer Fan Pei Kong moved to Ukraine to volunteer with the wartime effort. An Instagram influencer who shipped out to help Ukraine amid the ongoing bloody war with Russia has found her niche aiding soldiers and volunteers as an emotional support stripper. Fan Pei Kong of Houston, Texas, created an OnlyFans account that is free for Ukrainian soldiers and volunteers, where she describes herself as a globetrotting girlfriend now volunteering in Kharkiv. The 33-year-old bombshell, whose content includes videos of stripteasers as air raid sirens blare and shirtless photos with rocket launchers, does everything from free emotional breastfeeding to soldiers and volunteers to distributing cash donations to Ukrainians and volunteers, according to her OnlyFans profile, which states proceeds go towards her humanitarian efforts. Oh,
We gotta continue this war indefinitely.
Forget MASH. It's smash.
God. I weep for society.
I don't. Let it burn.
Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend, Erica Herman, has dropped her $30 million lawsuit against his estate. His estate? Is he dead? Ousting her from his Florida mansion. What? Why does he have an estate?
Huh.
He's not dead. Herman claims that she and Woods had an oral tenancy agreement. I bet they did. Giving her the right to live at the house, and that she had 5 years remaining on that agreement when they broke up.
Oh, right. Estate as in the actual land estate.
He probably has it all. He's probably got like a trust or some other entity running it. Yeah.
Right.
Must be, yeah. Oh, he gave me an oral contract that said I could stay for 5 years. What? And now we've broken up. He kicked me out. Anyway, MTG did this week. And yes, the blurring was there.
ain't funny, but it does nothing.
Oh,
really.
sorry, no, the blurring wasn't there, but there were black boxes that.
Yeah,
MTG
she put the
on
black
there,
boxes,
She put the
and all
black
that.
boxes on.
I mean,
the New York Post decided to add more.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's
Well,
a
I think
stunt.
they
It was
have
a
to.
stunt.
It was,
Well,
yeah,
it's a
absolutely.
stunt,
It
so-
was
Totally
a stunt, but given that she is an adulterer as well, it means very little coming from her now. Like, it was funny. It was funny just taking these pictures and just showing them to the Democrats. Like, a
Yeah.
great stunt, but because it's coming from MTG, who is a acknowledged cheater,
Well,
an adulterer.
she's Ms. Green now.
She's Ms. Green.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ms. Green.
she lost her marriage over it because she's an adulterer. She cheated. You know,
Wait,
it doesn't
so
mean
was
anything
is
coming from
so
her
that's
now.
not so Marjorie Taylor Greene isn't like Taylor Greene is not a hyphenate.
No.
Okay. That's just a middle name.
Maybe she has two. I don't know.
The joke is that she may have broke the law by doing that.
By showing this.
It's all public.
Yeah.
It's all public information.
Well, no, because the contents of the laptop were added to the congressional record.
Yeah, Matt Gates
Yeah.
already put all this in the record.
Yeah, but
yeah.
but again, you cannot sex acts by their own laws, federal laws. It could actually be considered revenge porn if they wanted to fucking pursue it.
Well, that's what they're.
Yeah, but during those
I
laws
know it
don't
got
apply during
submitted in.
congressional proceedings.
But it's not to the public record. It's in their private record. It's not on the.
It's the congressional record. Yeah.
Yeah, but it isn't.
No,
where
but my
public-
point being, this is so we have a concept here called parliamentary privilege. The Americans, you guys have the same concept. It's just called something different.
But
similar, but if but again, there's similar, but certain laws they can actually say there's malice of part of it, and then sue on top.
But I thought.
Honestly, there's been so much wide distribution of these images. There's no way
I know.
you can argue.
Yeah.
it revenge porn.
I thought the congressional record was the equivalent of Hansard.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Because it's the
The Hansard doesn't include items
No,
tabled.
it doesn't have images or anything like that. But
No, but the Hansard doesn't include items tabled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So unless they're read into the record,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah.
They're in a record behind scenes,
I-
but
I-
not in front.
I could not ask for the laptop records.
No.
Only the people only the Congress can ask for them. So that's why. And if they're like in front of full view, that's like it's a iffy subject.
And
Yeah, it is real iffy.
Yeah. I looked it up.
like real iffy.
Yeah, Green is her married name. Her maiden name is Taylor.
Okay, so she was hyphenated.
Her maiden name is Taylor. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor was her.
So Green is her married name.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So
she might be
so
like
she was a hyphenate the entire time. So she was
No, she
marginally
wasn't.
Taylor Green.
It wasn't. She was. Well, it was never hyphenated. She just had a double surname.
Then why?
Well, my mother
the
has
double
not-
surname is a hyphenate, but that's the
Well, my mother has not changed her legal name back to her maiden name, as an example.
Oh, yeah, you don't have to.
No, I'm saying like even though you might
But
be
I'm
divorced.
saying if she
but,
went by Marjorie Taylor Greene, as in Taylor Greene is my last name,
Yeah.
then she has to change her name again to make it Ms. Green.
No, it's like
I'd be curious to see if there are any photos of her nameplate prior to divorce, and if it says Mrs. Taylor Greene.
Well, I thought it'd be like Amy Coney Barrett. You just call her Justice Barrett, not Justice Comey Barrett. Like,
You want to hear a funny? I went to a card shop a couple of months ago and I got told off. I said I wanted that Marjorie Taylor Green pack that came out, and they didn't think I was funny. Magic the Gathering.
Magic the Gathering.
But
Hunter Biden's lawyer, Kevin Morris, is seen smoking a bong on the balcony of his LA home while clearly visible from the road during a visit from the president's son.
Smoke weed every day.
Hunter was seen visiting Morris at his Pacific Palisades home at that time. Morris was pictured smoking on the balcony, clearly visible from the street. And there he is, lighting up.
Nice.
Hitting the bong, and there's Hunter leaving.
The question is it illegal or illegal?
It is. It is legal in California.
Yeah, it's like fully legal.
It is legal. It is 100% legal.
So it's a bit
But
of a
let's
myth,
also
but
not
really.
forget it is federally illegal.
Yes.
That's the key.
And despite protestations to the contrary, that the 10th Amendment, that's not how that works. It is illegal federally, which means it is like
because
the feds can come in and arrest you.
The feds are already
Doesn't matter what the states do.
10th. Yeah, because the feds are already in there, so you can't claim
They
10th.
got there first. Because the South can't just say, you know what, slavery, that's fine again. Anyway, a tornado damages a Pfizer plant in North Carolina as scorching heat floods.
God answered
Sock
our
other
prayers.
parts. Yes, God's
I'm starting to
God's
believe.
righteous vengeance.
Yep.
The Department of Defense is no longer the most expensive program the federal government pays for. According to the latest monthly Treasury statement for June 2023, it's now the interest on the Treasury debt. Treasury debt securities. It's $652 million a month. Sorry. $652 billion a month, a year. So there you go. There's the Department of Defense military programs. Fiscal year to date, $576 billion. Interest on Treasury debt securities, gross, current fiscal year to date, $652 billion. So, whereas the comparable period for the last year was 531 to 520. So,
we should get busy up to other countries. Oh wait, we're already doing that.
No, you're giving it away.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're giving it away for free.
The Wild Sex Act taken by Gen Z this Wild Sex Act is taking Gen Z by storm. Anyone guess what it is?
Missionary.
I'll give the chat a minute or two to try and guess what it is.
I wonder what it could be. These weird kids.
So, how about that SWAT team, eh?
Anybody watch that Barbie movie?
No, I've got a bit on that next. It's sexting. It's dick pics. It's sending pictures of you naked. So
yeah,
modern dating in
that's what I
Australia is heavily focused on sexting. In fact, recent news.com.au recently conducted a survey in Australia and found 45% of people under the age 30 admitted they've either sent or received nudes. 40% of people between the ages of 30 and 39 are in the same sexy boat, and 22% of people between the ages of 40 and 49 have sent a naked photo via text. Dating isn't just about kissing, sending roses, having to adapt to each other's housemates. Sexting has become a huge part of how Aussies date. So yes.
So this was Aussie news.
Yeah, but it's just general. I'm pretty sure that holds for the entire world.
Now, I just had a funny image pop into my head. Now, think about what if this had happened? What if this had happened before we all had portable phones with cameras and such? People are walking around with just like nude pictures and handing them to people.
I just got mine printed on cards.
Yeah, like just like that. It's like, here you go. Ooh.
It's just my dick. It's just my dick on a business card.
That was one thing I still remember working at a print shop is somebody dropping off film, and that was all that they had on it was their dick pics. And we still had to develop it.
Did you take copies?
No, I did not.
But yeah, that's basically what sexting is just walking up to random people and handing them a card. Here you go.
It's time to talk about Barbenheimer.
Okay.
So for those of you who haven't heard of Barbenheimer, it is an internet phenomenon that began ahead of the simultaneous theatrical release of two blockbuster films that have been widely regarded as dissimilar in style and content, Barbie and Oppenheimer, on July 21st. Let's fucking Christ. So yes, the Barbenheimer craze could do something Hollywood hasn't seen in years. So apparently this is just taking over the fucking world. We've all seen the memes. There was the stunt the Barbie team did where they painted the house
pink.
Pink, yeah, and then the response to it was, "Haha, perfect opportunity for the Oppenheimer marketing team, to blow it up." So, and I think that felt like where that actually began. Hey Daisy, how you going? So yeah.
I mean, has anyone seen the movie?
I have not seen the movie. I am keen to see Oppenheimer.
He'd love to go see Barbie.
I won't pay to see Barbie. I may pay to see Oppenheimer. It depends.
All I've heard is from like what is it, the doom-pilled reviewers about Barbie. It's
well, I watched I watched Critical Drinkers review because it was only 8 minutes long.
Yeah,
and his was, oh, it's just woke garbage, blah blah blah. And I thought, man, it's so easy to just write all this shit off as woke garbage. But if it is, the storyline is what he says it is, then yeah, that's a pretty heavy, misandrous message, which wouldn't surprise me at all. But yeah, I've gotten less and less trusting of reviewers, especially because if suddenly, like, because I worry, because
that's your growth.
Look, think about it. If suddenly Drinker came out and said, "No, this is great. This film is fucking fantastic. This film we all thought was going to be, woke garbage. It's great. It's great. It's great." He'd probably drive half his fucking viewers away. So I worry that the grift is too strong now for people. So I tend to just not believe reviewers at all now. Like, I'll watch The Drinker, I'll watch the Friday Night Tights guys, I'll watch.
I mean,
like, I won't watch
shouldn't
Flash,
be believing viewers. You shouldn't believe them at all.
And look, especially because I see this and I think, okay, well, like, this is usually an indication of a good film. Like, it's 90% on both. Like, maybe the audience score is astroturfed. But I don't know. As a general rule, the stuff that the critics like and the audiences like is good. Like, when there's unanimity among the two, it's actually good.
Yeah, but maybe.
So I don't know what to trust anymore.
So I'm going to go see Barbie and Oppenheimer on Wednesday when I'm free again. And we're
from prison.
No,
because we've established that you're allowed to have tablets in prison, so that's how I assume.
Can we FOIA Costy's stuff?
But, Costy, you mean Ray? Now you're doing it. Everybody's Costy.
But so there's a drinking theater, so you can actually get booze and shit. I just fucking laughing. It's gonna be shot drinks.
In Utah?
Yeah, they're kind of rare here in the state of Utah.
Isn't Utah a dry state?
Yeah,
really close to it.
That's insane. It's like going to the Middle East, just as hot and just as religious. No, but we have that here. We have like the occasional
I kind
theater.
of want to see it every single time the patriarchy do a Filthman shot.
You'd be broke by the end of the film,
or dead,
or dead. As long as you got good coverage. But yeah, Oppenheimer's the same. Like 94% audience score, 94% critic rating.
But do the percentages always equal each other?
No,
Looks
they
very
almost
odd.
They almost never equal each other.
Exactly.
I
There's
don't
very
know
little
what's
agreement.
happening. And that was two, because if it was just a Barbie...
But they can hide
one-
reviews too, is the thing.
Yeah, but
It's
these are
right,
like,
I'm just feeling there's manipulation in the back end.
like boring, save your money. I think like these look like genuine reviews, like audience reviews.
I haven't heard any bad things about Oppenheimer.
Yeah, the only
Other than its
stuff about
flow
Oppenheimer
at the beginning.
Yeah, the only stuff I've heard about Oppenheimer has been woke, like retards being like, there's no white, like there's no black people in it.
There's no Japanese people.
There's no women in it in the first 20 minutes. And when finally a woman's there, it's a sex scene. Sold.
That sounds like a good movie.
Like, yeah. And so, yeah, again, someone's saying there's no Japanese people in it. Like, okay.
He built the because he built the nukes. He built the nukes that were used on the Japanese.
Know
And
why there's no Japanese people in it? Because they were all in the camp around the corner. Like this, they were all in fucking camps.
And also, we nicked them.
And then we dropped the nuke on them. Not the camps.
Oh, but he engaged with the
George
Japanese.
Takei cast in it.
Yeah, he went to Japan in the 60s though. So why didn't they cover that?
Did you guys see the flippin' streamer that was going off about dropping it again on him while he was in
nuke on
Japan?
them again.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure one of us has probably said that at some point.
I'm pretty sure one of us is
on a Tokyo sub train.
Oh, was that black guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
that
yeah.
was weeks ago. That guy's a weirdo.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
he's
but
just one
that
of those
was
trolls.
this week.
Like, yeah, like he's the guy who sits right next to them and gets all up in their face and is like,
Yeah.
And when they move, it's like, they're racist. It's like, no, motherfucker, you're weird. Like, you're a weirdo. Just get the fuck away leave people alone. But yes, this is a bad review. So from the New York Post, Johnny Olinsky, Barbie review. Margot Robbie's Mattel movie is lousy. He says the packaging of Barbie is a lot more fun than the tedious toy inside the box. Ingeniously, a year-long barrage of Mattel propaganda was foisted upon us and created a resistance as futile summer of Barbie before anybody knew if the movie was any good. Last 2 weeks ago, they gave everybody the Barbie car in Forza. So everybody who plays Forza Horizon was given like the literal Barbie's car.
That's just great marketing.
Yeah. Like, so the marketing has just been overwhelming. I just really wish Oppenheimer had given us a nuke as well.
That'd be like for like Call of Duty or Battle Royale games and stuff.
See, they missed their opportunity.
I know, right?
They should have had Oppenheimer as an exclusive skin, and your what's it called? Your kill streak. You get a fucking nuke.
Yeah, or like tactical.
No, you don't get a nuke. You get an Oppenheimer.
Yeah, you get an Oppenheimer. You get the actual.
You get the what's it called? You get Fat Boy and Little Boy.
Yeah.
Fat Man and Little Boy. Yeah. Based on the kill streak.
Nice.
Oh, Tom Bullitt says, "What's Forza Horizon?" Forza Horizon is like a open world driving game on Xbox. It's or PC. It's fucking great. It's great fun. It's kind of an arcade racer, but not. It's like if you took an arcade racer and added a lot of like a slider for realism, and the slider all at the realism end would mean, oh, you've hit a bump and smashed your windshield and now you can't see properly, and the other end was just a Need for Speed racer.
Okay.
So
I don't play racing games.
It's very cool.
I've never been good at them.
It's basically a car collecting gacha game.
Okay.
With no monetization.
Okay.
And it's the only time Thermo can drive a Lamborghini.
Yes. That's exactly right. Because I can't afford to buy my wife one when she has sex with another man.
Are you
sorry? When I send her to have sex with another man. There were pop-up cafes, Forever 21 clothing collaborations, and viral Instagram filters galore. Like the marketing budget must have been fucking huge for Barbie. And the actual film arrived to almost quote the Aqua song "Life in Plastic," not fantastic. Oh, fuck you, Costy. Fucking Thermo 22. I am not a cock. Barbie is an exhausting, spastic, I haven't heard the word spastic in a really long time. Self-absorbed and overwrought disappointment. Art house director, co-writer Greta Gerwig, The Superb Ladybird and Little Women, and co-writer Noah Baumbach, Marriage Story, have churned out a smug tale that doesn't boast a single sympathetic character. It does, however, have plenty of moral platitudes and pinky out intellectual jokes. Midway through this corporate cash grab masquerading as an art installation, a teenage girl shouts at Margot Robbie's Barbie in a California high school cafeteria, quote, "You represent everything wrong with our culture. You destroyed the planet with your glorification of rampant consumerism. You fascist." Barbie, not used to being criticized, cries, "She thinks I'm fascist? I don't always control the railways or the flow of commerce."
Let's go down.
Oh my God, that is a fucking deep cut.
There we go.
Like, this is a reference to Mussolini. Like, holy shit. That is way too much of a deep cut. You can't put that in a fucking Barbie film. That eye-roll worthy interaction neatly encapsulates the entire Enterprise's high on its own supply nonsense. High on its own supply sense of humor that always comes at the expense of character and plot development and turns off anybody who's trying to have a good time. Worse, the spat underlines the filmmaker's delusion that this Barbie is something more than just another ploy to sell merchandise. Gerwig's movie starts with a cliche, and narrator Helen Mirren says since the beginning of time there have always been dolls. Oh yes, this is the 2001 Space Odyssey parody that everybody saw. It was in one of the trailers. Mirren then goes on to tell us of a utopia called Barbie Land, where a diverse array of Barbies and Kens inhabit a matriarchal society in which Barbie is president and the Supreme Court is made up entirely of Barbies. Issa Rae Center plays a Barbie who is the president of Barbie Land. Barbie Land is inhabited by a variety of Barbies alongside Robbie's classic Barbie. They all live in Malibu dream houses, go to the cardboard beach, innocently flirt with Kens, and dance at slumber parties. If you're hoping to experience a multiverse of unique, strong personality Barbies, you're better off going to Toys R Us after a few martinis.
Where's Toys R Us? What's the Toys R Us?
What?
What's the Toys R Us?
It doesn't exist anymore. That's the joke.
It does, but not really.
Well, people know what you fucking mean, unless you Ryu, I guess. Do you know what Toys R Us are?
No, they're all gone.
Well, I remember what Toys R Us are.
No, I remember what they are, but again, they don't exist anymore.
But yeah, played by Hari Nef, Dua Lipa, and Nicole Coughlan, and Emma Mackey, among others. The group members all act similarly and are frustratingly interchangeable with a few standout moments. This feels very idiotic because, of course, they're frustratingly interchangeable. They're all Barbies.
Mm-hmm.
Every Ken is Ryan Gosling, Scott Evans, Simu Liu, and more is predictably a moron.
I mean, Simu Liu is actually a moron, so he's method acting.
Look, fathers of daughters, don't if your little girl wants a Barbie and wants a Ken to go with the Barbie, don't buy Ken, buy Duke.
Fuck yeah.
Go and get a fucking 12-inch G.I. Joe. Get Duke.
No,
he can hold Barbie by the goddamn hands and shake her out of it.
Go get him a Sergeant Slaughter.
No, what you need to go get is the transgender one.
Shipwreck.
Well, none of them have got dicks, so.
The Barbies.
The narrator
There's
adds
a transgender one.
The narrator adds that Barbie Land citizens believe that, thanks to Barbie, all problems of feminism and equal rights have been solved out in the real world. Each Barbie you see has a plastic toy stand on Earth. For instance, Kate McKinnon's Barbie, one of the few bright spots, has hacked off hair and coloured lines on her face because a little girl played too hard and tossed her in a box. But when classic Barbie unexpectedly develops an infatuation with Death discovers cellulite on her belly and gets flat feet, she's forced to venture out into the real world via convertible, boat, and rocket ship to set her child owner on the right path. The real world here is a bizarre choice is Los Angeles. What a missed opportunity. LA, needless to say, doesn't look or behave all that differently than Barbie Land, and hardly any truly funny fish out of water antics happen in the city. Yes, they should have chosen New York. That would be a far greater fish out of water tale because there's no beach. It's just fucking buildings. There's no palm trees. There's nothing even resembling anything like Barbie, like the world
Just
of Barbie.
rough people in a rough city.
They could get mugged. She could get told to get the fuck out of my face. Like that would be that would have been far more entertaining. But again, this is because Hollywood is in LA, so LA is the center of the fucking universe, and they can't see it. It's like they can't see the forest beyond the trees. So
Well, that's Japan.
They can't
Center
see
of the
this,
universe.
they can't see the suicide forest of the trees. Barbie meets Will Ferrell's Mattel CEO, who, in one many shrugged away plot holes, is fully aware of Barbie Land and believes that knowledge of its existence poses some kind of threat to America that's never fully explained.
What?
The writing across the board is lazy. Gerwig and Baumbach's script doesn't need to be plausible. It's about Barbies, for God's sake. But every time it takes a bonkers narrative leap, someone cracks a joke about what happened, as if the viewer is a cultureless rube to ever question the film logic. Two strange scenes involving Rhea Perlman from Cheers are real head scratchers. And a mother and daughter pair played by America Ferrera and Ariana Greenblatt are flatly conceived and textureless. Drama of sorts comes when Ken becomes obsessed with the real-world patriarchy and masculinity and brings them back to upend Barbie Land. What fun.
Based.
Gosling's dumb hunk shtick starts out silly but wears thin as we realize that's all it's going to be. The visuals are better than the storytelling. The art direction is attractive and clever, if loud and too small scale. I wanted to explore more of Barbie Land and less of Century City and one LA office building. You always feel Barbie pales in comparison to other exaggerated Stranger in a Strange Land films such as Pleasantville or Elf. And in the realm of toys, the Lego film has far more heart, comedy, and creativity than this film does. What Barbie achieves is being an empty movie designed for the vacuous social media age in which the most important part is snapping a photo of the poster. Oof! That is fucking...
Savage.
That is savage. That is absolutely savage. And that's pretty much along the lines of what Drinker was saying. Except Drinker leaned into the woke shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, Margot Robbie told studio executives that an upcoming Barbie film could make $1 billion during pitch meetings. Quote, maybe I was overselling.
Maybe just a little.
Just a little.
Just a tad.
But yeah, so who's winning the early box office Barbenheimer box office battle? The early Barbenheimer box office battle. So yes, Barbie and Oppenheimer are expected to exceed 260 million combined at the global box office. One of those films has already had the biggest opening of the summer. Now, I don't know which it is. What do you guys reckon?
Barbie.
Barbie. I got 2 Barbies.
I think it'll be Barbie because
3 Barbies. Tim?
I'm gonna say Oppenheimer just to be different.
I'm gonna say Oppenheimer too, just because Oppenheimer is
barbecue.
All right, let's see. I'm gonna say Oppenheimer just because IMAX costs more. So it's officially begun. Audience big members eager to see the Blonde remake in the summer box office. It doesn't say.
Oh, no, it's speculation. It's just saying, oh, who's going to win?
Oh, for fuck's sakes!
Who's winning? They're expected because the combined it's expected.
God damn it!
It doesn't actually say.
You want to just scroll
Yep,
down? Just
opening weekend's
scroll
not
down
over
a little
yet.
bit more, and let's see if it's not an ad in the middle of the.
No, it's just it's
No,
Vanity
that's the-
Fair. It's a clickbait Vanity Fair.
God,
I'm just thinking how Oppenheimer will do overseas.
Okay, here we go. Right.
Mainly the Asian.
Okay,
countries.
so here we go. Box office. Barbie breaks ground with biggest opening day of 2023. So there you go. Barbie. Do
Yeah.
they have the list?
That makes sense.
No, why would they have a fucking list?
Go to boxofficemojo.com. Get the stats.
Tom Bolo says $1 billion might buy 3 tickets with runaway inflation.
True.
So the latest dailies have Barbie at 70 million and Oppenheimer at 33 million.
And Sound Freedom is actually
Sound of
beating
Freedom
Mission
is-
Impossible,
has-
which is the eye opener.
No, Sound of Freedom has 27 million to Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning.
No, but the latest dailies.
The latest.
Oh, the latest dailies, yeah. But yeah, so Barbie's winning so far. That's the dailies. What about opening day? Oh, that must have it opened on Friday. Oh, see, over here we get movies earlier. So over here the changeover is Wednesday nights. So midnight releases over here are Thursday morning, 12:01. So if you go to midnight release, you'll watch it 2
Ours
days
is
before the Americans.
7 p.m. on
Yeah.
Thursdays.
Yeah. So ours are 12 a.m. So in the morning, midnight. So yeah, you go to the movies Wednesday evening, like late, and the movie starts 12:01. So for the Thursday release, and also we're a day ahead.
Yeah, so you guys,
which
it would work out the same.
Yeah, because the Marvel films we get them like 2 days before you guys, all of them. It was hilarious because there'd always be cope on social media. Oh, what is it? What other countries get it before we do? That's how time works, motherfucker.
I always had to.
Yes, Tom Bolo. That's why Shad always saw it so early. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the Friday Night Tights guys would go and see it on Friday, whereas Shad had seen it the day before. Well, technically 2 days before, because Friday Night Tights is actually Saturday morning our time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because
Or
he watched
they
it,
would go
he wa-
to reviewers stream.
Yeah, unless they got an early screening, which those guys I think get fucking blacklisted by most.
I'm not sure, but Shad, because Shad has already put out a video. It's like Night's Watch, his other channel. They've already put out a video on Barbie, and now Skylagram is making fun of Shad for yelling and getting upset about the Barbie movie.
Oh.
So now there's a bit of a bitch fight going on in the HEMA space over the fucking Barbie movie.
I'm sorry, in the what space?
Historical
HEMA.
European martial arts, sword, fantasy, medieval,
Of
YouTuber
course.
space.
That's not fantasy. They're trying to
That's a
replicate.
Shad
what
does
happened in the
Shad does
past.
fantasy content too.
That is a really that feels like a really specific, really specific genre.
That's Shad's main channel though.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, it's
but
a
I'm
niche.
just saying
It's
that
a
genre
niche
sounds
spot.
very specific, like way too specific to have a fucking acronym that we're all expected to know.
Maybe I've just watched too much of it that I thought everyone
Yes,
at least. Yeah,
that is my point.
HEMA, knights, fantasy, medieval, swords and shit. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Anyway, should I do Aussie news before I do the last of the bits and pieces? Yeah, I'm going to do Aussie news. Should I play the intro? Does everybody want the intro?
You didn't play any intros.
I didn't play any.
Your show.
I deleted the bits and pieces intro because everybody said it was cheap and shit, and the main story one just feels gay. So yeah, but Aussie news, just so everybody knows where to tune out. But Aussie news isn't bad this week. There's actual Aussie news.
Yeah, we'll just watch our watching count just drop.
Unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess the biggest story of the week is this one. So Costy's favourite person, Dan Andrews, who is the Premier of Victoria, and I guess he's your favorite person too, RC. Yes, so a bit of a long one this morning. I can't do a Dan Andrews voice, and I don't care to. So a bit of a long one this morning. You might have heard the news this morning that Victoria will no longer be hosting the 2026 Commonwealth Games. I need to stop here to explain to the Americans, A, what the Commonwealth is, and B, what the Commonwealth Games are. So the Commonwealth is, so before World War II and the British Empire was dissolved, thanks to the Americans. So before that was the Commonwealth. So while the Empire was dissolved, most of those countries stayed a member of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth Games are when all those countries get together and compete in sports. Pretty succinct explanation.
Yep, basically the Olympics,
same
but
as
the Commonwealth nations.
It's the Olympics without the communists and the capitalists.
Yeah, so without the best actual athletes. Prove me wrong.
Tombola says end mine. And mine, but really, I think it's good that Victorian taxpayers aren't paying another $15 billion after further blowouts for some bread and circuses. I really agree with Dan. Well, we'll get to that because I have some points to make. Some points to make about that. So when the Commonwealth Games needed a host city to step in at the last minute, we were willing to help, but not at any price, and not without big lasting benefits for regional Victoria. It's now clear more than $6 billion for a 12-day sporting event is too high. It's too damn high. It's more than twice the estimated economic benefit the Games would bring to our state. The main reason we agreed to host the Games was to create big, lasting benefits for our regions with more housing, boost to tourism, and sporting infrastructure upgrades. So here's what we're doing instead. We'll build at least 1,300 new social and affordable homes in regional Victoria. We'll build all the permanent sporting facilities that we promised for 2026. We'll work with sports clubs at a grassroots level to get more local families playing sport, including removing barriers for Victorians with disabilities. And there'll be a massive boost in regional tourism and events, so they'll have the very best new attractions, events, and accommodation. These projects will create 3,000 jobs right around the state and deliver what our regional communities have asked for. It's the right thing to do. From the get-go, we said we'd create a long-lasting legacy throughout our regions, and we're getting on with it.
There's a little bit of issues with that statement.
That sounds great, doesn't it? You're not going to host the Commonwealth Games, so you're not going to get the. So the projected return was $3 billion for hosting the event. That was the economic return to the whole state.
Yep.
And the projected cost currently was $6 billion. Was going to cost $6 million to host it.
Yep, that's the government's estimate.
Therein lies the rub. All of this stuff that he wants to do will cost $3 billion. So you were going to spend $6 billion to get a $3 billion return. Now you're going to spend $3 billion
and not get anything.
To get no return.
No return because we made promises.
My thinking on this is they didn't the numbers blew out because they fucked around for too long. They mismanaged the project to the point where it'll cost $6 billion to build the facilities because they're not built yet. And now they're running out of time, and in order to get them built within the deadline would cost them even more, which is why they're like, oh, we can't do it. We can't do it. We can't host the games, but we're still going to build all the facilities for the games. The
all
thing
permanent facilities.
All the permanent facilities.
That's a key word.
Which means they're not building the athletes' village. Instead, they're building 1,300 new social affordable housing homes.
There's a whole bunch of facilities that were going to be temporary facilities.
Yeah, they build and then tear down, which was always fucking retarded. Just find a way to reuse them.
Yeah.
But
that's only one side of the story, though.
But I think the problem is they ran out of time. They can't actually get this shit built before the deadline. They've got a hard deadline, and that's why it's going to cost them even fucking more.
Yeah, because they're not like they're using
because they fucked up the project management.
They fucked up a lot of stuff.
And now they can't actually get it done in time without having to spend a shit ton more money.
Yeah.
So
and how
now they're
many
going to do
projects
it
have they
anyway,
got
because I
at the
guarantee
moment?
you, none of like this, the shit that's going to be the stadiums and all the stadia and all that, they're not going to be completed by March of 2026. No fucking way.
No.
And now they don't need to be. It's like, oh no, we're still going to build it. We're just not going to have to build it as
It's not going to be
fast.
done by 2026. It'll be
And
done by
Costy,
2030
right.
something.
We don't know how much the break of contract fees are going to cost too. Yes, but so that's obviously the Dan Andrews side. Let's see what the Commonwealth Games had to say about this little decision. So the chief executive of the Commonwealth Games Australia chief executive Craig Phillips AM has made the following comments about the decision to withdraw from the Victoria 2026 Commonwealth Games. Withdraw from the Victoria Commonwealth Games from the Victorian government. The announcement made by the Victorian government today is beyond disappointing. It is a comprehensive letdown for the athletes, the excited host communities, First Nations Australians, who were at the heart of the games, and the millions of fans who would have embraced a sixth home games in Australia. The multi-city model for delivering Victoria 2026 was an approach proposed by the Victorian government in accordance with the strategic roadmap of the Commonwealth Games Federation. It was pitched to the Commonwealth Games Foundation after... Tom Bowler says, how long did the Sydney Olympic Stadium last before rebuild requests? 20 years? I'm a bit worried about how long any of these facilities or houses will last. Interesting story about the Olympic Stadium, or ANZ Stadium here, it's called now. So the Olympic Stadium could hold, during the Olympics, it had extra seating. It had it could hold 120,000 people. And what they did is after the Olympics, they removed the extra seating. So they removed extra seating, and now it only holds 80,000 people. So I guess that wasn't really an interesting story.
I mean, you had a stadium that was like MCG capacity, and you kind of stripped it.
Which one are you talking about? ANZ Stadium?
Yeah,
Is that Brisbane
the
or
main
Sydney?
stadium
Brisbane or Sydney?
in Sydney.
Okay.
We didn't hold any Olympic events in Brisbane.
No, cool. Yeah, because Brisbane had one. Brisbane had an ANZ Stadium at one point too.
Yeah. Well, Brisbane, I think Suncorp Stadium.
Yeah, normally you do. Yeah, there's a different one, but we also had an ANZ Stadium for Brisbane.
I
But
don't know if the one in Sydney is still ANZ Stadium. The last time I was there, which was for one of the State of Origins, probably about 10 years ago.
I think in Sydney it's called Stadium Australia now.
Well, that's what it was.
A
Originally.
core
Stadium
stadium.
Australia was the main stadium.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure ANZ sponsored it for a while.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But interesting side note: the Sydney Olympics were the last ones to be profitable. So they were the last ones to make a profit because Greece, Beijing, what was it? Greece. The next one was Athens. That was a fucking that broke the fucking Greek government. Then there was 2008 in Beijing. What was 2012? 2012 was London.
Yep.
That almost made money.
And 2016 was in Rio.
2016 was in Rio. That was a fucking financial disaster.
And we didn't have 2020 Olympics until 2021.
Yeah, which was Tokyo, which didn't come close to making any money.
Yeah.
So yeah, in the 21st century Olympiad, the Sydney Olympics was the only one to break even or to make money, to be profitable.
Yeah.
It's incredibly hard to if you have to build infrastructure for an event like this, if you don't have it already there, it's fucking incredibly hard.
Yep. And if you don't have any plans for afterwards, it's like
you're wasting
like you've got
money
if you
at
don't
that
turn the
stage.
stadium in, like if you don't have events to host every week, that stadium's worthless.
Yeah.
Or convert it to a general stadium so you can have those.
Well, and that's
events.
what Stadium Australia turned into. It turned into like a stadium that's used for tons of events. No, Tombolo, that's not how I count. 2000 was not the 20th century; it was the 21st. That's not how I count. It doesn't count at all. Yes. Well, technically correct, which is, I guess, the best kind of correct, but still. It was pitched to the city. So after the Commonwealth Games, Australia had sought interest to host the games from several states. They did not step in as hosts at the last minute, as indicated by the Premier early today. Dan's lying.
A lie.
Wait, what? He's Labor. Labor doesn't lie.
Yes. The stated cost overruns, in our opinion, are gross exaggerations and not reflective of the operational costs presented to the Victoria 26 Organising Committee Board as recently as June. Beyond this, the Victorian government willfully ignored recommendations to move events to purpose-built stadia in Melbourne and in fact remained wedded to proceed with expensive temporary venues in regional Victoria. CGA would welcome the opportunity to review the financial analysis prepared independently of those who would have been involved at the coalface of planning and delivery. We thank the dedicated staff at the Organising Committee and the Office for the Commonwealth Games for their effort, acknowledging that today will be a tough time for those who have worked so hard and are now unemployed. We also welcome the announced commitment to regional housing, a critical legacy component of the Games, wholeheartedly supported and encouraged from the outset by the Commonwealth Games Authority. Victorian government, however, has jeopardised Melbourne and Victoria's standing as a sporting capital. And yes.
Yep.
So I don't know who's going to pick up the slack. Like, I don't know if any other city in
Gold
Australia
Coast put
is,
their hands up in condition that the
can't.
federal government. I know they can't, but they did do
Brisbane's
it.
Brisbane's hosting into like 2036.
I just
Something
stating
like
what
that.
the Gold Coast mayor said, that he put his hands up
You guys
as
don't have
long
any,
as there's
like,
federal funding. I know
We don't have-
well,
we
it
don't
doesn't
have the money for that
way.
shit.
But that's what he
Gold
said.
Coast doesn't have any fucking stuff. They got one fucking stadium.
That's why he was on conditional federal funding.
Yeah, and they would probably redirect some of the events up to Brisbane anyway.
You'd have to. You
Yep.
don't have a you don't have a fucking choice.
No.
Like, absolutely, you don't have a fucking choice.
At the end of
But
the
yeah,
day, yeah,
It's a wild thing that this happened. That the Victorian government accepted hosting the Commonwealth Games in the first place, which they shouldn't have done at all.
No, we can
and
afford
then
it.
dropping it at the last minute.
Yeah.
It's
Walking
the last
away
minute
at-
part that's
Walking away now is kind of shitty. So
yeah.
like that's not cool. Like that's yeah.
In terms of monetary, maybe it's worth it, but for the reputation wise, no. God,
line
no.
up. I should
okay.
line- I'm just lining up all the fuck Victoria news in a row so that I can just pile on.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, fuck yeah. Because, oh my God, just looking at the comments when this story came out, just so many Dan Andrews just fucking pumping, fucking going at it.
I'm seeing so much.
I don't have a camera, so you can't see what my hand gestures
no.
are doing.
I'm still
They're
seeing
sucking dicks.
I'm still seeing a lot of cope for Dan. Oh, he made the right decision. Good on him. Good
Well,
on him.
that's the thing straight away. Like, even conservative people are like, good, this saves money.
No, it doesn't.
And it's like, well,
He's already
actually,
wasted money.
no. This probably doesn't save you money because you're going to build everything anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't
Like,
save money at
You'll
all.
probably
It
get
just
it
wastes
cheaper,
money.
maybe, because there's no rush on it. Maybe.
And-
So maybe
It
it'll
means
save
we
some
can
money.
push
And
out the
you don't
expenses
get
to
the-
other budgets.
But if you were,
And you don't get the PR boost.
yeah,
either.
Tom Bolo said,
So
sorry, that
you're
1,500
losing-
house figure is trivial in a state of many million people. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, moving on. Gamblers to be restricted to $100 limit on poker machines in Victoria as part of new reforms.
This shit isn't gonna work.
Arguably, like that, it's a good idea.
It's a good idea, but
I'm not a fan of mandatory pre-commitment. I don't think you should have to go, I want to gamble. Please load my card with $100, please.
Yeah.
Like Victoria's already got mandatory pre-commitment.
What's gambling?
Gambling is that. So over here, gambling is legal pretty much everywhere. And being that we are per capita the world's biggest gamblers, Let me explain to you what gambling is for. So, gambling is the easiest way to take your ill-gotten gains and make them clean. And that's it.
Yeah, basically that's how you do it.
So my son.
I was being sarcastic.
Well, my son.
Some people do it for the fun of it, but those people are weirdos.
I always just thought it was just losing money.
Well, yeah, normal people.
Yeah.
Our son has told us many stories because he used to work, or currently. Oh no, he's unemployed at the moment because he doesn't want to.
My cousin works in a casino.
Doesn't want to work in gambling and gambling anymore. It's like he's an ops manager for like bars and clubs and stuff.
Yeah.
And he can't do it anymore. He hates it. He hates the fuck. Like it's just such a predatory industry that he just can't handle it anymore. Like just the.
Oh, especially in your
daily
area.
Fucking like. Well, he works in Sydney. Like because all the kids.
No, I'm
moved
saying
out.
like Club New South Wales, that sort of
yeah,
thing. Yeah, it's all fucked in New South Wales.
Super it's super scummy. Like, and it's so sketchy. It's so sketchy. The stories about people putting hundreds of thousands of dollars a day into the machines, like just having a whole block of machines, and it's like these are my machines, and if you go to sit on them, they just pay you to go away. But yeah, it's all money laundering. Like it's just a front for money laundering. Like Australia is just a fucking hotbed for that shit.
Totally.
So it's just the way organised crime cleans their money, and New South Wales is the fucking capital of it. So, but if you want a pub lunch, it's the cheapest meal in town. So, look, it is. Fight me. It absolutely is. And it's subsidised. It's subsidised by criminal enterprise.
Yeah,
subsidised by China, which
absolutely
it actually is.
It's a lot like in Vegas. Most of your drinks are free as long as you're gambling. Most of your your side stuff are either free or cheap because you're spending all your money at the table.
Yeah.
And the longer you stay,
the longer you, the more comfortable they make you, the more you spend, and the more you spend, the more the profit. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, and they use the cheap meals to get you into the venue itself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And look, I would never argue for banning gambling. I do think there needs to be a crackdown on money laundering.
The pokies are
scum. Like pokies are fucked.
Those probably should be banned just because they're using the the Skinner.
Oh, dude, effect. You're gonna have what's it called? Aristocrat fucking coming after us.
I know.
one of the biggest look, this is probably indicative, but one of the biggest poker machine companies in the world is Australian company. It's called Aristocrat Entertainment, and they make poker machines, and they're one of the biggest in the world.
Mm-hmm.
What's poker?
Sorry, I was
poker machine.
A poker machine is one arm bandit.
Slot machine.
Yeah.
Anyway.
This is fucking bullshit.
This is bullshit fucking.
What's her name?
It's even more bullshit. There's no audio.
Crackdown. Jesse Burns. Well, temperatures are rising in one Melbourne council over a hot chip crackdown. Jesse Burns is following the story closely for us. Jesse, now
chips are fries. Just in your head, mentally switch chips for fries, and you'll understand.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is all part of a health kick, apparently.
Chips.
Tom Bolo says aristocrats should buy Dominion and make gambling voting machines.
Oh my god.
The temperatures are so hot. I mean, I'm barely in my jacket here this morning. A cold, wintry Melbourne day. In the kitchen this morning of a local footy club, and we can feel the tensions over this bad boy, the deep fryer. The local council wants it gone. I mean, was it Plato who once said that community sport is built on a deep fryer? It's all part of this health regulations. The Victorian government some time ago released health regulations, and the Dandenong City Council, which is in Victoria's southeast, they want the regulation. Well, they want their regulations to come up to speed with.
No, Snafu, they're not banning fries. They're banning the machines that make fries good.
Yep.
The state, and they say because of that, well, they want the deep fryer gone. And so far, we're here this morning with the lovely ladies of Doveton Footy Club, otherwise known as the
Such a
Doves.
fucking Australian
You can
piece.
see they're actually getting ready for a busy day today. We're obviously on the salad rolls here.
This is Victoria. This is basically our Mexico.
This
is Victoria.
There's nothing. I don't think there's anything. There's very few things I hate more than fucking salad rolls, cold cuts and cheese and salad on a.
You know what?
white
What's
bun.
Carrot belongs in nothing.
Agreed.
Carrot is a fucking garnish.
Yeah. My
Become
dad
one
has
of the
always
key
pushed me.
items of the
Oh,
menu,
eat
and
healthy.
I'm joined by
Eat a
the
fucking
lovely
salad
Deb.
roll.
Deb,
Yeah.
the deep
Eat some
fryer,
salad wrapped
what
in
would it
carbs.
mean if it's
You
gone?
said Mexico, and
Well,
I,
the deep
my
fried
mouth
gone will
started
be half of
watering.
our revenue for the
But that's
canteen.
like nothing.
So we're famous for chips and gravy, potato cakes, dim sims,
Fuck, this is making me hungry.
schnitzel rolls.
Yep.
So without it, we
There
can't
we
have any
go.
of that. The revenue's halved. So
Chips
And
and
you were saying
gravy.
before that, if they're not getting it from here, well, they're just going to go up the
Gravy
road.
roll,
well,
bro.
that's right. It's
yeah.
you grow up, it's choice, and they say that all the time to our kids. Now it's choice. So if we don't have a deep fryer to provide those choices of foods, the people are going to go to local fish and chip shops, McDonald's, KFC, and wherever else, buy their food before they get here and bring it in. So we're not going to have any revenue at all. So, and football clubs like ourselves, we thrive on the intake of the money.
this.
Yeah.
That's true.
Thanks, Deb. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I mean, who knows? Maybe the deep fryer will stay. It is, as we said, cornerstone of all these clubs.
Poker, no, it does have meat. It's
Might be,
usually-
yeah.
It's like ham and a slice of cheese.
It's the
It's
thin,
shit.
Yeah.
It's the thinnest cold cut of ham, like out of a packet. Like
Snafu said I wanted those legendary hot chips, but now I'll never come to your country to spend my money.
it's okay, Snafu. You can go to Britain.
Yeah, that's
instead.
fine.
Actually, no. You can even just duck up to Canada because Canada has poutine.
Yeah.
Canada has poutine. That is one thing I'll give them credit for.
Yeah, it's just a sandwich with salad on it.
Just a sandwich.
It's literally a bread roll.
Snafu, pop across to the Netherlands or to the UK, or no, not the UK. You'll get arrested for hate speech. But yeah, pop across to the Netherlands and you can get like hot chips. And what they do is you can get like a thing of hot chips and they'll put mayonnaise on the side. It's fucking great. Hot chips and mayonnaise is fantastic.
Ew.
It's great.
Not straight mayo, but aioli. I like aioli.
Egg mayo is it's great.
In and out.
Make some rice sauce.
Sriracha mayo. Sriracha mayo. I love to mix my I love to mix mayo and sriracha. There we go. That's a
Fry sauce.
For the Doves to protest.
Do you know what
Throw
that
on some
story
chicken
has me
salt.
doing? Do you know what that story has me doing?
What? Salivating?
Spitting chips.
fired. You're so fired.
Kick him out.
The fuck out.
I just pulled up because it's the Dandenong Council. Well, who's in Dandenong Council but Noble Park? For people who don't know, if you want the Dario's suburb in Victoria, Noble Park is the place.
The Darrowest suburb full of Darrows.
Yep.
So the equivalent of what Parramatta?
So they're just targeting people now.
No, Bankstown.
They're targeting the
Basically.
pores.
Basically, yeah.
Dear mob proud. Victorian treaty leaders to be picked. Apparently you guys are negotiating a treaty with the local Indigenous Victorians. Members elected to represent
Sounds about
Indigenous
right.
Victorians in historic treaty talks are set to meet for the first time to pick their new figureheads. The First People's Assembly of Victoria will gather at State Parliament on Wednesday after treaty election results were announced last month. Replacement for the outgoing co-chairs, Auntie Geraldine Atkinson and Marcus Stewart, will be elected during meetings from among the 22 members who will also give inaugural speeches. So yes, you're going to be getting a treaty down there that's going to take your land, Costy. They're going to take your business. Actually,
That's going to be a very interesting thing.
On that note, where was it? There it was. Haha. So yes, two major tree planting events were cancelled this weekend.
Good evening, welcome to 7 News. Tonight we can reveal there's been an escalation in confusion surrounding WA's new Aboriginal heritage laws, and it's sparked an extraordinary ransom demand.
2 major tree planting events were cancelled this weekend after an Aboriginal corporation demanded $2.5 million in return for its approval. Jeff Parry has this exclusive report.
Exclusive.
If the implementation of newly rewritten Aboriginal heritage laws wasn't in crisis before, it is now. The weekend planting of 5,500 shrubs and trees by 120 volunteers was cancelled. The seedlings now at risk of dying.
We've got to get them into the ground to make the most of the wet soil.
The decision to cancel followed a demand from the newly formed Wadjuk Aboriginal Corporation that any plantings at sites of significance along the Canning River cease, citing the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act. The corporation's CEO, David Collard, told Landcare groups they couldn't proceed until a demand for $2.5 million from a $10 million river restoration fund was resolved. The demand has stunned the mayors of Forbes.
They want a quarter of the fucking fund.
And demand is like, that sounds more of an extortion racket.
Yeah, that sounds extortion. More like, I think the word for that is extortion.
4 local councils and 2 major landcare groups bordering the Canning who don't know which way to turn.
We're standing here today in solidarity with some of these environmental groups saying somebody needs to clarify this legislation. It has become somewhat of a mess.
Stephen Johnston says the environment will suffer.
We've got a whole lot of land groups across Perth and in WA whose work is critical to the fulfilment of Commonwealth, state and local government environment objectives. It's not just a nice thing to have, it is critical.
We've got 4 dams on the Canning. It's under real issues. Time is, we can't wait. We have to keep going forward.
When Aboriginal Affairs Minister Tony Booty learned we were doing this story, he personally rang the mayors and the land groups to assure them that there is no issue. He's wrong. There is now so much indecision and uncertainty around the Aboriginal heritage laws that he can no longer dismiss them with his own personal assurances. In a statement, he told 7 News the matter has nothing to do with the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act, but he's having trouble convincing anyone else. Jeff Parry, 7 News.
7 News.
I do like it how the government, the Perth government is like, oh, the Aboriginals are getting up in a tizzy. Just ignore them. Just do whatever you want.
Well, the AEC released their official the campaign pamphlets. So the AEC didn't put this together. The campaign, the Yes campaign and the No campaign for the upcoming referendum put this out. So I figured we'd go through this as well. So this is the proposed change to the Constitution. So Chapter 9, Recognition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander People. Section 129, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Voice. In recognition of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples as the first peoples of Australia, 1, there shall be a body called the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Voice. 2, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Voice may make representations to the Parliament and the Executive Government of the Commonwealth on matters relating to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. 3, the Parliament shall, subject to this Constitution, have power to make laws with respect to the matter and relations of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice, including its composition, functions, powers, and procedures. So yes, the proposed law would also change the Constitution by inserting the following text into the table of contents of the Constitution after reference to Chapter 8 alteration of the Constitution. It'll obviously add that to the index. So yes, on the following pages, you will find the yes and no cases. The arguments for each of these cases have been provided by the majority of federal members of Parliament and senators who voted for or against the proposed law to alter the Constitution. So yes, the case for yes starts on page 6. The case for no starts on page 7. Is then presented on alternating pages. Fucking hell, AEC. So yes, the case for voting yes. Vote yes for a better future for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and all Australians. Vote yes for unity, hope, and to make a positive difference. Voting yes is about recognition. Recognising Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in our Constitution and paying respect to 65,000 years of culture and tradition. Now it's 65,000. It was 60,000. Now it's 65,000. It goes up every fucking time. Listening. listening to advice from the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people about matters that affect their lives so government can make better decisions. Better results, making practical progress in Indigenous health, education, employment and housing so people have a better life.
Wait,
What's
they're not
stopping
doing that
you?
already? Yeah, what? Aren't they doing that already?
What's stopping you?
I think it's a second point, listening. Then the government's not listening to them.
It's a change only you can make happen. And you watch, it's not a change only you can make happen because the no vote will win, and then the government will do it anyway. It just won't be a constitutional change. So yes, what is the Voice? The Voice will be a committee of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who will give advice to the Parliament and government on issues that affect their community. How will you be able to determine who are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people? It will include Indigenous Australians from every state and territory, Torres Strait Islands, and representatives from regions and remote communities. Members of the Voice will be chosen by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in their local area and serve for a fixed period. Why we need it. There are 8 big challenges facing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. A life expectancy 8 years shorter than non-Indigenous Australians. Worse rates of disease and infant mortality. A suicide rate twice as high. Fewer opportunities for education and training. What? You have literally elucidated the problems. So go and solve them. This is written by people in the Parliament. So you're saying you know what the fucking issues are. So go and fucking do something about it.
No, they won't do it unless they've got it's in the Constitution.
We need a special body.
We need to be forced.
I got a question here. About the breakdown of the peoples in the Voice. They said Aboriginals and Islanders. What is the relationship? How do the Islanders think about their Aboriginals and vice versa? Are they essentially the same community, or are they somewhat different?
So the Torres Strait is this. Let me find the map. So this is the Torres Strait. So this is the absolute north of Australia. So this is the tip up here, the tip of Queensland.
New Guinea.
This is New Guinea, which also used to be part of Australia. It was one of the states. And this is the Torres Strait. So these are the islands in the Torres Strait. So this is Australia. So these are the peoples from here.
Okay.
So they're all one group, I guess. They're all the same.
I mean, we've lumped them into one group.
Yeah.
No, they have 2 separate flags though.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is, how do the Islanders see like the other like Aboriginals? Or do they see them like as like part of? Do they see themselves as part of the same community?
It's important to point out there is no Aboriginals aren't a thing. There are different tribes. Like there are different communities.
Tribes. Yeah, tribes/communities.
So Aboriginal is just a catch-all term, same as Torres Strait Islander is a catch-all term.
Yeah.
ATSI is the acronym, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander.
Yeah.
So it's just a catch-all term to make it easier, rather than saying Windjunga men, Wajanga women,
yeah. It's
like
the Aboriginals.
There's a map of.
There you go.
Like, there's a fucking map of
all the different nations. Yeah. The way I was always explained to me is the Torres Strait Islanders, they are the natives of those islands that we just showed. The Aboriginals are the natives of Australia, like the mainland, basically. But they are the Torres Strait Islanders. They are ethnically different, even though they live right next to Australia. They are ethnically different because they're more like Wikipedia says they're Melanesian, so they're more akin to people from Fiji, Solomon Islands, etc. They're different to they're ethnically different to them.
So every one of these colors is a separate people.
Separate tribal land.
Quote unquote nation.
Yeah, a separate nation. So from the Eora down here in Sydney all the way to fucking Yakamunga in the middle of the fucking like the Eastern Desert. Like, yeah, there's something like 800-900 of them.
Well,
so and they're all separate peoples.
They're all separate.
Well,
separate
and in
cultures
some
and-
cases, there are areas of Australia that don't have people, like that don't have natives anymore. I live in dark Jung country. There are no dark Jung people. They're extinct. So
but you still gotta pay for
I
them, bro.
imagine the Voice will have representatives. Will have a representative from my area
Well,
who will
course.
pretend to represent the dark Jung people, which is
Well, of
impossible
course.
because they're all dead. There should be no native title claims in this area because there's no natives left.
Well, the reason why I'm saying is like here in the U.S. we have like the Hawaiian Islands and whatnot. We have islanders from there. I
Yeah,
doubt
the Polynesians.
they don't really want to be lumped in with the Native Americans like the Apaches. They don't,
Yeah, 'cause
culturally,
they're
they don't
different
see
people.
eye to eye. Exactly, they don't see eye to eye.
They've
So
always
what
been
I'm
different
saying-
people, and they have a very different history to the Native Americans.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Does this issue come up for the people that would be considered the voice in Australia? Because if so, I think
No.
that's kind of stupid.
No, because they get lumped into just the one group.
Yeah, so the dark Jung people are believed to have died out in the late 19th century due to the adverse effects of disease and dispossession. The Dark and Jung Aboriginal Land Council represents the interests of Aboriginal residents of the Dark Jung lands, but those Aboriginal residents come from other Aboriginal groups. So,
And that's what's going to happen.
To my mind, you have no claim here because those people are gone.
Those people are gone, and the Crown has claimed that land.
Yep, my land now, my house now. Stay the fuck out. But yes, look, these things need to be fixed, but we know how to do it. Just fucking do it. I don't need a fucking special body to do it. Just fucking do it.
How do we? Oh no, we won't go into that discussion. That's a different topic. But I was going to say,
how do we what?
How do we fix those things?
Well, that life expectancy. Well, that's because of disease.
Yeah.
So build hospitals in areas where Aboriginals need them.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we have covered
Don't
this.
have them open fucking 4 days a week.
Yeah.
Suicide rate is just a lack of purpose.
These and these are together.
Yep.
If you don't have a purpose, because
Yeah,
you don't have a
there's no
job,
point.
don't have training, then of course your rate of suicide is going to be high.
Yep.
These and these are literally the same thing. Worst rate of disease and infant mortality is the reason the life expectancy is 8 years shorter.
Yep. So reduce the second, and you eliminate the first.
So we know the problems. The modern world knows how to fix said problems. Go and do it.
No, you need a voice.
Yeah, you need a specific voice. Well, you've
But
got
will-
that. You have
Will
a minister.
they do it?
You have a
Because we
minister-
can't force it.
No, you have a minister for Aboriginal and Torres.
Yeah, you got Linda Burney.
That particular ethnic group has a minister. A minister whose entire job and whose entire large government department is dedicated to focusing on that particular people. Does that mean that minister hasn't been doing shit? And does that mean when the voice comes in, that department is no longer required? Because I'm pretty sure we'll still have that department.
Still going to stay.
What the voice is about: when the government listens to people about issues that affect them, they make better decisions, get better results, deliver better value for money. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's go to the first page of the no. Reasons to vote no. A summary. Oh, hang on. Tom Bolo says a few things. The government doesn't listen to most people. That's why they're pushing misinformation laws for the plebs. Yeah. Due to religious reasons, any 10,000-year-old skeletons are not allowed to be scientifically researched, as they may indicate that perhaps ethnicity has changed, e.g. Mungo Man. You cannot fix health issues without forcibly relocating people from where they live to facilities where facilities are.
especially
health
the
disparity.
people in the central.
Look, I
Australia.
agree, but that's what I'm saying. We spend twice as much money per capita on Aboriginal people than we do on everybody else. How about we put that money in the right places? If I don't need an Aboriginal outreach centre in Sydney for health outcome, better health outcomes for Aboriginal people in Sydney. I have a fucking hospital. I have many hospitals in Sydney, but in far north Queensland or West Australia or like Northwest Australia or the Northern Territory, that money's probably better spent there. But the problem is the Aboriginal activists don't live up there. They live in Melbourne. They live in Sydney. They live in Brisbane, and they don't want to have to live. They don't want to have to live in these places that actually need the help. They'll travel out there, but then they'll come back to their comfortable apartment in Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne.
Yep.
So, fuck this. Like, that's the thing. These people are totally transparent. This referendum is... So, the reason to vote no, a summary. This referendum is not simply about recognition. This voice proposal goes much further. If passed, it would represent the biggest change to our constitution in our history. It is legally risky with unknown consequences. It would be divisive and permanent. Yes, there is unknown consequences because it's not specifically defined. It's already divisive, and it would be permanent.
The only people, the only body that would be able to remove it would be the High Court.
Well,
is what I've heard.
Well, no, it's yeah, that's exactly right. The High Court would ultimately determine its powers. Yeah, because the Parliament can't.
Parliament can't change the Constitution. Is that right?
Well, they can't change the Constitution, no.
No, they can't change it.
But the Constitution says that the Parliament shall decide. Same as how the Constitution says the Parliament will decide how the Parliament operates.
Yeah. They're getting conflated with American Constitution and ours.
Yeah. So we want to help we want to help Indigenous Australians in disadvantaged communities. However, this voice is not the answer and presents a real risk to our system of government. I don't necessarily believe that it presents a risk to our system of government. I just believe it presents a pointless effort that is purely symbolic that will achieve nothing except building a special class of Aboriginal. You know, the Aboriginals who are members of the Voice. This is ATSIC all over again. This is the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Commission again.
Yeah. Which failed and was removed.
Failed, was full of graft, and this will just be exactly the same because it always is.
Yeah.
So the High Court would ultimately determine its powers, not the Parliament. No, I don't think so. It's pretty clear that the Constitution change would say that the Parliament determines how it operates.
Yeah, that wording was very clear, that the Parliament.
Yeah. No details have been provided how members of the Voice would be chosen or how it would operate. Yes, there's no detail about that stuff. Oh, we'll work it out afterwards. Well, hang on a minute.
And the government is not even going to tell us how they're going to implement it.
Australia, and that's right. Australians should have details before the vote, not after. We don't know how it will work. We don't know who will be on it. But we do know it will permanently divide us as Australians. Yeah. Well, there'll be literally a parliament, a constitutional body that exists that only certain people of a particular ethnicity are allowed to join. Should there be an Italian voice to Parliament that I can get elected to, but none of you guys can get elected to?
How about a Greek?
A Greek.
Sorry.
Yeah, a Greek voice to Parliament, like a Dutch voice to Parliament. Do I get to sit on both?
Do the Vietnamese get one?
Yeah.
They should have.
Do the Boat people get one?
Is there an English voice to Parliament?
No, because that means you're white.
Scottish voice to Parliament?
No, because
that's the Parliament.
That's Parliament. Parliament is the English voice to Parliament.
Yeah, guess what? Parliament is the Aboriginal voice to Parliament as well.
Exactly. Exactly.
Aboriginal members who have seats in the Parliament are the voice to Parliament.
Yep.
Australians should have the details before, not after. I agree on that. So some Voice supporters say this would just be a first step to reparations and compensation and other radical changes. So what would come next? Well, I've heard.
Look to Victoria.
No, treaty. Yeah, treaty is what's next.
Yeah,
this is what This is what they have actually said. Once the Voice is enshrined, then we can talk treaty. Who am I making a treaty with? Which nation? Enshrining a voice in the we won, motherfucker. We won. Deal with it. enshrining a voice in the Constitution for colonization won. The colonists won. Stamp your feet all you like. We won. Enshrining a voice in the Constitution is for only one group of Australians means permanently dividing our country, creates different classes of citizenship to an unknown body that has the full force of the Constitution behind it. I don't necessarily agree that has all it has is the powers that the Parliament gives it. This is true. Many Indigenous Australians do not support this, probably because they think like I do, in that it doesn't fucking help.
Yeah.
Permanent, putting a voice in the Constitution means permanent. Yeah, every Parliament will be able to decide how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
One party
10
comes
reasons
in.
to vote no. One, the voice is legally risky. Australian Constitution is the most important document every week to be open to interpretation. Be the biggest change to our democracy in Australian history. It's a leap into the unknown. The voice has not been road tested. Blah 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 blah. All right, back to the other the yes case. Parliament and government will still be responsible for all laws, programs, and funding. Patrick Dodson, Senator for West Australian, Yawura Elder, quote: "When people on the ground are listening to and engaged, better laws and policies are made." So I assume Patrick Dodson is on the ground and listening and engaged. So where are the better laws?
They don't exist.
I mean, you're
because
the senator for West Australia.
Mm.
Do you not have a voice in Parliament?
Sorry, Theron, I'm still looking for those better laws.
Yeah.
They don't exist because nobody's listening.
No, because
Have you checked behind the
gives a
couch?
shit. Yeah. Idea comes. So key facts. Idea comes from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. I bet it does. Recognised as first people in our Constitution. My brother in Christ, you could have one line that does that without adding some fucking weird divisive thing. A committee of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Okay.
I thought there was.
You could have that.
Committee.
You could literally have that today. We used to have that.
Yeah.
We didn't need the Constitution. Gives people a say on issues affecting them. They already have a say.
I do how we vote on representatives then.
Listening will mean better results. Nothing in this thing says that there has to be any results.
Nothing here says they have to listen.
Nothing says they have to listen. All it says is this is a voice. So, fucking hell. Representatives from all states and territories. We have that! We have that already.
No, but
All
not
the
the
fucking
indigenous,
Parliament.
not the indigenous nations. You don't.
The Torres Strait Islands and remote communities will include young people and a balance of men and women. What? So you're saying the Parliament's going to add a requirement for 50-50 men and women, and it's going to prefer young people. So you're making it more. Yeah, Thermo's getting triggered now. Yeah. No, I just like. Does this not annoy anybody? Like, I understand. Like, something like we need to fix Aboriginal communities. Like, there needs to be something to make them better. Like, Aboriginal people should have the same opportunities as anybody else. Like they should have the opportunity to get a job and work in a career and improve their community.
Well, the point.
And if they're sick, they should be able to get health care.
Well, on that, maybe they have to fucking move. I'm sorry, because a lot of the rest of us had to. Someone like me, I couldn't stay in my community. I had to move to get a job. And if maybe they need help doing that, but not even the white fella doesn't have the privilege of being able to stay in their own community.
Yeah, but I think look fundamentally, I think you should. I think
yeah.
we should send up much more stuff to the regions than we do.
I'm all for that. There's a reason. There's a reason that there is a secession movement in Queensland, small as it is.
I very much believe that. And look, maybe that's part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's part of. Maybe we don't. Maybe instead of. Maybe we make these remote communities the actual towns that have facilities.
Maybe much as I am a little bit, maybe if the government's going to put infrastructure in, maybe it should be spread out across the state.
Yeah,
I
said that quite a bit ago. Yeah. It's like give them a town to work in, give them stuff, give them a place to actually live, and them making money will become part of it.
Instead of just expanding the capital.
Yeah. And we don't
have industry.
We don't have industries.
What are you going to put out in those towns? Because we don't have industry. We don't make shit anymore.
And the shit we make is either military stuff that mandated, or some stuff that it stayed there because that's where it was. That's how we were doing it.
Yeah, and
we're not building new industries.
And you're not going to turn them into mining towns because you're trying to get rid of mining. So
anyway, this idea came directly from the Aboriginal and some Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So what you're saying is they can get together and come to a collective decision, and then let us know. Okay, what do you need a voice for? You've clearly got one. You've managed to get it, have an idea, deliver it to the Parliament, and have the Parliament execute it. That's why we're having a referendum, bro. Like, come on. So constitutional recognition for concrete results. Yeah, whatever. So the no campaign is there are no details. It divides us. I'll just go the yes, and then I'll do the no. I'll just do the headlines because I want to get through this. Ensure people have a better life. That is a great cause. Listening works. Better health services. So fucking deliver them.
No, here's the thing.
Community-controlled Aboriginal medical services employ local Indigenous people. They run clinics and visit remote areas, providing essential services like child immunisation. In southeast Queensland, the local Aboriginal medical service and the community work together to hugely increase the number of annual health checks from 550 to 20,000 over 10 years.
Holy shit! You didn't need a referendum. You didn't need the constitution thing for that.
Referendum to do that. Like,
That's
what
how
the fuck are you doing?
This is how fucking dumb they are. They listing stuff that they're already doing and saying, "Oh yeah, we need an amendment to the constitution for it to happen." It's like you're already doing it. Just keep doing it.
Indigenous ranges. There are nearly 2,000 Indigenous ranges working on country. Okay, hire some more. Look, that'll also fix this other thing.
Jobs,
opportunity. Bring our country together. It's doing the opposite.
I don't want to come
literally
together.
Doing the opposite.
Literally doing the opposite.
Yeah.
Save money. What?
What?
Nah.
So who's
no
gonna
way?
Nah.
So when you elect all these people, where are they gonna go to discuss? You're gonna have to build something.
And are they going to get a salary?
Are they going to get paid? How are they going to get paid? The Parliament decides. Oh, I assume the taxpayer will pick up the bill. Of course.
So it's not fucking saving money.
So you're literally building a bureaucracy. Whether you like it or not, they've already said there'll be elections. You're literally saying you're going to have elections. Okay, you're going to have elections.
Just more bureaucracy.
Who's going to organise those elections? Oh, the Parliament will decide. Okay, so who's going to pay for those elections? Oh, like what?
Parliament will decide.
The white fella.
Like a voice will help us listen to locals and save money. How? How is it? We're all better off when governments don't waste taxpayers' money. Jeez, I'm getting off track.
I mean,
so the time is now. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Practical advice that works.
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Making government work better. What legal experts say. Whatever. Now it's up to us. I've met Yvonne Goolong-Cooley. I'm very confused as to why she cares about this, but whatever.
Because she's with our duty.
Yeah, whatever. So the no case is there are no details. It divides us.
Yes.
It won't help Indigenous Australians. No issue is beyond its scope. Yes. Because
that is so true.
It is broad because it says issues affecting the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
And exactly. All you have
which is literally anything.
Yep, pick anything. Oh, this affects this person, this one person in the community. No, we got to stop this shit, or you got to give us money. That's my concern. Is that it's just going to just promote extortion, like you saw in Western Australia.
Yeah, it risks delays and diffunction.
Yep.
Yes, that's fair because the voice has to have a say on all pieces of legislation. Does that mean that because they may have a say, the High Court's going to say, well, no, you've said here they may have a say, so all legislation, like it only takes one case for the High Court to say, well, you've said here in the Constitution that they may have a say on legislation. Well, in our interpretation, that means that all legislation has to go past them so they can decide whether they want to have a say or not.
Yeah, that's how it has to work.
It opens the door for activists. Well,
of course.
Too late, but you're right.
It'll be costly and bureaucratic. Yes.
Yes.
We don't know how much more funding.
So there are currently hundreds of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander representative bodies at all levels of government. This year, government has allocated $4.3 billion for the National Indigenous Australians Agency, which has 1,400 staff. The agency's website and corporate plan says we ensure Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have their say in decisions that affect them. What?
This agency's
the National Indigenous Australians Agency is the
NIAA.
Is their voice. Who would have thought?
Yeah, there are a heap of
committed to improving the lives of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
Yeah, there are a heap of these organisations.
No, this is a government body.
Yeah, I know.
This is not just an organisation. This is a government department.
Yeah, the government already has a heap of different little Indigenous things.
Jesus fucking Christ. So, okay. There's no suggestion the voice will replace any of these. It will operate as one bureaucracy among many. Yeah.
Yeah,
the voice
true.
is not a trial or pilot program. It will not be in legislation that can be reversed. Once it's in the Constitution, it won't be undone. Once the High Court makes an interpretation, Parliament can't overrule it. Yeah, the Constitution has to be modified. We'll be stuck with the negative consequences forever. There are better ways forward, like, I don't know, passing legislation. The decision is yours. So that is the yes and no case in a nutshell. Help, I'm in a nutshell. How did I get into this nutshell? So moving on. Completely unrelated to the aforementioned article. I swear to Christ, I'm not being funny. Bad news for drinkers as tax on spirits set to rise.
Again.
Yes, drinkers are facing another hike in the cost of liquor, with Australia's tax on spirits set to tip over the $100 per litre mark for the first time. Already paying some of the highest taxes on spirits in the world, Australians are being warned to expect further cost increases. Fucking Christ. Distillers and spirit manufacturers are calling for a freeze on all alcohol excise rises as the price peaks at the milestone it had not expected to hit before 2029. So $100 a litre for spirits. Jesus Christ.
That's a lot of money.
And yet wine is fucking is basically nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, how does alcohol excise and stuff work in the States? I think Ryu and Dave are both away, so okay. But like, I don't know how the rest of the oh, you're still here. Sorry, cool. Like, I don't know how much the rest of the world pays for
what
alcohol.
There's a government
taxes.
Have excises. Oh, tax on it.
taxes. Oh fuck! Utah's 37%. But ours,
isn't it?
Ours is it's highly taxed, but it's also coming. Our state actually sells it to us.
Okay, so alcohol
So
products.
the government gets benefit for high.
So
alcohol.
they tax us on it. They're also the store, and then they get it tax free.
I hope the government's making money off that.
Excise duty rates for alcohol. Okay. So this is the beer rate. This is dollars per litre. So for beer from February, so right now, alcohol volume not exceeding 3%. Individual containers of less than 8 litres. 49 cents per litre. Alcohol volume not exceeding 3%. Individual containers over 48 litres. 9 cents per litre. So alcohol volume not exceeding 3. Individual containers. So cans of beer where the container is less than 8 litres or 8 to 48 litres inclusive and not designed to connect to a pressurized gas delivery system. So 48 1-litre bottles of beer is 49 cents a litre is the tax.
Jesus.
If it comes in a keg, it's 9.92 cents a litre. Where is it? Spirits and other excisable beverages. Other excisable beverages not exceeding 10% alcohol by volume of alcohol is 97.9 cents per litre.
Jesus Christ.
Spirits that have approval to use for the fortifying Australian wine. So spirits that you have approval from us to use for fortifying Australian wine or grapes are free. Spirits purchased by particular groups or professions we specify, such as pharmacists and universities, for industrial, manufacturing, scientific, medicine, veterinary, or educational purposes are free.
Right.
Spirits that have approval for use for medical and manufacturing, scientific, blah, blah, blah. Denatured spirits are free. Spirits not elsewhere included, 97.9 cents per litre. So, is there one for wine? I'm pretty sure there's a carve out for wine. I'm sure there's a carve out for wine. Like wine gets us like a super fucking like generous treatment because we fucking sell a lot of wine. Anyway, fucking sucks. Can't have weed. Fucking alcohol's taxed up the ass.
Can't have fireworks.
Vapes, cigarettes are taxed up the ass. Fucking vapes, you can't even own. You need a fucking prescription. So you can't. This fucking hellhole country. Seriously. If you have the means, if you don't have children, get the fuck out of this country as fast as you can.
I don't know where else to go.
Starts with U and ends with A.
I gotta get myself to Mexico.
Yep. Canada's easier. Fly into Canada and just walk across the border. 3 people have been seriously injured after a violent shooting in Sydney southwest. I'm sure this doesn't happen.
We do begin, though, this morning with breaking news. 3 people have been seriously injured after a violent shooting in Sydney's southwest. Sarah Stewart is on the scene this morning at Greenacre. Sarah, good morning. A manhunt now underway there.
Yeah, it certainly is, Clint. This shooting only happened less than 5 hours.
Anyway, shooting in fucking Greenacre.
Yeah, but I want to just point out, notice how they're not calling it a mass shooting.
Yeah. 3 people, though. Mass shooting.
Yeah.
Big W has pulled the Indigenous voice to Parliament plugs from its in-store messages. So their announcements had that addresses about the Uluru Statement from the Heart.
Yep.
So
Big W is basically our Walmart for Americans.
Customers have said no, please no.
Yeah. Over the PA and Walmart. Imagine if I don't know if Walmart would do imagine if Walmart was just openly shilling for the Democrats over the PA.
Anyway, Mackay Airport has renamed Brisbane to Meanjin. The airport also shows Townsville listed as Garamba Bilabara.
Thank you for correctly pronouncing Mackay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mackay.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's
good.
Mackay. It is actually.
It's not Mackay. Yeah, it's Mackay.
It's Mackay. Thank you for pronouncing that correctly.
Mackay.
Yep.
McCain.
McCain, yes. It's named after John McCain.
You're done again.
Yep, that guy who makes the pizza. There's this thing that I really don't want to cover, but it's a book. It's just a repeat of all the gender stuff that's happening in the US.
Yeah, I can quickly
I don't
cover
think I
it.
can show that on screen.
Oh shit! Well, I can quickly cover it. Yeah, so there's 2 books. This series actually has 4 books, but there were 2 in particular: Welcome to Sex and Welcome to Consent. They are sex ed books, basically. But as we briefly saw in the footage, it's going beyond sex ed books.
Yeah,
it's basically going into kinks and stuff like that. And they were on the shelves at Walmart, effectively.
Yeah,
Big W is our version of Walmart, Big Woolworths. So parents and customers, they were abusing staff. That is true. They were actually verbally abusing the staff because there was outrage. But we're having our, the shit like you see in Genderqueer and whatever the other big name book in America is called.
Isn't this the book that that Tim Pool keeps talking about with
similar? It's in a similar vein.
With
but yeah,
Grindr,
these are sort of something. These. But this is actually
they're all the fucking same at this point. But this one's aimed a lot younger.
This one is aimed at.
Oh God.
So the problem, one of the big problems comes with Yumi Steins, one of the authors, because she went on Instagram and hang on. But yeah, she's Asian. I think she was actually a children's entertainer way back in the day, I believe. But she went on Instagram and she had her big tirade and shit about it, saying it's aimed at 10 to 15-year-olds, but I'd be fine with having a smart or mature 8-year-old have a flick through it as well. And so the book is going into like anal sex, rimming, dating apps, sending nudes and all that kind of shit too. And then Yumi has come out and said she'd be fine with having a smart or mature 8-year-old flick through it, even though the book is targeted towards 10 to 15-year-olds. So now we're having our own little culture war over this. And
yeah, so thanks for this, Americans.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the problem also now
worst import ever.
A problem I only learned this a couple of days ago. Some states in Australia still have Romeo and Juliet laws, as they're called. These are the laws that are the exceptions to the age of consent. So where a 12-year-old, for example, in Victoria, a 12-year-old can consent to sex with someone who's no more than 2 years older. So a 12-year-old can legally consent to sex with a 14-year-old or another 12-year-old, but not a 15-year-old. That's as an example.
That means if you identify as 16, you can bang a 14-year-old.
Yes, but not a 12-year-old. Some states don't have them. Queensland does not have these laws. I think Tasmania has them. I don't know the other ones. Victoria for certain definitely does. So that's how these authors are getting around or are able to just
they're like, oh no, you can have sex at this time. It's fine.
Yeah, it's actually it's legal.
It's really fine, man.
Because the common argument is, well, teenagers are already having sex, so let's inform them.
Why not?
Like I have no issue with that on its in its face.
Some are.
Well,
not all.
No, I didn't say all of them, but that's the general sentiment.
I disagree. There's
teenagers
a lot
are already
of
having sex.
incels coming up nowadays.
Yeah, I mean nowadays that
I was
saying
some.
I know,
not all.
But no, exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the sentiment is from the left is, well, teenagers collectively are already having sex, so it's better just to inform them. And okay, and of course, nothing wrong with sex education, but don't put a book like this on the fucking shelves at Walmart.
Exactly.
Right?
I agree with Tom Bolo over here. Don't put it in the kids section.
Well, Big W claimed it was in the parenting section.
Wow.
But Dimmicks did not. Dimmicks just had it out there, actually available. I mean, obviously it's Walmart or Big W, sorry. So literally kids can just pick it off the shelf anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like sell it online because it is a sex ed book, although the content goes way further than sex ed, but that's a different discussion. But yeah, they just put the shit out there in the reach of toddlers and everything, and that's why people are upset. But of course, there's also the outrage. You're saying, hey, all this. Why are you writing these books at all? You've got the hardcore Puritans, rightfully upset about it too. But thank you, America. It was about the shit was going to happen in Australia eventually. So
wait a minute, this is about like sex and whatnot. Isn't Australia the place that like banned like hentai and stuff like that?
Yes.
Yes.
So we're trying to.
And small titties.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So small titties.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving along.
Yeah.
Orange Landmark renamed Ganbula Mont Conabas to recognize Wuja. This is like a word salad. Like I feel like I was just having a stroke then.
State broadcaster, everybody. State broadcaster.
I just wanted to draw attention to this. Look at these two individuals. This is Wiradjuri Elder Neil Ingram and Auntie Alice Williams. These are Aboriginal Australians.
One drop rule.
No, the guy on the right's not Abbo.
One drop rule.
He is.
He's a white man.
He's a Wiradjuri Elder.
He's living on that unceded Wiradjuri land, mate.
So a woman in her 20s,
DNA test.
A woman in her 20s has suffered multiple bite wounds to a lower half of her body after being mauled by a pack of dingoes on Kigari this morning.
Wait, what?
The dingoes. The dingoes ate my baby.
Reportedly chased by 4 Wangari into the ocean near Orchard Beach. What the fuck's a Wangari, you say?
It is the...
It's a fucking dingo, but it's a special dingo from that island. that now that used to be called the Fraser Island dingo, but now it's the Kagari Wangari.
Yes.
Ridiculous.
The Cabra.
Throwing in some New Zealand news because it's basically the same thing. The Greens have launched its Maori land policy. Hoki Wenu Mai vows to return stolen land. So she's going to give back stolen land to the Maori. Yes. So the Indigenous flag will fly at the Women's World Cup for the first time in history. Oh, by the way, the Women's World Cup is going on right now, and it's being hosted in Australia and New Zealand. But we leave out the last part.
Oh, good. Fuck New Zealand.
This is Vegan Booty,
fuck
aka
that
Tash
bitch.
Peterson. She's currently burning her police notice that bans her from all liquor serving premises in West Australia.
Yesterday, police served me a liquor barring notice telling me that I cannot enter any premises in Western Australia that has a liquor licence for a period of 12 months. Legal experts have specifically stated for my case as an animal rights activist that serving me with a liquor barring notice is a complete misuse of the law. This notice is designed for disorderly, drunken and violent people, not animal rights activists.
Well, you are 2 out of 3.
They are using it in an attempt to silence me, to stop me from bringing light to the animal holocaust in many venues. I don't comply to this anymore. I don't accept
And
Whole
yes,
stick is being disorderly.
And yes, Ryu, she has an OnlyFans.
this serving notice. And I will continue to speak up on the victims of the animal holocaust. I will continue to go into restaurants and places with liquor licenses if they are profiting and serving animal abuse, torture, enslavement and murder. No one can stop me from bringing light to the largest holocaust in history.
Quit using that fucking word.
No, she won't.
She won't.
Australia's rental crisis reaches new low with a rundown boat offered for $200 a week as nation struggles to find enough homes amid a wave of new arrivals. It's literally a boat in...
Looks like a shed.
No, these are two separate properties.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say, they're not the same picture.
This is a boat. It's not on the water.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so it's on land.
And this one's just a shipping container.
Which could work, but I doubt that they actually built it properly.
And let's go lightning round. I want to fucking finish this shit off.
Yeah. Let's get shit over.
I don't want to go Rumble exclusive, so let's fucking go.
No.
I had an allergic reaction to lip filler and was left with a giant mouth and cheeks. Here's what you need to know before your appointment.
Don't go. Done.
Megan Fox is back planning her wedding with Machine Gun Kelly because they have so much success in therapy 4 months after break. I'm sorry, but if you've already broken up, it's probably not a good idea to get. You don't have to go to, if you have to go to therapy before the wedding, don't do it.
Yep.
Mother Jasmine, so Miami mom, 18, used fake hitman website in attempt to kill off 3-year-old son. Allegedly agreed to pay $3,000 for kid's murder. What website did she use? Rentahitman.com.
Cool. The Fed one.
That's literally a Fed op. Yes. They've advertised that there's a Fed op too. Mum accused of locking up sons in horror movie house said they were the hashtag best family ever. This is like a horror movie. Naked boys who escaped feces covered home looked like cavemen who'd never seen the sun before, according to an affidavit. And of course, it's in Wisconsin.
Wild.
Katie Koch used social media to post memes about wrestling, witchcraft, and her support for ex-President Donald Trump, but mostly to gush about her love for her co-accused boyfriend, Joe Mankey, 38. Their 7 and 9-year-old sons she's accused of locking up in a feces and urine-covered home are rarely seen, with Koch blaming it on going through a please no photos phase. So... Gen Z's disturbing. This is second Gen Z's disturbing new X. Girl dinner trend has experts sounding the alarm. What is it? It's fucking Clorox or something.
No, it's just.
Oh no, that's
Coke
right.
Zero.
It's Coke Zero is dinner. So
literally having nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, just had nothing.
No, it's 2 calories. It's 2 kilojoules. So it's less than 1 calorie actually.
True. Yeah.
How's that?
Some of us need that meal.
Well, actually, no, it's not less than 1 calorie. It's less than 1 kilocalorie because calorie measures on products calorie with a capital C is actually 1 kilocalorie. It's actually 1,000 little c calories.
And when we say calorie,
But
we
it's-
mean
yeah,
capital. We mean capital C.
Yeah, we mean kilocalorie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Battle of the Bulge. Hampton's men flock to dock for penis injections in hope of beefing up for summer. What a great, what a great ad! Like a great image. Yes, this is the dick injections from last week that we were talking about. It's just
Yeah, totally an ad for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally an ad.
Burger King assistant manager arrested for serving customers fries from trash cans, according to police.
Insufficient. Don't waste that shit, man.
So the assistant manager of South Carolina Burger King has been arrested after she allegedly served customers French fries that had been in the trash can. So tampering with food is a felony, apparently, in South Carolina. So this is the one I was thinking of. Don't eat borax. Experts blast toxic TikTok trend as patently dangerous. If you need to be told to not eat borax,
then maybe you
then
should.
I don't know how to help you.
Maybe you should eat borax and take care of the problem.
There is now an insane new online trend that might even be more dangerous than the Tide Pod challenge: consuming borax, a laundry powder, and pesticide. A handful of TikTok videos show people jumping on the borax train by adding the white powder to smoothies or coffee as a way to ease symptoms of arthritis, lupus, or other health issues. Don't do this. It's not a fucking treatment for that. Here's the reason.
Use Clorox instead.
Yes, use Clorox instead. Make sure you clean your chicken in Clorox as well. Here's the reason scantily clad women brawled on a Las Vegas casino floor. Caught on camera. This is, of course, Costy's right. This is all the Ryu section. Caught on camera brawl between scantily clad women. This is literally from you, man.
You need to calm down with this shit.
OnlyFans model Petruzio 24, Danielle Petruzio 24, admitted to cops that she played a role in the vicious tussle, which was so scrappy that her miniskirt was hiked up around her waist and exposed her bum for the entire duration.
The whole
Hey, Jess.
is just hilarious.
Hey, Jess.
How's it going?
Perfect timing, Jess. So New York Daily alleges that she and pal Amanda Collado, 29, had been walking into the hotel bathrooms after leaving a rooftop pool party where they were both, quote, hit from behind by closed fists in the back of the head.
Donkey punched.
Oh, donkey punch. Like, for God's sake. Shocking moment. 63-year-old man is brutally attacked inside Florida movie theater after asking couple to move out of his pre-booked VIP seats. I should have put this with the flight seat thing. Yeah, like if you could book your seats, don't sit in other people's seats. And if someone asks you to move, get up and move. Don't be embarrassed and then lash out. Because that's what this is. You get embarrassed and you're like, I did on my
Boom,
seat.
boom, 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 boom.
Thug. Oh, that's racism.
Boom, boom.
The Daily Mail called him a thug because he's black.
Thug vicious. Oh.
I mean, he's got a thug walk, so.
Yeah. Didn't call him a thug because, he's thuggish. Horrified woman, 20, is left in tears after Hinge match. Have you tried Hinge, Tim? Asked to pop her pimple on their second date.
Oh, Jesus.
Woman has been left in tears after her Hinge date asked to pop one of her spots during their date. Ew!
Oh, that's worse.
Now I'm not going to look at. I'm not going to look at Hinge now. No, thank you.
Alex Stein was YouTuber. Alex Stein throws hot dogs at Muslim boxer Modine.
Volunteers. You know anybody, Jessica?
YouTuber Alex Stein throws hot dogs at Muslim boxer Modine to spark chaotic brawl. Alex Stein has been removed from his fight with Modine after throwing hot dogs at his Muslim boxing opponent.
I didn't even know there was going to be a fight.
Oh, yeah, there was supposed to be it was just one of those ridiculous
Yeah, they were
fights.
turkey hot dogs too.
So they weren't even.
That's what he says.
I'm the stripper on the panel, not Ryu.
Rest in peace, Tony Bennett. So he finally succumbed to his long battle with Alzheimer's. So those who don't know Tony Bennett, well,
I do know who Tony
learn
Bennett
to
is.
fucking Google.
Yes, I do know who Tony Bennett is.
Bethany Frankel urges reality TV stars to join actors strike. We're getting screwed too.
Oh yes, please do. Please,
Yeah,
oh
please.
love of God, do.
I think you said, Tim, Rand Paul can't catch a break.
He can't catch a fucking break.
Senator Rand Paul's office was destroyed this morning in a fire.
There's a fire in that whole shopping, or that was a shopping complex or something. That whole complex, because there's a law office and something in there as well. It's just awfully convenient that this happens the day after he refers Fauci for investigation.
How convenient. I made my kids social media famous, and it was a huge, scary mistake.
Yeah, no shit.
Yes.
No shit.
Wild new video shows catfight on Vegas-bound flight that forced emergency landing. I'm really sensing a pattern.
Oh, wait, hang on.
No!
TMZ! World Star.
Striked.
No, they are brutal.
Yeah.
They are brutal.
Yep.
The Biden admin has plans to make artificial intelligence systems woke. They have plans to rig AI in the name of fighting algorithmic discrimination, harmful bias, and data that fails to account for existing systemic biases in American society. Many people are concerned about the left injecting their dangerous ideologies into AI systems. As Elon Musk put it, the danger of training AI to be woke. In other words, lie is deadly. Yes. It's only 22 seconds. That's fine.
And then most recently, just last month, President Biden signed an executive order that promotes data equity. It instructs agencies to focus on emerging threats such as algorithmic discrimination and automated technology. And it
Fucking equity.
I hate that word.
Meanwhile, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and other tech firms agree to AI safeguards set by White House. So we are
goodbye AI
fucked.
from goodbye to artificial intelligence from the AI.
This is how Skynet happened.
This one's a double up. This is the American influencer Sassy Trucker, 29, trapped in Dubai after screaming at rental car employee, now faces 2 years behind bars. That was the one. That was the same one as earlier.
Yeah, same one.
Sorry, I missed that. I should have picked that one up. Kate Gosling's Brand's son, Colin, violent and unpredictable, and says he's receiving multiple psychiatric diagnoses after he accused her of abusing him as a child. What show was Kate Gosling from? John and Kate plus 8. So this is the woman who had a whole bunch of kids. Would you, Roy? Would you tap that?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
So.
Look, if I try to tap that, she'll probably mark me as.
Well, you'd be immediate stepdad to 8 kids. So Texas woman seeks $1 million from doctor who put her on testosterone at age 17 and left her nipples peeling off from botched trans op, saying she should have been treated. They should have treated her depression instead.
I hope she wins.
Yes, I hope she wins as well. Sorrel Accardo said doctors acted more like ideologues than healers. They rushed her onto hormones and sped her into a slapdash surgery. So, God, brutal. Detransitioner bitterly regrets having testicles removed after struggle with being gay. And look, that's the thing. We're genociding gay and lesbian people.
Yeah.
So. I'm a self-made millionaire at 32. Here's how you could get rich the lazy way by earning money in your sleep.
Hang on, can I guess?
It's a scam?
I was going to say, did she just stream herself sleeping and make lots of money from Sims?
I'll bet you know what she's talking
A
about.
self-made millionaire has revealed her top 2 secrets to becoming wealthy without working hard. Nicole Victoria, 32, an author and investor from Canada, is a mum who previously made headlines for sharing how she pulled herself out of $40,000 debt, I imagine, and transformed into a fortune worth $3 million. Now the work-optional millionaire who's been given the freedom to live however she pleases has shared her tricks for becoming wealthy as a lazy girl. In a viral video that has amassed 49,000 views, the former broke lazy girl detailed how it can be financially free without working more. What the fuck? Leverage is about, oh God. I'll show you how to get rich as you fucking sleep. Self-made millionaire explained, you don't need to work a job to become more healthy. We don't work hard here and we will get smart. Seriously? Become a shareholder in a company, take out a loan and invest it.
Holy shit, that's the worst thing you should be doing.
That is the worst fucking idea ever.
And the reason
that
why
is how you get margin called. That is how you get margin called and lose everything.
Yeah. So there's 2 ways to do it. Like, either do a loan through the share stock, which is all that stuff, or you do a personal loan or whatever loan outside.
No, just do it on
money.
your credit card.
Yeah, credit card. Put it all.
I'm sure you'll be able to get more than a 21% per annum return.
And that's
Fucking
the
Christ.
reason why you do not do this. It's the interest rate from the loan you taken out is going to be so much higher for the gains that you're going to receive.
Yeah, you're not going to return 11% on your fucking shares to actually
if the
compensate.
interest you pay on the loan is higher than the return of the stock, you're losing money.
You're losing money.
Bigly.
Yeah, I was always taught. Well, I thought that was a thing you could do is take out a loan,
It's,
and
it's
then
literally
invest.
a margin loan.
I
Like,
don't know.
It's
I
a
don't
loan
know.
on
Yeah.
like you're borrowing money to buy shares.
Yeah. You
It's a loan
you
on
borrow
margin.
on the shares, like that. The shares is the
shares
asset.
is the equity for the asset, and a margin. Like what happens is if the shares fall below the value of the loan, you get a margin call.
Means
And that
they'll
means you have
forcibly
to
sell the
you
shares.
have to the shares get liquidated, or you have to put up the money, like the money that is the difference between the value of the shares now and the equity in the loan, like the loan amount. Like it's like fucking
Yeah,
ridiculous. It's like the worst thing you can do.
Yeah.
No, like it does. You don't make money that way.
Okay.
So anyway, that's it. We did it. We did it, boys. We got through everything. I didn't have to skip anything. We didn't go past the 6-hour mark, so I don't have to Rumble exclusive just in case I have to cut something out of YouTube. So yes, thank you everybody. If you want to support the show, head on over to Buy Me a Coffee, and Buy Me Coffee. You can. Actually, I need to play the clip. My favorite clip.
Okay.
The money. Give me the money.
So yes, go on over to Buy Me Coffee, support the stream. You can sign up and join the Discord. And yeah.
And for Rumble people, you can subscribe and Rumble.
Yeah, you can subscribe and Rumble, or just use Buy Me Coffee. It's just easier. So I don't think I don't think you can withdraw money from Rumble until you hit a certain amount.
$50.
Oh, it is $50. Okay, $50.
50 US
magic,
dollars, yes.
magic worth more than everything else dollars. So yes, thank you for watching, everybody. That's the show. We'll be back next week, and yeah, see you.
Hope to see you.
Take care.
Have a great week, everyone.